68. Qi Jingquan's huge Dharma idol was pure white and ethereal. It sat solemnly on the northernmost territory of the eastern treasure continent. The sea of clouds surged and slowly pressed down, approaching Qi Jingquan's head. Qi Jingquan looked up and smiled freely. Above the sea of clouds, a dignified voice sounded. Qi Jingquan, you have to know that the heavenly Tao is selfless. As a disciple of the Confucian school, it's understandable that you have compassion for the Black Pearl Cave. If you change your mind now, there's still room for negotiation. Accompanied by the words of the immortal in the sky, it was as if waves of thunder were rolling rapidly in the sea of clouds. The flashing lightning and thunder continuously seeped out from the bottom of the sea of clouds. Words were law. Another immortal sneered and said, "Why are you talking nonsense with this bookworm? If you want to do something that can support the heavens and the earth, you have to ask if my fist agrees or not." At the same time, the sea of clouds was scooped up by a huge golden palm. After pushing away the thick clouds and revealing a hole, a pillar of light landed in front of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol. A Buddhist chant sounded from the west and said sympathetically, "Benefactor Qi, calm your mind and transcend the land of Buddhism." Qi Jingquan said in a low voice, "After the battle of the dragon-slaying battle, the town will enjoy 3,000 years of great luck. The descendants of the future generations will be outstanding. However, since it is a rule set by the four saints, the first batch of cultivators who chose to take root in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven did not object. I, Qi Jingquan, naturally have no right to interfere in this matter. Now that the heavenly Tao wants to suppress this world, just come. It's just me, Qi Jingquan, who will bear this calamity for the people of the town. The heavenly Tao and rules have not fallen into vain. Why are you stopping me?" The immortal who had reached out and created a huge hole in the sea of clouds laughed wantonly. "Ah, Qi, do you really not know the reason, or are you pretending to be crazy?" Unknowingly, Qi Jingquan had already stretched out her hand and grabbed the pearl that contained a small cave. She clenched her hand into a fist and held it in her palm. Thinking about it, in the palm of his hand in the grotto heaven and above the small town, it was a mysterious scene where day suddenly turned into night. At this moment, the snow-white palm that protected Qi Jingquan's paradise seemed to have suffered an invisible attack that came from all directions, and it sizzled while white arcs of lightning ceaselessly sprayed out from the back of his hand. Snowflakes that seemed to be small like feathers but were actually large like mountains were ceaselessly falling from the back of his hand and falling to the ground. However, they vanished into thin air before they could land on the ground. The immortal sitting high up in the clouds near the hole in the sea of clouds sneered, "Little Confucian, you're going against the great Tao and overestimating yourself. Let me play with you first." If one looked from afar in the eastern vase continent and was able to break through the concealment array created by the immortals, one would be able to vaguely see an incomparably spectacular scene. In the huge hole in the sea of clouds, first, a black dot was revealed. Then, a sword tip was revealed, and finally the whole picture was finally revealed. It was a pocket-sized flying sword that was the length of a finger of Qi Jingquan's Dharma form. As soon as the first sword appeared, the second sword followed and fell from another place. The third and fourth sword descended from the sea of clouds in the sky one after another. There were a total of 12 flying swords. They lined up in a line and hovered in the sky. It was like a cavalry that was in a formation and had its reins pulled tight. It was only waiting for an order to charge into the formation. Above the sea of clouds, a golden giant was casually sitting with his legs crossed. He opened his huge golden eyes and rested his fists on his knees. His right fist slowly pulled out an index finger and flicked it. A flying sword was the first to shoot toward Qi Jingquan's empty fist. The speed of the flying sword was as fast as lightning. On the trajectory, it pulled out an endless cloud tail. The flying sword instantly pierced through Qi Jingquan's Dharma form's arm. When it was only a few feet away from the ground, it suddenly stopped. Above the sea of clouds, the golden giant's right index finger gently rotated. The flying sword drew an arc and returned to the sky. At the same time, his left hand lightly flicked the finger. The flying sword that was originally suspended in the air suddenly fell and pierced Qi Jingquan's arm again. The two fingers rose and fell. The 12 flying swords fell straight down and returned in an arc. They rose and fell and so on. After Qi Jingquan's arm was shot by the flying swords, it became riddled with wounds and countless black holes appeared on it. Compared to the original white body of the towering Dharma idol, it was particularly shocking. Qi Jingquan's expression was calm. He saw that another wave of flying swords was about to pierce him and start a new round of killing. It was really aggressive. Qi Jingquan said lightly, proud of success. A flying sword was still piercing straight toward Qi Jingquan's arm. But this time, before it could pierce into the arm, it was like a pine needle being blown askew by a gust of wind. Not only this flying sword, but also the following 11 flying swords without exception returned without any success. They circled around Qi Jingquan's Dharma form and flew slowly in a certain fixed trajectory. The swords trembled and waited for an opportunity to move, slightly hissing. Not only that, but the waves of spring wind between heaven and earth also supported the falling sea of clouds without leaving a trace. The golden giant bared his chest and looked down at the 12 flying swords with an unbridled air. He was a little surprised to see that he could not find any flaw in the 12 flying swords. Qi Jingquan did not pay much attention to these flying swords that were incomparably powerful to human cultivators. He kept staring at the clenched fist. There was a saying in the world that a pearl was old and yellow. The pearl suspended in the sky above the eastern vase continent of Lizhu Cave had been around for 3,000 years. It should have been in the hands of the next Saint Yuanqi 60 years later. The outer wall that covered and protected the pearl would be completely broken. Like a piece of porcelain, the outer layer of glaze would fall off and be peeled off. At that time, the way of heaven would crush down with irresistible force. Although no one would die on the spot, everyone in the town would lose their next life. Qi Jingquan specially read the Buddhist scriptures for this and even deduced a terrible consequence. The 6,000 people in the town would be used as scapegoats, to bear the mighty power of heaven. They might fall into the hungry ghost path of the Western Buddhist kingdom forever and never be able to escape. As the last saint of Lizhu Cave, Yuanqi, the military cultivator and sword forger, would not be responsible for the safety of the people in the town. Instead, he would not let anyone escape the punishment of the way of heaven. The golden giant's voice was like a drum that rumbled through the sky. He laughed and said, "Some people say that you, Qi Jingquan, are not simple. You have 2 natal characters. Besides the character of spring, you also have the character of silence that breaks the rules. Come, let me see." Every time the giant said a word, he would hit his knee with his fist. After 3 times, the sea of clouds surged violently like boiling water in a pot. At the bottom of the sea of clouds, the breeze that was originally invisible to the naked eye also shook. The light became chaotic and alternated between bright and dark. The giant said, "You have the spring breeze, but I have the rain of flying swords to pour cold water on you." After he said that, countless golden threads penetrated the sea of clouds and the breeze. If the giant's body was used as a comparison, those golden threads were like tiny embroidery needles that were the length of a fingernail. They were densely packed and there were tens of thousands of them. After they gathered together, the momentum was great and shocking. Qi Jingquan was still staring at his fist. After hearing that, his expression did not change. He said softly, "Good rain knows the season. When spring comes, it will happen." On the ground around the Dharma idol that was sitting upright, raindrops splashed out. Every raindrop seemed small and negligible, but they were actually as big as a pool. Then, these raindrops that were constantly emerging slid into the sky against common sense. The curtain of rain hung upside down. It was all because of the poem that the scholarly sage Qi Jingquan recited. The golden rain of flying swords came down from the top. The curtain of spring rain that rose from the ground came up from the bottom. They collided together fiercely. There were a myriad of phenomena above his head, but Qi Jingquan did not see, listen, or speak. Around Qi Jingquan's fist, lightning dragons appeared out of thin air and smashed on the back of his hand. The lightning was divided into 3 colors: scarlet, bluish-purple, and snow-white. It seemed chaotic, but the 3 were clearly separated and did not intertwine with each other. They were intertwined into 3 large nets. The Dharma idol's fist shattered and the feathers of the flying swords fluttered as it continued to weaken. Qi Jingquan said softly, "It's calm." Among the 3 colors of lightning, only the snow-white lightning remained motionless without any warning. However, the other 2 types of lightning still followed the rules. This caused a scarlet lightning to break a snow-white lightning with a bang, and a bluish-purple lightning to bind the scarlet lightning. The heavenly net that had always been narrow but never missed had actually become chaotic and disorderly. Above the sea of clouds, an old voice sounded leisurely. There's a law of movement and stillness. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3 lightning nets that were originally chaotic regained their order in the chaos of the vast heavenly might. Again and again they hit the fist of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol. Qi Jingquan sighed softly. Small fights are more or less enough. Qi Jingquan, do you dare to take this fist of mine? A golden fist fell from the hole in the sea of clouds towards Qi Jingquan's head. Qi Jingquan's free right hand was raised high with her palm facing upwards, blocking the fist that was pressing down on her. Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol suddenly fell 1,000 feet, but the sea of clouds was also lifted 1,000 feet by a surge of wind. It was as if there was a distance of 2,000 feet between heaven and earth. Again, the golden immortal's fists landed one after another, each with the force of a thunderbolt. Perhaps any of the 5 mountains and majestic mountains of the eastern treasure bottle continent would not be able to withstand his fist. The snow-white Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol only raised his arm high. First, a large hole was smashed in the Dharma idol's palm, then the entire palm shattered with a bang. Following that, the golden fist smashed the arm into pieces. Qi Jingquan, whose Dharma idol was greatly damaged, was still indifferent. All of his attention was still on his left hand, which was clenched into a fist. From the fist to the entire arm, then to the shoulder, it was covered with Taoist talisman that was covered with lightning. Every word was as big as a house. The old voice continued, "Don't be stubborn. Qi Jingquan, if you are willing you can follow me in cultivation." Qi Jingquan turned his head slightly and looked down at the arm that was full of holes. It was already covered with the supreme prophecies written by the Taoist sect's saint. What a good way to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Qi Jingquan sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Peace." The old voice revealed a hint of anger. "Qi Jingquan, how dare you?" The angry shout forcibly covered the 2 words after Qi Jingquan's peace. In the sky, 2 fingers were closed together like a sword, easily breaking through the sea of clouds and slashing down. It actually directly cut off Qi Jingquan's arm that was clenched into a fist from the shoulder. In the distance, there was an imperceptible sigh full of regret. The scholarly sage did not overstep the rules. Qi Jingquan should not have crossed the Taoist sect's lightning pool. After the finger sword successfully chopped off Qi Jingquan's arm, it seemed that its master's anger was still there. The 2 fingers quickly retracted back into the sea of clouds, but it didn't stop there. Instead, with an even faster speed, it pierced toward the floating fist that was like a tree without roots and water without a source. Qi Jingquan retracted the right arm that was left above his head and quickly blocked above the bead, hugging it in front of him to protect himself. The 2 fingers of the immortal went forward and penetrated the arm of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol without any suspense. The fist from the golden giant that came from the hole also hit the head of Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol. Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol was on the verge of collapse. Although its arm was broken, its sleeves were still fluttering. It had the charm of a scholar. However, the more it was like this, the more tragic it was. After being punched in the head again, Qi Jingquan's Dharma idol continued to sink. One punch after another, as if it would not stop until the scholar was smashed deep into the ground. The dilapidated Dharma idol protected the fist in front of it, the bead, the pearl grotto heaven, and the people who would call him Mr. Qi when they met. The Dharma idol's lips moved slightly as it chanted silently. The stars rotate, the sun and the moon shine. The 4 seasons represent the emperor. Yin and yang increase, wind and rain increase. All things are born in harmony and all things are nourished in their own way. In the small grotto heaven. In the village school there was not a single child present. There was a Confucian scholar in a green robe sitting alone. Not only was his temples white, but his hair was also snow white. The scholar was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His soul was shattered more thoroughly than a porcelain that had fallen heavily to the ground. The scholar had an extremely happy expression. He closed his eyes and smiled, passing away suddenly. There was Qi Jingquan in the world. The world was happy and so was I. That year in this world, spring left very late and summer came very late. Qi originally planned to leave the town with the school attendant Zhao Yao. Why didn't he leave in the end? Ning Yao shook her head and smiled. The mind of a sage is like a dragon's vein. Can stretch for thousands of miles. I can't guess and I'm too lazy to guess. After saying this, she threw the bowl and chopsticks in Qin Pingan's hands. She got up and went to a yellow mud-thatched hut that belonged to her alone. Ning Yao was also very curious about why Master Wan was so polite to her. Could it be that Master Wan had seen through her identity? The possibility was very small. After all, Inverted Hanging Mountain was not located in Eastern Vase continent. Moreover, Inverted Hanging Mountain had almost no connection with the outside world. It was very famous and had very few guests. Moreover, people in Inverted Hanging Mountain were not sure about her identity. However, Ning Yao was a person who would cross the bridge when it came to it. Even if the bridge was not straight, she could still cut a straight path with her sword. Master Wan, the #1 swordsmith in Eastern Vase continent, was showing her kindness generously. Qin Pingon took the bowl and chopsticks and was just about to go to the kitchen when he saw someone walking by not far away. It was a young man with wide sleeves. He looked more like a scholar than Qin Songfeng. There was an indescribable feeling. He looked a little like Mr. Qi, but also a little like the supervisor Song he met in Mud Bottle Alley. When the man saw the straw sandals teenager sitting alone in a daze at the mouth of the well and looking at him, he was slightly surprised. He came to the teenager's side and said with a warm smile, "I'm looking for Master Wan. Do you know where he is?" This time, Qin Pingon did not deliberately hide it from Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua like he did in Mud Bottle Alley. Instead, he directly pointed out the direction to the man. First, Miss Ning told him about Master Ruan's power. Second, the man in front of him did not give Qin Pingon the feeling of a gloomy and shrewd person. Qin Pingon asked politely, "Do you need me to lead the way?" The young man was not in a hurry. He looked at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "No, it's just a few steps. It's no trouble. Thank you." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He walked to the kitchen while the man walked to a swordsmith room in the distance. After Qin Pingon returned the bowls and chopsticks, he found that the temporary apprentices were all gathered in a few houses. They lit up oil lamps and were talking about why day and night were reversed. Some people said with certainty that a mountain god of a certain mountain crossed the boundary and caused the water in the stream and well to drop. Therefore, it angered the river god who was in charge of the stream, and a fight between the gods broke out. There were also people who used the words of the older generation to refute. 70. The current state of the town was like a sandbox that General Dali ordered people to build. The war had already ended, so he decided to abandon it and cover it with a black cloth. Qin Pingon lit an oil lamp in his house and began to count his belongings. There were 3 bags of gold coins, one for the tribute money, one for the spring festival money, and one for the victory money. One bag was given by the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to thank him for letting him meet the golden carp. Gukan left the other 2 bags as the money to buy the loach. As for the 2 bags of coins that Qin Pingon originally wanted to thank him, Qin Pingon earnestly asked her to give them to Lu Xianyang on their way out of the mountain. Although Qin Pingon was confused, she did not refuse. Perhaps she was surprised by the choice of the young man in the shabby alley, or perhaps she was in a good mood after successfully worshipping the ancestors. Qin Pingon smiled for the first time and said some heartfelt words in a soft voice, so that Qin Pingon could rest assured. She told him that the promise of being a direct descendant of the Qin family in Yingyin was definitely more valuable than the 2 bags of gold coins. Qin Pingon was actually skeptical and did not dare to fully believe it. However, when Ning Yao heard that she was a direct descendant of the Qin family in Yingyin, she privately asked Qin Pingon to relax. Mr. Qi had given him a total of 4 seals twice. The first 2 seals, Jingxing Proud and Qin 11, were Mr. Qi's private collection of snake gall stones. The next 2 seals were carved by Mr. Qi according to the snake gall stones that Qin Pingon gave him. One seal was in small seal script while the other was in official script. Coincidentally, the 2 seals could be put together to form a painting of green mountains and clear waters. One was thick and the other was delicate and soft. Mr. Qi carved the words mountain and water respectively. According to Ning Yao, it could be called a pair of mountain watermarks. Qin Pingon put the 2 prescriptions and 3 pieces of paper from Lu Daozhang on the table. Ning Yao had once despised Taoist Lu's words for being bland and tasteless. His words were like those of a scholar from a secular dynasty who had to cater to the imperial examinations. He was well-behaved and humble. Naturally, Qin Pingon could not tell the depth of the young Taoist priest's handwriting. He would not belittle the 3 pieces of paper just because of Ning Yao's low evaluation. Moreover, before he left, Priest Lu had said that it was not easy to buy books and learn how to read in this small town. If Qin Pingon wanted to learn how to read, he could start with his prescription. At this moment, Qin Pingon carefully picked up the last piece of paper. Previously he had seen the 4 words Lu Chen's edict written in vermilion at the end, but he did not think too much about it. However, now that he had as many as 4 seals, he felt that those few small words were especially cute and amiable. Qin Pingon thought that when he had extra money in his pocket, he would buy books one day and keep them at home. Then, on the title page or the last page, he would gently stamp the words Qin 11. When Qin Pingon thought of this, he could not help but grin. However, Qin Pingon soon felt a little awkward. With the seal he needed ink paste. Next to the New Year's shop that specialized in selling pastries in the Dragon Rider Alley, there was a shop that sold all kinds of sundries, with a signboard with the characters Straw Head. Song Jisun and his maidservant Jigui often patronized this shop. The so-called 4 treasures of the study, and clean desk, were all bought from there. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. He felt that when he became literate in the future he would buy a box of ink paste if he came across a book that he fell in love with at first sight. He stretched out his hands and lifted the whetstone a little more than an inch off the ground. It was a little heavy but not impossible to move. This was easy. Qin Pingon went to the house and found a wicker basket. Soon the teenager walked down Clay Bottle Alley with the wicker basket on his back. He covered the whetstone with a shirt. After walking out of Clay Bottle Alley, Qin Pingon found that there were many people on the street. He guessed that the sudden dark night made people panic. Now that they finally saw the sun, they wanted to come out and take a breath of fresh air. Therefore, most of the townspeople left their houses and walked out of the alley to the street. They were talking about it. From time to time, people rushed by, shouting that the iron lock well had completely dried up. Even the iron chain that had been hanging in the well for thousands of years had been secretly taken away by some bastard and hidden at home. There were even young children that wished for the world to be in chaos. They were jumping about in groups of 2 or 3 with excited expressions on their faces, and they were talking about the unexpected event that occurred on the old locust tree. It turned out that the old locust tree had been uprooted overnight and fallen on the street. The ground was covered with broken locust tree branches and withered locust tree leaves. At first, many people nearby felt that it was a waste, so they picked up the branches and leaves to burn at home. Some tired and lazy young men were urged by their aunts to chop the thicker locust tree branches with their hatchets. It was not that no one stopped them. Most of the old people in the town who had lived around the old locust tree for generations were heartbroken. They directly scolded the men and women who took advantage of the old locust tree. There were also some old people who tried to persuade the old locust tree about the origin of the town. They said that the tree had spiritual qi. For so many years, even the withered branches would only fall in the dead of night and would not fall on people's heads. Not to mention that every time the harvest was bad, the locust tree's flowers were like rice and filled many people's stomachs. It did not work. Those young men either ignored them and buried themselves in cutting the tree. Those with bad tempers had conflicts with the old people, pushing and shoving. In short, it was a bit messy. After hearing the movement by the old locust tree, Qin Pingon hesitated with the basket on his back. He slowed down and looked back every 3 steps, looking in the direction of the old locust tree. His intuition told him that he should go to the locust tree to take a look, but there was another voice in his heart that told him to hurry to the blacksmith shop. He suddenly saw a nimble figure pass by him like the wind. It was a little girl wearing a red cotton padded jacket. 72. Although Qin Pingon looked thin and weak when he carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and walked easily in Mud Bottle Alley, the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket was stunned. If she hadn't insisted, Qin Pingon would have taken the locust tree branch on her slender shoulders as well. A little girl with a ponytail stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley. Her cheeks were probably frostbitten in the winter, as her cheeks were very eye-catching. When she saw the girl in the red cotton padded jacket carrying the locust tree branch, she said sullenly, "Li Baoping, didn't you say you would leave the locust tree branch behind and go to school with me? You don't know, but Grandpa Ma is very strange today. He's wearing the same clothes as Mr. Chi and said he would take us on a study trip to Cliff Academy. If Grandpa Ma gets angry at us, it's your fault." The girl in the red cotton padded jacket didn't listen at all. She picked up a green locust tree leaf that Qin Pingon gave her from the embroidered bag at her waist, and twirled it in front of her peers proudly. She had an expression that said, "You don't have it, but I have a lot of it." The little girl with the ponytail only felt that it was strange. She didn't know what was so good about showing off a broken leaf, but she just couldn't stand Li Baoping's look. He was asking for a beating. The problem was that the children of the same age in the school, even a troublemaker like Li Huai, couldn't beat Li Baoping. Li Huai had once been beaten by her until he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping didn't give up. She took off Li Huai's trousers and threw the trousers up a tree, hanging it high up there. Naked Li Huai cried all the way back. His mother wasn't someone easy to deal with. Without saying anything, she dragged Li Huai and charged towards Fulu Street. In the end, before they reached the Li family, the woman saw the majestic stone lions, painted door gods and tall courtyard walls on both sides of the street. She was so angry that she gave Li Huai another beating. She didn't even knock on the door of the Li family's house before pulling her son's ear and sneaking back to the dilapidated house on the west side of the town. However, that night the woman slaughtered a chicken and stewed it. Li Huai stood on the stool naked, swaying back and forth, eating more happily than anyone else. He didn't even remember the embarrassing incident where Li Baoping pressed him to the ground and smacked his head. The little girl with ponytails stretched out her hands and gestured with her hands, her face full of disdain. "It's just a locust tree leaf. What's there to be proud of? My father gave me a golden abacus last night. An abacus made of gold is this big." It was a pity that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't care about the golden abacus at all. She continued to wave the locust tree leaf lightly in front of her companion. She lifted her pointed chin and pointed at Qin Pingon in front of her. "He gave it to me. I have more in my bag." The little girl with ponytails sighed. From the first day she met Li Baoping, she had always been this annoying. She only said what she wanted to say, only listened to what she wanted to hear, only did what she wanted to do. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people of the same age in Dragon Rider Alley, the little girl with ponytails wouldn't have been willing to play with her. Many times even Mr. Qi was helpless against Li Baoping. Li Baoping would always ask strange questions, but Mr. Qi would always answer seriously. Unfortunately, he often couldn't give an answer that would convince Li Baoping. Sometimes Mr. Qi would excitedly think of a question and plan to teach Li Baoping well the next day. In the end, Li Baoping would forget what she had asked yesterday. Once she thought of fishing for loaches, catching crickets or flying kites, she would run away, leaving Mr. Qi to the side. Qin Pingon carried the locust tree branches on his shoulders and couldn't turn his head. He could only ask in a slightly louder voice, "How many people are there in the school right now?" Li Baoping was struggling to change her shoulders to carry the locust tree branches. She had changed back and forth many times before and it was burning with pain. The girl with ponytails reached out a hand and answered, "Now there are only 5 people left. Me, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing." She had nothing to do, so she told him the situation of the school in one breath. "Mr. Qi promised to take us on a study trip, and we were going to study at Cliff Academy in the end. At that time there were still 14 or 15 people in the school and our families all agreed. Later, these rich kids who mostly lived on Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley said that they were sick and didn't come to school. Later, I heard from Li Baoping that they directly left the town, saying that they were going to seek refuge with distant relatives. When they heard that they were going to Cliff Academy, this group of people was the happiest. I don't even know why they were so happy. They had to follow Mr. Qi for such a long journey. Weren't they tired?" The little girl's voice was childish, but her words were clear. She was precocious and had a gentle temperament like a little adult. Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of Gu Kan. However, she was like a snotty hedgehog, so she was still a little different. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Then what's your name?" The little girl with 2 ponytails said indifferently, "Me? My name is Xianxia, so you can call me Miss Shi." Qin Pingon was speechless. Li Baoping undermined him and said, "You can call her little Shi too." Xianxia was like an angry kitten. She angrily said to Li Baoping, "You're not allowed to call her little Shi too. Li Baoping, you can't call her little Shi too either." Li Baoping, who liked to let her imagination run wild, had already shifted her thoughts from the nickname of her little friend to something else. Therefore, she didn't pay attention to Xianxia's rebuttal. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a serious personality. She tirelessly tried to reason with Li Baoping just to get rid of the unlikable nickname, Little Shitu. This was because Shi Chuanjia knew that in the future when she went to Mr. Chi's Cliff Academy, as long as Li Baoping called her Little Shitu even once, then she would probably never be able to get rid of this nickname. Listening to the two little girls behind him talking back and forth, Qin Pingon asked when they approached Fulu Street. There are many houses with the surname Li on this side of Fulu Street. Where is your house? Qin Pingon thought that as long as it wasn't the house of one of the four major surnames, it would be fine. The straw sandals youth was a little disappointed at first, but he soon cheered up. It turned out that Miss Ning was an immortal. So much so that when Qin Pingon passed by a shop in Dragon Riding Alley, he spent money for the first time and bought a stick of candied haws. He ate as he walked. As he ate, the youth didn't know why, but he felt a little empty. The youth thought carefully. Was it because he felt sorry for the copper coins? If it were Qin Pingon, he would be able to chop a wooden figurine that was about the height of a person into pieces. At this moment, Qin Pingon squatted down and looked down. He found that the wooden figurine was very strange. There were many red dots engraved on its body, scattered all over its body. Some places were densely packed together, while some places only had a single cinnabar-like red dot at a distance. Qin Pingon picked up a wooden figurine's arm and looked carefully. Beside each red dot, there were actually extremely small ink characters. The red dots were originally the size of rice grains, so the strokes of those small characters were even finer and indiscernible. Fortunately, it was Qin Pingon. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see them as red dots and black dots. Qin Pingon tried to put the broken limbs back together. Not long after, the wooden puppet returned to its original shape. Fortunately, the wooden puppet did not lack any big parts. Unfortunately, many of the places where the red dots and black words were pieced together had been cut off or scraped away by GQ's kitchen knife. It was estimated that there were only about 70 to 80% of the relatively complete ink characters left. Qin Pingon got up and opened the window to let the light in the kitchen become more transparent and bright. Only then did he continue to squat down and look carefully. He did not dare to miss any details. It took almost 2 hours. Although Qin Pingon did not know most of the ink characters, he still tried his best to remember the structure of their strokes. Qin Pingon had always had expectations for learning to read and write. When Qin Pingon was working in the kiln, there were many times when he climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at the town from afar. Other than looking for the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, the second place he wanted to know was the school. When he was young, there was a dark and thin child who often went to the school. He would squat against the wall and listen to the sound of books above his head. Although he did not understand what was said, the child would inexplicably feel at ease and calm. His heart would be very calm and the grievances he suffered throughout the day would disappear as he listened. However, for the orphans of Mud Bottle Alley at that time, studying was much more luxurious than candied haws. It was good to just look at it from afar. At this time, Qin Pingon closed his eyes and based on his memory he constructed a complete wooden puppet in his mind. If there were parts that were vague in his memory, Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to open his eyes to check the truth. He skipped over them first. As a result, from the beginning to the end, there were about 40 to 50 uncertain ink characters on the wooden puppet. After identifying and memorizing those omissions one by one, Qin Pingon took a deep breath and wanted to do it again. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his head swelled and he felt a little dizzy. Qin Pingon decisively did not force himself to do it. Some efforts were not enough to be made with great effort. Otherwise, it would only make things more chaotic. After Qin Pingon learned how to burn porcelain, he had a deep feeling about it. It was not because he was talented, but because he was scolded by Old Man Yao all day long. Qin Pingon rearranged the wooden puppet and piled it in the corner of the stove. After walking out of the kitchen and closing the courtyard door, he thought about it and decided to go to the east gate of the town to look for the gatekeeper again. After he became an official apprentice of the blacksmith shop, he would most likely live there. It was unlikely that he would be able to deliver letters. Therefore, Qin Pingon wanted to say hello to the bachelor. However, he had looked for him once before and did not find him. Qin Pingon trotted to the east gate of the town. The yellow mud house was still locked and the door was still closed. He sighed and sat on the stump where the gatekeeper Jing Dafeng often sat. The town was not like the mountain, so there was no need to pay attention to the mountain god seat. Qin Pingon sat there in a daze. It was rare for him to take a break from work. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of wheels could be heard on the road in the town. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. There was an ox cart at the front, followed by 2 carriages with carriages. On the ox cart sat a group of children. There were also 2 familiar faces. Li Baoping in a red cotton-padded jacket and Xianxia with 2 red cheeks. Other than that, they must be the 3 apprentices that Xianxia had mentioned. Li Huai, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing. The 5 children on the ox cart were chattering away and it was very lively. The driver was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The old man who had swept the floor of the school sat behind the driver. Qin Pingon looked around. Other than the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who came from one of the 4 major surnames of Fulu Street, the other 4 children were dressed differently. Xianxia's ancestors had lived in Dragon Rider Alley for generations, guarding the old shop called Sui Sui. They did not have to worry about food or clothing, but they could not be considered wealthy. Therefore, the little girl's clothes could only be considered comfortable and warm. However, beside Xianxia was a cold-looking peer of the same age, draped in a brand new black fox fur coat. His face was slightly pale and his eyes were cold. Li Huai's father, Li Er, was a well-known good-for-nothing in the town. Li Huai also had an older sister named Li Huai. However, his parents and the 3 sisters had all gone out to make a living, leaving only Li Huai alone in his uncle's home. Now he was also leaving his hometown, following the old man surnamed Ma to the Cliff Academy. The last young man was wearing a thin spring shirt. He was wearing 2 outer shirts that were sewn and mended. He looked like a poor child who grew up in a poor alley. Li Baoping, Xianxia, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Dong Shuijing. The 5 children from the small town rode on an ox cart that could not shelter them from the wind and rain, heading towards the Holy Land in the hearts of countless scholars in the Eastern Bottle Continent, the Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. At this moment, the 5 children definitely did not know that on the continent that was filled with dynasties, countless generations of rich and powerful families wanted to send their children there no matter how hard they tried. They wanted to learn from the Confucian sages, rule the country and bring peace to the world. Naturally, they also did not know how rare it was to be able to call Qi Jingchun Mr. On the contrary, these children only felt that Mr. Qi was too well behaved. He often had a straight face and was not approachable at all. 74. Qin Pingon returned to the blacksmith shop. After working, Qin Pingon took advantage of the meal break to find Master Wan, who was squatting under the eaves with Miss Wan. Qin Pingon said that he wanted to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver. Wan Chong didn't even ask Qin Pingon why he wanted to borrow money. He put down his chopsticks, glanced at the straw sandals youth and said, "Get lost." Qin Pingon quickly ran away. Wan Xiu frowned and said, "Father, can't you talk nicely?" Wan Chong snorted and said, "It's good enough that you didn't beat him up." Wan Xiu stood up for him and said, "He worked so hard to be your apprentice, but you didn't even take a single cent of his salary." When it was dark, everyone was either sleeping or chatting in their rooms. Only Qin Pingon was still moving soil from the well. He was busy with this and that and didn't rest at all. "Father, don't you know who was the most diligent during this time? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, how is it too much for him to ask you to borrow 15 or 16 taels of silver?" Wan Chong's face darkened and he didn't speak. He thought, "I know too well, that's why I want to kill this little bastard who tried to poach me." If this youth had the cultivation and ability of the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, his father would have learned from Qi Jingchun and beaten him half to death. However, Wan Chong was a little discouraged when he thought of this. Even if he didn't have the identity of a saint in this world, it was still certain that he could defeat the mountain-moving ape. However, it was obviously impossible to win with a kick like Qi Jingchun. Wan Chong could only comfort himself. Although he was nominally a sword cultivator of the military school, his real pursuit was not to be strong or weak in battle. Instead, he wanted to become one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He wanted to forge a living sword that had the hope of nurturing its own spirituality, so that there would be another real living being in the world who could live and die, cultivate, reincarnate, and even pursue the Great Way. Wan Chong put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked up at the sky and cursed inexplicably. "Do you really think that you can be lawless after Qi Jingchun died? I've already told you my rules clearly. Now that you don't follow them, show me the ability to not follow the rules. If you don't, then go to hell." Seeing that there was no one around, Yuan Chong, who was originally squatting, rose up from the ground like a snow-white rainbow and shot into the sea of clouds in the sky. Above the sea of clouds, there were a few women in palace attire and a man in brocade robes and jade belts. They were walking together in the sky, talking and laughing. All of them were elegant and unrestrained immortals. From time to time, they would overlook the entire land of the former Liju cave heaven. It could be said that they were living up to their name. There was a loud bang. The head of a dignified woman with a golden hairpin burst open. Then a beautiful girl beside her also had her head split open. Yuan Chong's figure hovered above the golden sea of clouds. His eyes were sharp as he looked around and sneered, "What? You're testing my bottom line with these small fries? Aren't you looking down on me too much? I, Yuan Chong, may be a blacksmith and can't compare to Qi Jingchun, but what's so difficult about killing 1 or 2 blind cultivators from the 10th floor? Then from now on there's one more rule. Everyone listen up. Even if you're hiding outside the border and coveting Liju blessed land, if I, Yuan Chong, am in a bad mood, I'll still catch you above the blessed land and smash your head. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Yuan Chong had just finished speaking when he flashed out of the border. The next moment he pressed down on the head of an old man with one hand and pulled him back into the border. He pressed down with his 5 fingers and the old man begged for mercy. Master Yuan, let's talk nicely. I'm from the nearby Purple Mist River." Without waiting for the old man to finish, Yuan Chong crushed the immortal master's head and threw the corpse out of the Blessed Land's territory. However, Yuan Chong only glanced coldly at the green rainbow that escaped from the corpse. He didn't beat the dog when it was down. The green beam of light, which was less than 3 feet long, crazily flew for nearly 1,000 miles before plunging into a great river that was wreathed in a faint purple mist. The river water was so grand and magnificent that it was far superior to the great rivers in Great Li's territory. Yuan Chong, whose 5 fingers were still stained with blood, said loudly, "Within 60 years, everything will be the same." In the distant sea of clouds, a female cultivator used the clouds to hide her figure. She said angrily, "Such bloody and cruel methods. How is this the work of a saint who presides over a land's fate?" Yuan Chong was so angry that he laughed. "Oh, you've learned to be smart. You're hiding so far away," before muttering, "You think I can't do anything to you? Damn it, I'm not Qi Jingchun, that stupid guy who studied too much. You're talking about morals and etiquette with a military sword cultivator like me? Is there something wrong with your head?" Yuan Chong tilted his arm down and put 2 fingers together. He chanted in his mind, "Heavenly spirit wind, earthly fiend thunderpool fire, urgent command." In an instant 2 auras surged rapidly in the sky and on the ground, like 2 springs that had just appeared in the world. Another gentle voice hurriedly warned, "Oh no, it's Yuan Chong's natal wind and thunder swords. Lan Ting, retreat quickly. Yuan Chong's natal item is different from ordinary people. It's not nurtured in his acupuncture points. It exists in the world within 3,000 miles around him, following his Tuyin gods of the military school everywhere." Above the sea of clouds, there was a streak of colorful green firefly that was desperately trying to escape. Outside the firefly, there were translucent peach blossoms hovering around, protecting their master. After this streak of green light had almost traveled 800 miles in a single breath, a green thread descended from the sky and pierced through its head. The man who had spoken up for her had already used his unique escape technique to vanish when he saw that the situation was bad. The sky fell silent. No one dared to make a noise anymore. Yuan Ting sneered and no longer bothered with this group of evil people. His figure landed by the stream near the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who was covered in a murderous and bloody aura, reached out his hand to wash away the bloodstains in the stream. Yuan Chong sighed and said sadly, "Qi Jingchun, if you were half as unreasonable as me, would you have left in such a sullen state?" On the shore, Qin Pingon was in the middle of 2 hours of stump walking. On his way back, he had just finished his practice and was relaxing his muscles and bones. Qin Pingon suddenly saw Master Yuan walk up the bank from the stream. He hesitated and slowed down, not wanting to be rebuffed. For some reason, Qin Pingon felt that Master Yuan did not have a good impression of him. The way Master Yuan looked at him was a little similar to Old Man Yao's, filled with disdain. Yuan Chong ignored the young man and strode back to the blacksmith's shop on his own. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and looked at the stream. It was calm as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. However, Qin Pingan's heart suddenly tightened as if there was a blade on his back. It was like a water ghost who had died unjustly in the stream was staring at him. It was a very preposterous feeling. However, in his line of sight, the stream gurgled cheerfully and gently. Qin Pingan did not give up. He picked up a few stones of just the right weight and turned around to walk downstream along the stream. He carefully observed the movements in the stream, trying to find some clues. The more Qin Pingan looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. In broad daylight, the stream gave off a gloomy feeling. Even though Qin Pingan had dived into the deep pit under the green ox's back so many times, he had never felt such a clear sense of annoyance. Qin Pingan could now be sure of one thing. There were unimaginable demons and wandering ghosts in the world. In the past, Mr. Qi was in the small town, so no evil could invade. Now that Mr. Qi was no longer there, perhaps there were ghosts and spirits everywhere. He had to be careful. Even if Master Wan was the next so-called sage, Qin Pingan did not dare to let his guard down. After all, Qin Pingan still trusted Mr. Qi more. He definitely revered the unsmiling Master Wan, but he did not want to get close to him at all. The reason why Qin Pingan dared to follow his instincts and take the initiative to investigate the strangeness in the stream was that Master Wan had just left. Qin Pingan did not think that if there were really ghosts in the water, they would dare to come out of the water to kill him under the nose of a sage. Besides, Qin Pingan now had the seal of landscape that Mr. Qi had given him hidden in his sleeve. One of them was the water seal, so the young man was particularly brave. After Qin Pingan threw 2 handfuls of stones, he was about to bend down to pick them up when someone not far away asked, "What are you doing?" The girl was wearing a green dress and had a ponytail. It turned out to be Wuxia. Qin Pingan had been concentrating on dealing with the water and did not notice Miss Ruan's approach. He was not afraid that she would laugh at him, so he pointed at the surface of the stream and answered honestly, "I feel that there is something dirty in the water, so I was wondering if I could use stones to smash it out." Wuxia looked at the stream and focused on it. Her face darkened. Qin Pingan asked, "Is there really a problem?" Wuxia shook her head, "I can't see it." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I should be the one being overly suspicious." Wuxia whispered, "You go back first. I want to eat something here before going back to the shop. If my father asks, just say that you didn't see it." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "No problem." He remembered something and found a sharp stone on the ground and asked, "Miss Ruan, can I ask you what these words mean and how to read them?" Wuxia suddenly felt like she was facing a great enemy. Reading books were the most terrifying enemies in the world. Wuxia had a headache every time she saw a random page of a book. Originally, after she followed her father into the town, she should have gone to school to study. She did not have to help forge iron and swords at all. However, she would rather die than go. Today her stomach hurt, tomorrow it might rain, and the day after tomorrow she might sprain her ankle. Wuxia was too lazy to listen to those lame excuses, so he let Wuxia go. However, Wuxia did not want to show her fear in front of the young man today. She forced herself to be calm and forced a smile. "Try writing first." When Qin Pingan carved the 2 words on the ground with a stone, Wuxia's body changed. She was in high spirits and said confidently, "These 2 words are too simple. I've known them since I was very young. The word shen and the word ting together are the name of the acupoints of the human body. Shinting is the so-called acupoint. The reason why we humans are the leader of all creatures and many demons who have cultivated the great Tao have no choice but to transform into humans is that the human body is the most suitable for cultivation. The 365 acupoints of various sizes are all treasures like mountains of gold and silver. The ancients have said that the acupoints are the places where the divine qi flows in and out. Our 3 souls and 6 spirits are like children who eat a bowl of rice in one family and a bowl of water in another family. Then they are constantly nourished and grow stronger. Wuxia explained. Then she stretched out a finger and pressed it against her head. She smiled and said, "As for the divine court, it's right here. Stroke the hairline above your head and look up 5 centimeters. This aperture point is not very important for sword cultivators like me and my father. Well, in our words, it's not a place that the military will fight for. It's dispensable. But for those who rely on incense to survive, this aperture point is very important. But my father said that those gods and ghosts are not very promising. No matter how powerful their divine powers are and how wide their ghost path is, they are just poor creatures living under someone else's roof. They are not worth mentioning. Qin Pingon did not understand any of it and could only memorize it. He then asked about the words juk and Tian respectively. Wan Xiu also answered them one by one. Although she did not like to read, that was only because she did not like the classic books of the Confucian sages. She was very fond of military cultivation and swordsmanship. She had memorized the names of these acupuncture points since she was young. Before Qin Pingon could ask for help, the girl laughed loudly and said, "When I have time in the future, I'll tell you the names, positions, and uses of the 365 acupuncture points." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you, Miss Ruan." Wan Xiu asked, "I've asked you to buy pastries for me so many times. Do you think it's troublesome?" Qin Pingon shook his head. It was nothing. Of course it was not troublesome. Wan Xiu smiled happily and said, "That's it." Under the fire dragon's claw, there was a woman who was curled up. Her waist was grabbed by the claw. She had waist-length hair that protected her body. She asked curiously, "How dare a little river deity behave wildly in front of my house? My father killed 6 river deities in a row. Haven't you heard of it?" Grandma He, who had turned from a withered old woman to a young woman, begged, "Great deity, I'm just passing by. I have no intention of harming anyone. What's more, I boldly revealed my Yin spirit aura in hopes of helping Saint Juan increase the weight of the stream. I just wanted to contribute a little. Great deity, please don't be angry. If you think that I'm ugly and annoying, I'll only dare to wander around at night." Wan Xiu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know Qin Pingon?" Qin Pingon was an orphan in the Mud Bottle Lane. We met occasionally, but there was no grudge between us. I rarely see people from the small town by the stream. Today I saw the young man practicing martial arts. I was curious, so I took a few more glances. I didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. Great deity, please be merciful to me because I don't know the rules. Wan Xiu waved her hand and the fire dragon turned back into a red bracelet with ancient patterns. It was worn on the girl's wrist. Wan Xiu was still standing in the distance. Behind her was the raging stream. However, what happened next made Granny He tremble in fear. As if the stream had met its natural enemy, it automatically turned around and flowed downstream. What was more frightening was that Grandma He could sense that the girl in green didn't use any Taoist techniques at all. Wan Xiu smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. Tell me about the apricot lane and the mud bottle lane. Tell me everything you know." After regaining her freedom, Grandma He's appearance began to recover. However, the next moment she couldn't help but scream in horror. It turned out that her waterfall-like black hair was shrinking in length. She said heartbreakingly, "Why is my cultivation slipping away?" The girl in green ate the pastries and said vaguely, "Ah? I see. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was born with the body of fire god, which is the natural enemy of water." Grandma He forced herself to calm down. She cried silently and begged, "Great deity, please be merciful and forgive me for this unintentional offense." Wan Xiu thought for a while and said, "I will ask you to tell me stories in the future. Don't worry, I will hide my natal breath." Grandma He didn't dare to refuse and had to agree. Wan Xiu walked to the shore and turned back, just this once. Grandma He said she wouldn't dare. After the girl went ashore, she shook her ponytail and walked to the blacksmith shop. Grandma He's body sank into the stream. Her face was full of ferocious resentment. However, after suffering several losses, she began to know how to suppress her anger. A string of thoughts that originated from other people's thoughts resounded heavily in her heart. "Idiot, put away your ignorance. Do you know what the girl's opportunity is? It's to kill all the river gods in the continent. You're just a little Grandma He. How dare you have the intention to kill her? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Even if she stretches her neck to let you kill her, you will be the one who dies in the end. Do you know how sensitive she is to any otherworldly item in the water? Therefore your guess is correct. In the future, the first river god she will kill will be you. Therefore you should think carefully about how to remedy the situation. This disaster that was supposed to be a calamity is also the seed of a great opportunity for you. This is the last time I'm reminding you. If you do anything that goes against the rules again, I'll make you beg for death without the need for anyone else to do anything." After Grandma He's voice disappeared, she floated in the water in a daze. Her body swayed, but she was lifeless. The Great Way was vague and unpredictable, which made people disheartened. Wan Tian saw his daughter jumping in from the sword-casting room. He said angrily, "Are you happy to bully a useless grandma he?" The girl smiled brightly and said, "Then I will bully her when she becomes the god of the river." Wan Qi frowned and said, "Xiao, don't underestimate the river god. After all, he is an orthodox water god that is included in the records of mountains, lakes and seas of a continent. Although he is not as good as the 5 mountain gods of various countries, it is not easy to kill them in the water." The girl said casually, "Then let them have no water to swim in." Wan Tian was shocked, and then he quickly suppressed the smile that was about to appear on his face. 75. In the dusk, an unfamiliar customer came to the blacksmith shop. The man was about 30 years old. He was tall, had slender eyebrows and fair skin. His delicate and feminine appearance, coupled with his burly and masculine body, had a different kind of elegance. After Wan Ting learned of this person's identity, he was not as casual as when he received Cui Minghuang from the Lakeview Academy. He just chatted with him at the door of the sword-casting room. This time he asked Wan Xiao to move 2 bamboo chairs to the corridor and take out 2 pots of good wine, 1 for each person. The man did not hesitate. He took the wine pot, opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, "Master Wan, your action this time has shocked the court. I don't know how the court will deal with it, but as the new supervisor of kills and the first chief officer of Longquan County, I can save a lot of effort. Logically speaking, I should be the one bringing good wine to pay a visit. However, when I heard about the unforeseen event on the way here, I spurred my horse on and really came in a hurry. As for the 2 large jars of apricot wine from the shop in Riding Dragon Alley, just take it that I owe teacher Wan first." Master Wan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say these polite words. If you and I can reach an agreement today, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink and chat in the future. If it doesn't work out, you and I won't have to spend so much effort to win each other's hearts." The man laughed heartily. He did not look like an officer of Dali Imperial Court who held 2 positions. He wiped the corner of his mouth and put the wine pot on his knees. There was no sign of talking while drinking. Mount Jiaoyou was sealed in Dali's Chunwei period. Of course, this is the official statement of the confidential files of the court. According to the local county records, it should be Mount Longji. Halfway up the mountain, there is a natural large-scale dragon beheading platform. Before I came here, there was a meeting between the monarch and the minister. His Majesty said that this thing should be given to Fengxue Temple and Zhengwu Mountain where you are. Both of you can share it. As for how you 2 military forces excavate, cut and divide the dragon beheading platform, whether you leave it as an ancestral property or move it back to your respective sects, my Dali Imperial Court will not interfere. It's up to you. If you need Dali to help, such as driving the 2 young mountain-moving apes under Dali's command to break Mount Jiaoyou and expose the dragon beheading platform, you don't have to be polite. Master Wan said with a smile, "Dali is very sincere." Just as the new supervisor was about to say something, Master Wan said, "Before I came here, the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain had already reached an agreement. Wan Gu, the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain would each occupy one of the dragon beheading platforms. You should have heard some gossip from your emperor. I plan to establish a sect here, so I've moved my father and daughter identity away from Fengxue Temple. In the next 60 years, it'll be inconvenient for me to officially establish a sect. However, as long as Dali is pleasing to my eyes, once the 60 years are up, I'll choose a passable mountain as the starting point for my sect." The supervisor, who was also the county magistrate, didn't hide the joy on his face at all. As if he was waiting for Master Wan to speak, he immediately said, "Master Wan, you can rest assured. Apart from Mount Biyun, there are now 61 mountains in the territory. Master Wan can choose any 3 of them as the foundation for your sect. If Master Wan isn't willing to make a decision in a hurry, I can first show Master Wan the old and new mountain maps of Pearl Paradise. After that, I'll accompany Master Wan to personally explore and inspect the mountains." She did not know how to explain and was even more confused. Beside a well in the distance, 3 people of the same age were squatting on the ground. Wan Xiao was teaching Chen Pingon the names of the acupoints, their functions and the meaning of cultivation. The extra youth was the one who had shamelessly asked to be taught. At the beginning, Wan Xiu and Qin Pingon erased their handwriting and did not speak. The two of them stared at him. The youth had delicate features and there was a red mole between his eyebrows that seemed like the finishing touch of a dragon. He had a festive appearance that was very likable. However, both Qin Pingon and Wan Xiu had underestimated his patience and shamelessness. They chuckled and looked at the youth with straw sandals to the left and the girl in green to the right. After the three of them had endured for half an hour, the youth seemed to feel that he had also underestimated the perseverance of the two people beside him. He finally took the initiative to speak. Using a smooth and mellow small-town dialect, he said that he had come from the capital and had followed the supervising official here to see the scenery. He especially wanted to see that porcelain mountain. You guys continue to talk about your acupoints and Qi Palace. Don't be so stingy. What's wrong with me listening? Do you think that I will suddenly become a land immortal after listening? After that, Qin Pingon and Wan Xiu were busy with their own things and did not pay any attention to this strange fellow's conversation. Your handwriting is not very good. One look and I can tell that you have not worked hard. It is very floating, similar to the oil residue floating on the water. Miss, your explanation is not complete. The so-called boiling the country in half a pot and the drawing that made ghosts laugh is actually like this. You guys are skipping over the Qi Palace and not talking about it anymore? Ha ha. Miss, why don't you explain to him where the Shanzhong acupoint is? Is it difficult to point it out to him? Say, if you are embarrassed, I can help you. Miss, there's a murderous look in your eyes. Miss, you must have misunderstood. What I mean is that I will point out to him where my Shanzhong acupoint is. Miss, your Shanzhong acupoint is difficult to find even for immortals. Why should I ask for trouble? Sigh. Miss, why did you hit people? Miss, I was wrong. Miss, why did you miss the 3 back acupoints? The ancients said that the back acupoint is half the work. Shrinking the Zhen and opening the Xianxia is the main work. This shows that it is very important. In the end, it was the appearance of the supervisor, Wu Yuan, that helped Qin Pingon and Wan Xiu out of their predicament. The talkative youth with a mole between his eyebrows and the taciturn young dolly official left the blacksmith's shop side by side. Qin Pingon and Wan Xiu sat at the mouth of the well. Wan Xiu glanced at the backs of the two people and said softly, "The older one is an official. The one beside us just now I am not sure. I also did not feel anything strange. Maybe he is the young man's page boy. Many big families outside have such study companions." Qin Pingon nodded. Wan Qiong walked to the side of the well with a straight face and said, "Qin Pingon, come with me." Qin Pingon stood up blankly. Miss Wan had said that her father had agreed to lend him money, but he would have to wait for about 10 days. Did he go back on his word? The girl in green felt a little guilty and followed behind Qin Pingon. Wan Qiong sat on the bamboo chair and let Qin Pingon sit on the chair that Wu Yuan had sat on before. Wan Xiu coughed and said with a smile, "Father, these 2 chairs were made by Qin Pingon. They are not bad, right?" Wan Qiong said with a dark face, "I am talking business with Qin Pingon. Xiu, don't interrupt." Qin Pingon quickly sat up straight. "Master Wan, please speak." Wan Qiong took out a handful of silver from his sleeve. It was about 3 or 4 taels. "Go to the small town's dragon riding alley and buy a pot of good peach blossom spring wine for father. Use the rest of the money to buy some pastries." Wan Xiu was a little unwilling. Wan Qiong pretended to put away the silver. "Then go to the sword casting room and watch the furnace. It will be finished in 2 hours." Wan Xiu snatched the money and ran. After his daughter ran far away, Wan Qiong asked directly, "Qin Pingon, do you have 3 bags of gold and copper coins?" Qin Pingon's expression was normal. He nodded and said, "Yes." Wan Qiong seemed to like the youth's honesty. His expression improved a little. "There is no other small-town citizen like you who has 3 bags of gold and copper coins on hand. Even among the 4 families and 10 clans in Fulu Street's Peachleaf Alley, the Song family has at most 2 bags. Most of them only have 1 bag. In addition, there are 8 small families in the small town that have used their family treasures to exchange for a bag of gold and copper coins. Basically, all of the valuable old items in the small town have been sold. Now there are about 7 or 8 items left and they are in good condition. In the future there will be more and more outsiders in the small town. Of course your life will not be in danger. The reason why I am being so frank with you is because I hope that you will make good use of the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Don't let them rot in your hands and don't casually use them. Before me, the small town would open its doors once every 60 years. About 20 to 30 people would enter the small town, and they would be free to search for opportunities. From now on, there will be no such rule. It will become more and more like a normal small town in Dali. Therefore, your 3 bags of gold and copper coins are particularly eye-catching. In the end, it will cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. I am a person who is afraid of trouble. When the time comes, I will inevitably stand up for you. However, I, Wan Qiong, find it embarrassing to deal with a bunch of brats every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, I will give you a suggestion. Whether you want to listen or not, you can decide for yourself. Before I give you my suggestion, let me make it clear to you in advance. Now is the time when the gold and copper coins are most valuable, but not everyone can spend them. Besides the 4 major families, I am afraid that the 10 major families are no exception. Because Emperor Dali intends to open all the 61 forbidden mountains except for the cloud-splitting mountain and sell them to the major forces and sects that are on good terms with Dali. The price of these 61 mountains varies according to their size. The reason why the outside world is scrambling for them is that now that the great formation of Pearl Cave has been broken, it has been reduced to an existence similar to a blessed land. Although the spiritual energy has been sharply reduced, it is still much more than ordinary mountains. It is not inferior to the mountains guarded by the orthodox mountain gods. Moreover, Emperor Dali has promised to confer a mountain god, 3 mountain gods and a river god. With so many mountain and river gods guarding this place, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles will still be prosperous and full of spiritual energy after 60 years. Therefore, the business of buying the mountains now is a sure win. Qin Pingon asked, "What if I buy the mountains today and die tomorrow? What will happen?" This question hit the nail on the head. Wan Tong revealed a smile for the first time. First of all, as long as you work honestly in the small town and behave yourself, you will certainly not die suddenly for no reason. For example, if the mountain-moving ape comes to trouble you again, there is no need to worry about whether the town is broken or not. What Qi Jingchun needs to worry about, I don't need to worry about. What Qi Jingchun wants to abide by, I also don't need to worry about. Therefore, I can help you settle it because at this point it is a reasonable thing to do. Secondly, the Dali imperial court sold the mountains cheaply in order to earn incense from people outside Dali. It is a loss. After agreeing to buy any mountain within 300 years, even if the buyer dies and has no heir to inherit the mountain, Dali will not take back the mountain without permission and will let it be abandoned. Lastly, I will be the first to get 3 mountains this time. The feng shui will definitely be the best. If you can get a few mountains later, we can be neighbors. If you are unable to open up the mountains to earn money, even if you only borrow the mountains from me for 500 years, you will be able to get dividends every year and enjoy the fruits of your labor. It will be the same for your descendants. This was the riches and honor of a small stream. Many aristocratic families dreamed of it. Wan Tong did not bother to boast, so he did not expose it. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Master Wan, what is the approximate price of those mountains?" Wan Tong said casually, "The smallest mountain is all alone. Dali Imperial Court named it Jinju Mountain. The bidding price is 1 gold fine copper coin, but it must be winter jasper coin." Qin Pingon was surprised. "Only 1? Wan Qing laughed and said, "It's not a big place. It's called a mountain, but in fact it's not even close to the word peak. It's just a small hill. 1 winter jasmine coin is not worth it. This is because Dali really can't bid half a gold essence copper coin." Qin Pingon muttered, "It is only 1 copper coin. No matter how small the mountain is, it will belong to us for 500 years. No matter how you think about it, it is worth it." Wan Tong continued, "Mid-level mountains such as Xuanli Mountain, Dian Mountain and Lotus Lamp Peak are estimated by Dali to be around 10 to 15 gold fine copper coins. The largest Small Mountain Range and the other 2 mountains, Dry Spring Mountain Range, Burning Incense Mountain Range and Spiritual Beauty Mountain Range, all cost 25 to 30 gold fine copper coins. This is because there is no one bidding. In the end, what Dali wants is not the bags of gold essence, but the 4 families and 10 clans as well as their various connections in the eastern bottle continent. He hopes that the real money bags behind them will come out and take the initiative to contact Dali." Qin Pingon frowned. "Master Wan, then won't I be in the limelight by taking such a big advantage at this time? Won't people hate me?" Wan Tong laughed. You also have a backer. It is far away but close at hand. Qin Pingon scratched his head and did not immediately agree. Wan Tong was not angry at the Firegrass Shoes youth for not knowing what was good for him. Instead he said with relief, "Not bad, you did not get carried away. After you go back to Mud Bottle Alley, think about it carefully and try to give me an answer tomorrow. If you wait too long there will be changes. I am not bluffing you, it is the truth." After Qin Pingon left the blacksmith shop and walked to the stone arch bridge, he still had not recovered from the shock. The youth used to imagine his future days when he had money. For example, he could eat meat buns and candied haws every few days. He could decorate his courtyard with spring festival couplets, door gods and the word fortune. He could repair his ancestral house like a house. When he visited his parents' graves he could bring a pot of good wine, a bag of pastries and so on. Qin Pingon never thought that one day he would be able to own one or even several mountains. 76. When Qin Pingon approached the stone arch bridge he swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move forward. After some hesitation he continued to go up along the stream. When he reached the narrowest part of the stream he ran up and jumped over it. Only then did he walk to the back of the green ox. Qin Pingon didn't know that his detour had caused him to miss Wan Xiao. The girl in green was carrying a pot of peach blossom spring wine as she dashed across the bridge. This time when she was buying wine in the small town, she lowered her head and walked quickly past the shop. She was afraid that her soul would be stolen by those dazzling pastries because she wanted to start accumulating her private savings. Qin Pingon first went to Zhou Xian's house. He lit the oil lamp and walked around the house with the lamp. After making sure that there was nothing missing he turned off the lamp and locked the door, returning to Mud Bottle Alley. After passing by the old house with a hole in it, Qin Pingon was relieved. The burden on his shoulders was still there, but it was much lighter than when he left Mud Bottle Alley. Qin Pingon could not help but feel happy. The feeling of having money in his pocket was not bad. Qin Pingon had only seen small pieces of silver in his life. He had never seen heavy silver ingots, let alone gold, which was as rare as the gods. Qin Pingon returned to his ancestral house. After opening the door he ran to make sure that the courtyard door was really locked. After returning to the house he carefully lit the oil lamp. The dim yellow light reflected on the cold yellow mud wall. Qin Pingon took out 3 money bags from the clay jar at the foot of the wall. There were spring coin, provision coin and victory coin. There were 25 gold copper coins, 26 coins and 28 coins respectively. In total there were 79 copper coins. Ning Yao had roughly explained that these copper coins were an extension of the secular way of spending money. The reason why they were so valuable was that they were rare. Of course, the main reason was that foreigners needed copper coins as a token to enter the town. As for the origin of this unwritten rule, it was a long time ago. Ning Yao was not a native of eastern Baoping continent, so she naturally could not tell the truth. Qin Pingon took out one of each of the 3 types of copper coins and placed it on the table. The winter jasmine was carved with the words, "Auspicious New Year." It was hollowed out and carved with auspicious clouds. There was an armored deity beating a drum. The victory coin was carved with the 5 poisons, the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko and toad. The back, in addition to the words "evil warding off in heaven," there was a pattern of a turtle and snake wrapped around a sword. The front of the provision coin was carved with the words, "works with sincerity," and the back, "deities above." There was no exquisite pattern and the style was the most simple. Qin Pingon picked up a spring coin and looked at it repeatedly. It was hard for the youth to imagine that such a small copper coin could buy the entire Zhengzhou mountain. Qin Pingon knew about the so-called small hill that Master Wan mentioned. When Old Man Yao first brought him to the mountains to find soil, they went to the top of Zhengzhou mountain. The soil could be divided into different types such as weight, fertility and many other types. What was more complicated was that one had to identify which type of soil was naturally close to water, fire, metal and wood. There were many ways to do so. Qin Pingon only learned most of Old Man Yao's knowledge of eating soil. At that inconspicuous Zhengzhou mountain, Old Man Yao stomped his feet, then lowered his head and said to Qin Pingon who was digging the soil there. The smell of soil was the most abundant here, but unfortunately the place was too small. It was similar to a person huddling in a corner. If one stuck their head out they would bump their head, and if one stretched their legs they would bump their feet. Qin Pingon gently put down the spring coin and picked up the victory coin. However, he quickly put it down. The youth's face was somewhat gloomy. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the 5 poisons appeared together. The youth's birthday just happened to be on this day. Song Jisun from next door had even said that there were many places outside that saw children born on this day as inauspicious. There was a custom of drowning children directly in the river. Qin Pingon shook his head and picked up the last piece of the allowance. Then he wrote a few simple words. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered something. When he first met Miss Ning, Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian, he remembered that when they entered the small town's gate, each of them had to hand over a bag of copper coins to the gatekeeper. Then in the end, whose hands did these copper coins end up in? Did they end up in the personal pockets of the Dali dynasty's emperor? Qin Pingon sighed. He did not want to think about the question that he could not figure out even if he cracked his head. He began to calculate in his heart. Master Wan said that a small mountain like Xinzhu Mountain only needed 1 spring coin. A medium mountain like Xianli Mountain and Lotus Lamp Peak would need about 10 to 15 copper coins. A large mountain like Dry Spring Mountain and Burning Incense Mountain would need about 25 to 30 copper coins. Qin Pingon actually only needed to ponder a little before he understood the meaning behind Master Ruan's words. Firstly, the Dali dynasty respected Master Wan a lot, so they gave him 3 mountains for free. Secondly, since Master Wan wanted to establish a sect, it would be best if the 3 mountains were connected together and adjacent to each other. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate to have one on the east and one on the west. This was probably where the imperial court was smart. They knew that Master Wan would not pick the 3 most valuable mountains, so they pretended to be very generous. In the end, Qin Pingon naturally had to follow Master Wan to choose a mountain. Of course, Qin Pingon felt that he could choose 1 or 2 smaller mountains elsewhere. For example, Xinzhu Mountain would be very suitable. A small mountain that no one cared about, but Qin Pingon especially cared about it. No matter how small a mountain was, it was still a whole mountain. Moreover, it was only 1 copper coin. Qin Pingon felt that he had to take this small mountain into his pocket. It was not that Qin Pingon was not interested in the most expensive mountains that Master Wan had mentioned, the Dry Spring Mountain, Xianxia Mountain and Fragrant Volcano. He would strive to buy a big mountain that was not as good as them, but not by much. He estimated that he would spend at most a bag of gold fine copper coins, then buy some small mountains similar to Xinzhu Mountain, and try to spend about 10 copper coins. The rest would be used to bet with Master Wan. After he picked the 3 mountains, Qin Pingon would buy them nearby and buy again and buy with all his might. As for the unknown mountain that had the dragon beheading platform, Qin Pingon had completely given up. He warned himself that he must not touch it. Even if no one knew about it, Qin Pingon would not buy such a great opportunity in front of him. Now there were guests coming from all over the town. It was no longer the small cave that was sealed off to the outside world. Even Qin Pingon could walk down the hundreds of miles of mountain roads. In the future, who would be able to stop the footsteps of, let alone those immortals flying around on long swords in the sky? However, before he paid for the mountain, Qin Pingon planned to personally go into the mountain again. Qin Pingon would feel uncomfortable spending so much money without knowing what he had bought beforehand. Even if he knew that it was a profitable business with little capital. This was actually because he was used to hardships. Qin Pingon now had 8 snake gallstones that had not faded at all. The rest of the snake gallstones were hidden in his house and Lu Xianyang's house. There were many of them. He did not know if it was because he had escaped from the stream early on. Although the color and gloss had faded to different degrees and they did not look as bright and comfortable as when they came out of the water, they more or less still had some spiritual energy. This kind of inexplicable feeling was like the first time Qin Pingon saw Gukin in Clay Bottle Alley or Li Baoping in Fulu Street. He felt that they must be smart and clever children. Qin Pingon put away the 3 bags of gold fine copper coins and put them back into the clay pot. Qin Pingon had a headache when he thought about asking Master Wan for leave to enter the mountain again. Old Man Yao was like this and so was Master Wan. Qin Pingon suspected that he did not have any affinity with elders, especially with masters. Qin Pingon went to the corner and squatted beside the basket. He stared at the beheading dragon platform inside and reached out to touch the delicate texture of the black stone. It was slightly cold to the touch. He was very curious about how such an inconspicuous stone could be related to Miss Ning, who was an immortal who stepped on a sword. He could not imagine how sharp a sword could be made by the beheading dragon platform. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered something and took out the 5 locust tree leaves. The red cotton-padded jacket girl had picked up 8 leaves from the old locust tree. Qin Pingon had given her 3 leaves as a reward. Qin Pingon carefully looked at the locust tree leaves. They looked thin but were actually quite tough. It was a pity that they had lost the green luster that flowed along the veins of the leaves. Qin Pingon guessed that it was probably the so-called ancestral blessing. Only at some nodes, there would be a little bit of green luster remaining. Qin Pingon carefully placed the 5 locust tree leaves into the mountain shaking fist manual. After Qin Pingon finished, he went out and began to practice the stances in the yard. The neighbors on the left and right had moved away one after another. Qin Pingon quickly immersed himself in the stance, completely forgetting himself. His fist intent flowed like a stream. Miss Ning Yao had said that practicing 1,000,000 times was only the beginning of martial arts. Qin Pingon was not willing to be lazy. He inadvertently thought of the red ink characters on the wooden figurine and the legendary Qi Palace that allowed air to flow in and out. His entire body felt comfortable and hot. Qin Pingon squatted in front of the locust tree branch. He felt that it would be no problem to make a wooden sword, but it would be more difficult to make two. Qin Pingon first moved the locust tree branch outside the house, then took the hatchet used to carve a path into the mountain. He was ready to make a wooden sword for himself. However, when Qin Pingon sat on the threshold with the hatchet, he was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he put the hatchet back. He felt that the locust tree should not be regarded as just an old tree. After all, Mr. Qi and the locust tree had a conversation. Therefore, the locust tree branch in front of him made Qin Pingon feel a little awkward. Qin Pingon put the locust tree branch back at the foot of the wall again. He found that he really did not feel sleepy, so he left the courtyard. After locking the door, he walked all the way out of the mud bottle lane. He unexpectedly came to the stone arch bridge. Thinking that he could not always jump over the river in the future, he gritted his teeth and walked onto the stone bridge. He sat on the stone slab in the middle again, his feet hanging over the stream. Qin Pingon was a little nervous. He looked down at the quiet water and murmured, "Whether you are an immortal or a monster, we should have no grudge against each other. If you really have something to tell me, don't tell me in my dreams. I am here now, you can just tell me." 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 hours. Except for a little cold, Qin Pingon did not feel anything strange. Qin Pingon put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet and looked into the distance. When he was very young, he was very curious about where the stream ended. Qin Pingon was in a daze. Lu Xianyang, Gu Qin, Miss Ning, Mr. Qi and Old Man Yao were all gone. Qin Pingon had never been so rich. But the teenager had never been so lonely. On the other side of the stone bridge where the teenager with straw sandals had his back, there was a tall figure in snow-white clothes. He looked like an immortal and a ghost. He also put his hands on the stone slab, shook his feet in the air and looked up at the sky. However, even Old Yang and Ruan Tan did not notice this scene, let alone Qin Pingon, who had started talking to himself. 77. After Ruan Xiu ran back to the blacksmith shop, she found her father sitting alone on the bamboo chair under the eaves. She handed the pot of wine to him and then sat on the other chair. "Father, have you finished your discussion?" Wang Jiao opened the wine pot. He didn't drink it. He just sniffed it and felt a headache. It was indeed peach blossom spring roast, but it didn't cost 2 taels of silver. It was the cheapest peach blossom spring roast that only cost 8 taels of silver. Wang Jiao caught a glimpse of his daughter, who had a guilty conscience. Her hands were twisting the corners of her clothes and her eyes were wandering. She was obviously afraid that he would expose her. Wang Jiao sighed in his heart and had to pretend that he didn't notice anything. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He was really depressed and sullen. The man slowly said, "Yes, it was all right. I'll send someone to the brothel affairs office to find the Dali official named Wu Yuan and get the old and new maps of mountains and rivers. When Qin Pingon comes back to his senses, he will ask me for them." Wan Xiu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She smiled and said, "Oh." She stretched her legs out and comfortably leaned against the smooth and cool back of the small bamboo chair. Wan Jiao thought that he was going to open the situation here. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The omen was good, so he was in a good mood. It was rare for him to say something good about Qin Pingon. The boy in Mud Bottle Alley is simple, but he is not stupid. Wan Xiu smiled happily and said, "Father, that's called great wisdom appearing stupidity. Do you know?" Wan Jiao smiled and didn't say anything. The man just cursed in his heart. "What the hell do you mean by great wisdom appearing stupidity?" Wan Jiao looked at the stream in the distance. He held the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers and shook it gently. "There are some things that I can't tell him directly. I don't want him to think too much and make a fool of himself. When you see him tomorrow you tell him." Wan Xiu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Wan Ting was silent for a moment. He picked up the flagon and took a sip of the strong liquor. Then he said, "Tell him not to dream about Dragon Spine Mountain. Even some people in the upper 5 realms who have no background may not dare to ask for it. Wind Snow Temple and Martial Arts Mountain spent a lot of effort to get such a big piece of dragon beheading platform. Plus, with my father's current status, they barely managed to get it. There are still many people who are secretly jealous." Of course, there was no need to explain these twists and turns to Chen Pingon. Just tell him directly. There was no need to think too much about Dragon Spine Mountain. Second, this time Dali Imperial Court sold the mountains at a low price. After all, there are only 60 mountains in total. Qin Pingon can only buy 5 mountains at most. If he buys more, it will be difficult for me to protect him and his mountains. Third, I have just made up my mind to ask Dali for the 3 mountains with Xianxia Mountain as the main mountain. When you ask Qin Pingon to check the map, pay attention to the mountains around Xianxia Mountain, Candlelight Mountain and Hengming Peak. I am not an unreasonable person. I won't ask him to buy all the mountains nearby. He only needs to take out half of the gold coins. Anyway, if he is really smart, he will buy more mountains around your father's 2 mountains and 1 peak. That is the right way to go. Finally, you can tell him that if he can keep a few copper coins, he can buy a few shops in the town. I guess there will be a lot of good shops that will change hands. Because many of the people in the town who have connections outside will move out, the price will definitely not be expensive. At most it will be 1 copper coin. Wan Xiu asked tentatively, "Father, why don't you buy the shops that are used to save money? Didn't you put away my 2 bags of copper coins? How about you give me 1 back first? Just 1. How about it?" Wan Qiong was so angry that he put on a fake smile and said, "Don't even think about the copper coins that I saved up. I advise you to give up. Oh right, you can ask Qin Pingon to pay for it. Right now he is the richest person in our town." Wan Xiu said without hesitation, "How can I do that? He's poor. He has to borrow a dozen taels of silver from others." The corner of Wan Qiong's mouth twitched. He could not help but turn his head and ask, "Oh, father's money is not money. Only Qin Pingon is?" Wan Xiu laughed and said, "I am not familiar with him." Wan Qiong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Not familiar? If you are not familiar, can you go against your conscience and let your father drink this kind of rotten wine and then fill your own pockets just to lend money to that bastard? Daughter, how familiar do you think is considered familiar?" Wan Qiong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of the bland liquor and stood up. "In any case, father has said everything that needs to be said. You choose some things to say and tell Qin Pingon tomorrow." The man strode away. In fact, even if one used their buttocks to think, they would know that their daughter would say everything that should be said and what should not be said tomorrow. The more Wan Qiong thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He could not scold his daughter and he could not hit that bastard who was digging in the corner with a hoe. The man could only curse his mother in a low voice and walk to an empty space with no one around. He threw away the empty wine jug that no matter how disgusting it was, he could not drink it. His figure rose from the ground and in the blink of an eye he landed in front of the shop that sold peach blossoms in the small town. At this time the shop was of course closed for business. He knocked hard on the door and soon, a woman sleepily got up from the backyard to open the door. She cursed, saying things like, "You are in a hurry to be reincarnated, drinking in the middle of the night. Why don't you drink urine and not spend money? You dare to knock on a widow's door at night. Aren't you afraid that I will break your 3 legs?" He was not polite at all. Wan Qiong stood at the door with a gloomy face and did not say a word. After seeing that it was the blacksmith shop's master Wan, the woman took advantage of the moonlight and glanced at the middle-aged man's muscular arm. Suddenly her face changed. Her charming eyes were like silk and she passionately pulled the man's arm. It was really as hard as iron. The woman who had been dry for a long time smiled more and more eagerly. When she led the way, she stumbled and almost fell into the man's arms. Unfortunately, The blacksmith did not understand her feelings and gently held her shoulder. Old Yang took a deep puff of his pipe, but in the end he only spat out an extremely fine wisp of smoke. Moreover, it quickly dissipated between heaven and earth without a sound. The cultivator, who looked like a delicate and pretty young man, still had his hands in his sleeves, but his sleeves moved slightly. He seemed to be making gestures with his 10 fingers. Master Wan sighed heavily. For my sake, the two of you should let it go. Otherwise, if the three of us fight, do you really want to destroy this area? The young man immediately took his hands out of his sleeves and raised them high. He was very suspicious of changing his mind according to the wind. He smiled and said, I have no problem. Old Yang sniffed. 2 wisps of imperceptible purple smoke quickly flew into the old man's nose. The old man sneered and said, You know a lot. The young man reached out and pinched his nose. Not too much, not too little. For example, I only know that I should call you Qing. Mr. First, not Mr. Yang. The young man deliberately left out a word. It was not a joke or fun, but at the moment when he was about to blurt out the word, he really felt the old man's killing intent. It was resolute and decisive, so he chose to take a step back temporarily. The young man leaned back and said with a smile, Let's part ways here. I hope we won't meet again. The road of the sun, the bridge of a single log, or the gate of hell. Let's go our own way and show each of our abilities. The young man in green who fell back disappeared without a trace. Wan Qing said in a low voice, He might be in the upper 5 realms. Old Yang sneered and said, Don't make a fuss. You Wan Qing are also in the upper 5 realms. No matter how small the eastern Aquarius continent is, it is still one of the 9 continents. Not to mention the 11th and 12th floors, even the Qi refinement warriors of the 13th floor have a chance to appear. Wan Qing was not relaxed. He shook his head and said, After all, I have just ascended to the 11th floor. My realm is not stable yet. Although I am from the military school and am good at attacking and killing, but... The old man shook his head and turned to leave. He held the pipe in his hand and puffed out smoke. You should be content. There are more than 10 million cultivators in the world. Cultivators from the 10th floor are already rare, let alone those from the upper 5 realms. In the end, you are afraid of that person, but that person is also afraid of you. Porcelain clashing with jade, both of you are actually guilty. Wan Qing thought about it and agreed. He was not the kind of person to get into a dead end. He might as well not bother about the background of that strange young man. It would be best if both parties could mind their own business. Harmony breeds wealth. With a loud bang, Wan Cheng's figure soared into the sky. After reaching the sea of clouds, he quickly fell to the bank of the stream. Old Yang, who was leisurely walking back to the small town, smiled. Young people are full of vigor. A young man in green walked in the alley of the small town and muttered, There is a night curfew, a night watchman, and a market. There are many things waiting to be done. Our district magistrate is going to be busy. The delicate and pretty young man with a mole between his eyebrows gently twirled a bunch of old keys and walked into an alley called Erlang Alley. It was next to Apricot Blossom Alley. It was said that there were 2 powerful people in this alley, but who they were and what they did no one could say. Over time it became a topic for the old people to talk about under the old locust tree. Now that the old locust tree had fallen, the town's popularity seemed to have decreased a lot. The children did not feel much, but the young people felt that their horizons were broadened. It was good to have a large open space. Only the nostalgic old people would occasionally sigh. There were no rich people living in Erlang Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. It was not enough to compare to the rich, but it was more than enough to compare to the poor. For example, the people near Mud Bottle Alley could not raise their heads when they saw the people in these 2 alleys. Granny Ma and her grandson Ma Kushuan lived in Apricot Blossom Alley. In the small town, their family was considered to be very well off. The young man stopped at the door of a house. There were 2 new painted door gods on the door. The young man looked up at one of the silver-armored door gods holding a short halberd. It was majestic, with 1 leg up and a golden rooster standing on 1 leg. The young man smiled and said, Returning home in silk clothes is nothing more than this. The young man opened the door and entered. It was a small but exquisite house. There was a square patio above his head and a pool on the ground. The ventilation was excellent. There was a beauty lounge on the 2nd floor, suitable for stargazing at night and snow in winter. The young man was very satisfied and muttered, Not bad, not bad. It's a good place to cultivate. The young man moved a carved wooden chair and sat next to the pool. He shook his sleeves and a large pile of broken porcelain slid out. The pieces were as big as a fist and as small as a grain of rice. There were countless pieces. In the end it was full. It was estimated that a basket would not be able to hold them. All of them were suspended above the pool under the patio. This move was worthy of the name heaven and earth in one's sleeves. The young man looked around, rubbed his eyebrows and said to himself, "Where should I start?" Finally, he saw the most eye-catching piece of red porcelain. With a slight movement of his mind, it flew out of the pile of porcelain and quietly stopped in the air a foot in front of him. After that, pieces of porcelain flew out from the small mountain and came to the young man. Then he gently placed them somewhere. It was like piecing together a piece of porcelain. The next day at the blacksmith shop, Xiao gave Qin Pingon 2 maps. One was old and yellowed. On the map there were undulating mountains, but the names of the mountains were A1, B3 and so on. On the new map, which was still suffused with the fragrance of ink, there were also names such as Dragon Spine Mountain, Zhou Mountain and Xianxia Mountain, which were not so boring. Finally, there was an additional Longquan County of Great Li. Xiao pointed at the names of the places and mountains and explained and introduced them to Qin Pingon one by one. Finally, she reminded him, although the 2 maps only look like a fingernail offset, when you enter the mountains, you will find that there may be a gap of several miles. Because when Dragon Pearl Cave fell on the ground of Dali, the ground shook violently. Some of the mountains that were not firmly rooted collapsed at that time. At the same time, there will be many accidents on the road ahead. You must be careful. Qin Pingon carefully put away the 2 maps and finally carried a basket on his back. It was similar to the last time when he brought Qin Dui and the others into the mountains. He apologized to Xiao. "This time I will try to walk to the area of Tiandang Mountain and Hengming Peak on the map. I estimate that it will take at least half a month and at most a month to return here." Xiao whispered, "So long? Then how will the food you brought be enough?" Qin Pingon held back his laughter. "I am used to living in the mountains. I can eat all kinds of wild animals and fruits. I can also find them. I promise that I will not starve myself." Xiao nodded and smiled. "My father promised to lend you more than 10 taels of silver. After you leave the mountains I will definitely give it to you." Qin Pingon thought about it and decided to tell the truth. "Miss Ruan, don't make yourself suffer. I can find a way to get the money. You can't really persist for 10 days to half a month and not eat the snacks of the shop, right?" Xiao's face turned red. She did not understand how he knew the truth. Qin Pingon was a little helpless. He smiled and did not speak. He thought that with Master Ruan's bad temper, it would be strange if he was willing to lend him money. So it was not that he had a good eye, but "Miss Ruan, your concealment was not good enough." Qin Pingon saw that she was a little disappointed and quickly comforted her. "Miss Ruan, I appreciate your kindness." "Thank you." Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly said, "I will send you off." Qin Pingon had already left in large strides. He turned his head and waved his hand. "No need. I am very familiar with the road. I can walk with my eyes closed." The ponytailed girl softly said, "Oh." Then she waved goodbye to him. After Qin Pingon walked out of the shop of the Ruan family, he followed the stream and ran upstream. Qin Pingon was not interested in the few mountains near the town. Although they were not big and the prices were not expensive, he did not want to buy them here. It was too close to the town and he could not be in the limelight. Moreover, Master Wan had said a few words before. True Earth Mountain, Yuanmu Peak, and a few other peaks. The foundations of the mountains were originally not bad. Unfortunately, after so many years, almost all of them had been hollowed out. Therefore they were just a few embroidered pillows. He had to keep going west until he reached the Zhengzhou Mountain. Qin Pingon walked for an entire day and night. During this time he only rested for less than 4 hours. Finally he climbed to the top of a small hill. He took a deep breath. His lungs were filled with the fragrance of the wild grass. The straw sandals youth puffed out his chest and heavily stomped his feet. He heroically said, "This is mine." 78. 5 days had passed and the sun was setting in the west. Qin Pingon had finally climbed the Turtle Head Peak on the new map of the government. Within a radius of 10 li, this peak stood out and towered into the clouds. Qin Pingon gnawed on a hard dry biscuit and sat on the branch of an old pine tree that stretched out over the cliff. The cool breeze blew, causing the hair on the young man's temples to flutter. The wicker basket had already been placed under the tree. Qin Pingon was not brave enough to climb a tree with a wicker basket on his back. In the past, the young man had only regarded climbing as an arduous task and always wanted to follow Old Man Yao's footsteps. Unlike now, when he was tired, he would stop and take a good look at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance. Moreover, many of the sceneries that made Qin Pingon gasp in amazement belonged to the mountains that were sealed off by the Dali imperial court. The young man could only follow the taciturn old man and take a detour. The Turtle Head Peak was one of them. Along the way, Qin Pingon saw many unfamiliar and magnificent scenes. There were layers upon layers of waterfalls that hung a small rainbow after the rain. The young man seemed to be able to reach out and hug it and bring it home for his collection. There were tens of thousands of birds that gathered on the steep cliff, strung together like snow-white curtains hanging on the wall. There was a dangerous peak with only one steep path leading to the top. Finally, he suddenly stepped into a large stone platform. His vision suddenly opened up and he could not help but hold his breath. At night, the young man put on a shirt and fell asleep with his back against the wicker basket. It was as if he could hear the whispers of the immortals in the sky. After trekking for 3 days, Qin Pingon finally arrived at the Xianxia mountain that Master Wan had mentioned. In the two directions of the north and west, separated by about 10 li, there was the Tiandeng mountain and the Hengming peak respectively. They formed a triangle with the Xianxia peak like 3 giants standing on each side. According to the map, there were 5 mountains of various sizes within 100 miles of this one peak and 2 mountains. The smaller ones were the Iridescent Clouds Peak and the Immortal Grass Mountain, while the larger ones were the Lampwick Platform, the Yellow Lake Mountain and the Treasure Perch Mountain. Before Qin Pingon came to the Xianxia mountain, he had been to the Immortal Grass Mountain and the Lampwick Dais. The Immortal Grass Mountain was only slightly bigger than the Jinzhu Mountain. Although the mountain was shorter, the vegetation was exceptionally lush and there were many towering trees. As for the Yellow Lake Mountain, it should be because there was a small lake halfway up the mountain. From afar the lake was yellowish, but from close up, it was extremely clear. However, apart from this small lake, Qin Pingon felt that the Yellow Lake Mountain was much worse than the Xianxia mountain under his feet. Qin Pingon spent the next 4 days wandering around the Spiritual Grace Mountain's Hengming Peak and finally chose 3 peaks: Immortal Grass Mountain, Treasure Stem Mountain and Rosy Clouds Peak. Immortal Grass Mountain was small, Treasure Stem Mountain was large and Rosy Clouds Peak was tall. Out of the 3, the Treasure Book Mountain took Qin Pingon the most time. It could really be said that the clouds were deep, the mountains were high and the rivers were long. Among the many mountains that Qin Pingon had visited, its scale was second only to the Cloud-Covering Mountain and the Spiritual Grace Mountain. However, Qin Pingon was somewhat puzzled. The Treasure Perch Mountain was such a large territory and it was also close to the Hengming Peak. Moreover, even a layman like Qin Pingon could feel the beautiful scenery of this mountain. Why didn't Master Wan give up the Lampwick Mountain and choose the Treasure Perch Mountain? Qin Pingon estimated that the 3 peaks that he had chosen would cost him about 45 gold essence copper coins. For the remaining 35 gold essence copper coins, 1 winter jasmine coin would be used for the Jinzhu Mountain. There would be a total of 34 gold essence copper coins left, which was enough for Qin Pingon to generously buy a real big mountain. After all, Master Wan had said that even the Dry Spring Mountain Range, the Burning Incense Mountain Range and the Spiritual Grace Mountain Range were only 25 to 30 gold essence copper coins. Master Wan had also revealed a heavenly secret, saying that in the future within a radius of 1,000 miles, the Dali Imperial Court would confer 1 mountain great god, 3 mountain deities and 1 river deity. Wan Xiu had also explained in detail the next day. The so-called mountain deity was a suitable candidate chosen by the court's Ministry of Rights. It could be a local famous historical figure or a meritorious general who had died in battle. Then Emperor Dali would recognize and appoint him as the mountain deity. He would use a special red brush to officially write the mountain and river genealogy records. After a ceremony of burning incense and offering sacrifice, the implication was that he was the Son of Heaven, who was patrolling the mortal world on behalf of the heavens. After that, Qintianjian would make the golden note and jade spy and hand it to the imperial tutor to write the imperial edict himself. Then he would send someone to bury it at the foot of the mountain. Finally, the government would ask someone to create a golden clay statue and enshrine it in the mountain deity temple. That mountain deity would have the right to openly enjoy the people's incense, protect the creatures in the mountain range, and suppress, subdue, or expel all kinds of ghosts and otherworldly items that crossed the border. Qin Pingon didn't have extravagant hopes that there would be a mountain deity guarding the 3 mountains near the spiritual grace mountain that he had chosen. Instead, he placed his hope on the big mountain that cost the most money. In this way, the main family business would be protected by Master Yuan for the next 300 years. If he could invite a mountain deity to guard the lonely mountain far away from here, it would undoubtedly make Qin Pingon feel more relieved. As for the small Zhengzhou mountain that was only worth 1 winter jasmine coin, it was estimated that other than Qin Pingon, no one would take a fancy to it. At this time, Qin Pingon was sitting on the big rock cliff at the top of the iridescent cloud's peak. In front of him was a brand new map of Dolly's Dragon's Spring. The youth had already memorized the names and geographical locations of those mountains, but he still couldn't make up his mind to buy the last mountain. The straw sandals youth held his cheeks with both hands and frowned. His body gently swayed back and forth. The youth's thoughts wandered thousands of miles away. What could he do after buying the mountain? Qin Pingon actually didn't know in his heart. However, as long as he thought about how he would always be the nominal owner of those 5 mountains for the next 300 years, this in itself was already a very happy thing. He could first get a wife, start a family, and then pass it on to his children. In the future, his children would pass it on to their children. It turned out that although the matter of getting a wife wasn't an urgent matter, he still needed to think about it. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon, who was laughing foolishly, suddenly came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. Qin Pingon fell back. He was a little sleepy and wanted to take a short nap. After an unknown period of time, Qin Pingon opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. He could even dream in broad daylight. It turned out that this was the 3rd time he had bumped into that white-robed man. The first time was on the covered bridge, the second time was under the stone arch bridge, and this time was at the top of the mountain. The tall white-robed man bathed in the snow-white light this time was sitting cross-legged less than 2 feet away from Qin Pingon. However, Qin Pingon couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Qin Pingon felt that it wasn't a good idea to be so alarmed. He mustered up his courage and carefully opened his mouth to speak. "Senior." Smack. In the next moment, Qin Pingon felt as if he had been slapped in the face by a cow's tail when he was young. Qin Pingon, who seemed to have woken up from a dream, suddenly sat up and found that he was sitting in his original position. He looked around and didn't find anything strange. However, when he touched his cheek, it really did hurt. The youth couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. He could only scratch his head blankly. The moment the straw sandal boy appeared, the 2 men suddenly turned their eyes and stared at Qin Pingon, who appeared out of nowhere. Their hands were already on the hilts of their swords. Qin Pingon, who was carrying a basket of herbs, stood motionless. His expression was as usual. The young man had gone through 2 battles with Kai Xianxia and Fu Nanhua. He had been chased by the mountain guardian apes of Xingyang Mountain. Finally, he had to catch and kill Ma Kushuan, who was his age in the immortal tomb. His opponents were either high and mighty immortals or battle-hardened mutants of the great wilderness, or the lucky ones blessed by heaven. However, Qin Pingon still survived in the end. Therefore, the gloomy eyes of the 2 men with swords could make the townspeople tremble in fear, but they could not make Qin Pingon feel too emotional. However, Qin Pingon did not want to complicate matters. Just as he was about to walk to the shore and return to the town along the mountain path by the stream, he saw a young man who was surrounded by many people. The young man smiled and said something to the squire standing in the stream. The squire immediately let go of the hilt of his sword. The young man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. He was actually half a head taller than the 2 squires with swords. His skin was as fair as a woman's and his face was slightly feminine. He waved at Qin Pingon and changed into the local dialect of the town. With a gentle expression, he said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You can continue on your original path. We are not bad people." The dialect of the town was a little obscure, but Qin Pingon heard it clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Pingon smiled at the tall man and pointed to the shore, indicating that he would go ashore soon and would not disturb their conversation. Without waiting for the man to say anything, Qin Pingon made a few vigorous leaps and landed on the shore without any hesitation. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest path where the shade was getting thicker. The man who looked like a woman retracted his hand resentfully. The squires around him tried to hold back their laughter. The man said awkwardly, "That young herb gatherer has good skills. See, I told you that this place is full of outstanding people. So, don't complain that this place is not as prosperous as the capital. A small place has its own unique taste." It would have been better if he had not said it. The official's words immediately caused a burst of unrestrained laughter. The tall man was Wu Yuan, the god of fortune in the eyes of the people in the town. He was the supervisor of the kiln and also the first county magistrate of Longquan. Facing the ridicule of his subordinates, he was not angry. After sitting down, he continued the previous topic: Longquan County Office, Wenchong Pavilion, Martial Saint Temple and City God Temple. Just the plaques alone would need at least 15 or 16 pieces. His Majesty is happy that the Dragon Pearl Cave fell steadily this time and smoothly connected with Dali's territory. It maintained 70 to 80% of the geographical landscape and there was no big change. Therefore he was very happy and gave a plaque to Wenchong Pavilion with the words "Revisiting the old and learning the new." When Wu Yuan said this, an elegant young man smiled and said, "Sir Wu, didn't you ask His Majesty for a calligraphy piece for our county office?" Wu Yuan sighed and said, "Of course I did. How could I not ask?" But His Majesty did not agree. "What can I do? We can't blame His Majesty for this. After all, it's just a small county office. If His Majesty's golden pen imperial bestowal, how can so many county governors and provincial governors live? Do I still want to work in the officialdom in the future?" Everyone smiled knowingly. Wu Yuan comforted everyone. Fortunately, Mr. Liu and Grand Chancellor Qi of the Directorate have both agreed. When the time comes, they will send 2 sets of plaques to be hung in the county office and Martial Saint Temple respectively. The problem now is that Wenchong Pavilion still lacks 3 plaques and City God Temple also lacks 2 plaques. Why don't all of you think of a way? Do you really want me to pick up the brush myself? That's my earthworm-like calligraphy. Even my mister feels despair. Of course, if you don't find it embarrassing, I don't mind. The only chance in my life to make my calligraphy piece into a plaque has finally come. That young man with an extraordinary temperament thought for a moment. Then I'll write a letter to my grandfather. My grandfather has a good relationship with that reclusive Mr. Baiqiu. I'll see if I can think of a way to win glory for our Lord Wu. Wu Yuan patted his shoulder. Then I'll leave my face to you. If the plaque isn't enough, the county magistrate's face will be thrown to the ground and can't be picked up. At that time I'll hold you responsible. The young man's face stiffened. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. The rest of the colleagues who were around the same age all showed sympathetic expressions. Our Lord Wu's personality was famous for climbing up the pole. He dared to open the capital's largest dye factory just by giving him a little face. Do you dare to compete with him to see whose face is thicker? These young men who didn't have a strong official aura all had an official position that was popular in the northern dynasty of the eastern Bottle continent. They were secretaries. This official position was divided into civil and military officials. The civil secretary was like a strategist who would give advice to the chief strategist and solve problems. The military secretaries were the 2 muscular young men with golden sabers hanging from their waists. They served as the chief strategist's personal retainers and were responsible for the chief's safety. However, the position of secretaries belonged to the class of officials who weren't included in the imperial court. When the children of aristocratic families became officials, they were usually hired by their families to serve as civil and military secretaries. Of course, the imperial court also had a quota. The number of people could range from 2 to 20, and all of them could receive Dali's salary. Wu Yuan was from a poor family and couldn't afford to hire secretaries. These civil secretaries were all assigned by the imperial court. However, Longquan County was only a large county in Dali's territory. It wasn't even a county. Originally, only 1 civil and military secretary could be assigned to each. However, the 2 military secretaries who had golden sabers hanging from their sheaths were clearly Dali military experts who had obtained outstanding merits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to hang such sabers. In fact, the fact that Wu Yuan could be the first official of Longquan County in Dali was enough to explain many problems. The young county magistrate's teacher was Dali Imperial Tutor, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. His future father-in-law was a pillar of the state who had spent half his life on the battlefield of Dali. After joking, Wu Yuan said seriously, "These 4 buildings already have a lot of work. Moreover, the location of the Immortal's tomb and the old porcelain mountain were all perfunctorily handled by the sage Yuan Tutor and the 4 families and 10 clans gathered in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Obviously it won't be smooth from here on. However, the real big and troublesome thing is that the Ministry of Rites of the Imperial Court Qintianjian and the Academy will gather here to carry out the imperial bestowal of the God of Mountain and River. If it wasn't for the fact that the God of Mountain received too much resistance and made His Majesty hesitate, even His Majesty would come to our Longquan County in person." Wu Yuan saw that each of their faces was more serious than the other. She took out a dry biscuit and took a bite. She joked casually, "Whether the Temple of the God of Mountain can be built on the Padding Cloud Mountain in our territory and become the new North Peak of Dali is really not something we can interfere with. We are just small fish and shrimps in the county government. So, don't worry about the central officials while eating the dry biscuit. Let those officials in yellow and purple do what they want." The mood of the people around was slightly better. Wu Yuan silently nibbled on the dry biscuit. She hesitated for a moment and said vaguely, "There is a piece of news, both good and bad. After the fall of the Lu dynasty, how to settle the survivors of the perished country has always been a big problem. Our Longquan County will receive 5,000 to 10,000 felons. There will be all kinds of felons. Therefore, Dali's military will strictly supervise all the way and be responsible for the migration of these felons. For us, this move has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Longquan County finally has the embryonic form of a big county. The disadvantage is that it will make it more difficult for us, who are not familiar with the place, to start. We have to work hard to win over those local bullies who choose to stay in the town." The young man who was born in an aristocratic family but became a secretary asked, "Can we divide those big clans and govern them?" Wu Yuan shook her head without hesitation and said, "It's difficult. We've just arrived. Who's willing to believe us?" Wu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Instead of trying to be clever and alerting the enemy, it's better to take it slow. We've come to this place with an extremely complicated history. Naturally, all of you want to follow me to seek a bright future. However, we have to be clear about one thing. Only great trials under great difficulties can be exchanged for great wealth." After Qin Pingon left the mountain, he first went to the blacksmith shop. When he walked across the stone arch bridge, the youth put his palms together and walked quickly with his head lowered. His expression was extremely solemn and sincere as he muttered, "Old immortal, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't hit me. If you have any requests, you can come to me in my dreams at night. It's best if you don't do it in broad daylight. I'm really a little scared." Fortunately, when he reached the other end of the stone bridge, Qin Pingon was safe and sound. The youth immediately beamed with joy and went to find Master Wan and Wan Xiu. The youth did not know the taste of worry. Wan Chong was still entertaining Qin Pingon under the roof. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Wan Xiu stood behind her father, her face full of unconcealable joy. When Wan Chong saw the dust-covered youth carefully put the basket in front of him, he gently took out the cloth bag that contained the 2 maps of mountains and rivers from under the half-basket of herbs. When he handed it to him, he said guiltily, "When I was climbing Mount Lantern, the mountain path was blocked by a large waterfall. I found a place near the deep pool under the waterfall to hide the basket and built a small tree stand to block the wind and rain. I didn't expect that not long after I climbed to the top of the waterfall, it would rain heavily. The rain was really too heavy. When I hurried down, the tree stand had already collapsed. The basket and the cotton bag were soaked by the rain." Wan Chong opened the cloth bag and the butter paper and found that the 2 maps were almost in perfect condition. The damage was negligible. Besides, it was only 2 copies of the maps. Therefore, the Bureau of Kiln Affairs and the Longquan County government had no intention of taking them back. However, Wan Chong was not willing to comfort the youth with this truth. He glanced at the uneasy Qin Pingon standing in front of him and asked, "During a rainstorm climbing up and down the Longqia waterfall on Mount Lantern, are you courting death?" Qin Pingon smiled and did not speak. Wan Qiong waved his hand, indicating for the youth to sit back down and not be an eyesore standing in front of him. Qin Pingon sat back on the lovely emerald green bamboo chair. When he returned the 2 maps to Master Wan, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If he had not been afraid of ruining the 2 precious maps, he would have been able to save at least 3 or 4 days on this trip. Moreover, they had depended on each other for so long. The young man, who had always been nostalgic, actually felt a little reluctant to part with the 2 maps deep in his heart. Every time the weather was clear, Qin Pingon liked to choose a place with the widest field of vision and then spread out the 2 maps. He would raise his eyes to look at the mountains and rivers in the distance and then retract his gaze to look at the maps. For more than half a month, Qin Pingon had never felt so fulfilled. Wan Ting suddenly tossed the 2 maps to Qin Pingon. "The chair is not bad. I'll make 2 more later. The maps are your reward. I'll give them to you." Although Wan Ting still did not like this youth from Clay Bottle Alley, Wan Ting would not completely reject Qin Pingon because of this. Wan Ting could completely imagine the scene. In a torrential downpour, the thin youth burned with anxiety as he followed the waterfall down, only to look at the maps to be at ease. Of course, in Wan Ting's eyes, this kind of behavior was not heroic at all. On the contrary, it was very rigid and pedantic. To be honest, compared to this miserable young man, Wan Tong admired Song Jisun, the Prince of Great Li, who knew how to judge the situation at a young age, or Lu Xianyang, who was cheerful and had nothing to worry about. Even Ma Kuxuan, who showed off his ability, had a lot of redeeming qualities. Even Zhao Yao, who had been following Qi Jingchun since childhood, was not as rigid and unenlightened as Qin Pingon. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind and found an excuse to give the maps to Qin Pingon was because he was determined to draw a clear line between him and this youth. The blacksmith shop could accept him as a sword-forging apprentice, but he would definitely not become his first disciple. In the future he would follow his promise and protect the mountain he bought, but this kid would definitely not want to have anything to do with his daughter. In the end, Wan Ting did not look down on Qin Pingon because of his background. It was because their paths were different and they could not work together. Wan Ting's disciple had to be someone who walked the same path as him. The 2 of them were teachers and friends who could work together to create 1,000 years of prosperity for the sect. Therefore, it was extremely important for their temperament to be compatible. Qin Pingon naturally did not know that Master Ruan's thoughts had taken such a big detour. The youth only took the map and hugged it to his chest. He asked, "Will the supervisor at the yamen have any thoughts?" Wan Ting sneered. "At least for the next 60 years, I will be the emperor of this Longquan County. Therefore my rules are the most important." Wan Xiu muttered, "Father, how can there be someone who flatters himself like you?" Wan Ting turned a deaf ear to his daughter's understatement. He said to Qin Pingon in a deep voice, "Let's talk about business. Which 5 mountains did you choose in the end?" Qin Pingon subconsciously sat up straight. "Around the Xianxia mountain I chose 3 mountains: Treasure Stem Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain." Wan Ting nodded. "You have a good eye. Treasure Stem Mountain occupies a large area and ranks among the best of the 60 or so mountains. Moreover, it is not an empty shell. If it were not for the consideration of the great mountain protecting formation in the future, I would have given up Hungming Peak and chosen Treasure Stem Mountain. After all, in these 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers, unless there is a mountain god overseeing or a secret treasure hidden, whoever occupies a larger territory and has more spiritual energy will definitely have an advantage. Immortal Grass Mountain is the only feng shui treasure land that has a chance of giving birth to a plant spirit. Unfortunately, the place is really too small. Even if one appears, its foundation and appearance should not be too good. The reason is very simple. How can a small pond raise a great flood dragon? As for Rosy Clouds Peak, it is relatively ordinary. Apart from its high terrain and beautiful scenery, it does not have many benefits for cultivation. Unless you have the ability to obtain cloud root stones from Yunxia Mountain and place them in the aperture points of several mountain ranges on Rosy Clouds Peak, then it might be a good deal. You haven't seen the lake on Yellow Lake Mountain? Wan Ting's last question stunned Qin Pingon. "I have." "Continue. What are the other 2 mountains?" Wan Ting did not continue the previous topic. It could be considered that he had done his duty and did not continue to reveal the secrets. It was because the small lake on Yellow Lake Mountain was similar to Immortal Grass Mountain. The difference was that there was a chance for a plant spirit to appear in Immortal Grass Mountain, while there was a python as thick as the mouth of a well in Yellow Lake Mountain. It was a veritable local snake. But unfortunately, it was defeated in the battle for water, with a certain little loach, and lost the opportunity of Great Tao that was close at hand. However, the wonder of Great Tao was that it did not cut off all paths. The golden carp that was captured by the Dragon King's basket to the Great Sui Kingdom, the fire dragon that turned into the bracelet on Yuan Xiu's wrist, the loach next to Lu Jimao, the wooden dragon that was the finishing touch of Zhao Yao, and the yellow four-legged snake that followed Wang Zhu at all costs. Those 5 little things were the 5 great opportunities that Li Xiaozhu's heavenly abode had accumulated before it was about to die after 3,000 years. As for the sword-nourishing gourd, demon-revealing mirror, and other magical treasures and spiritual artifacts, they were certainly not bad, but they were still much inferior to the 5 living blessings and destinies. The giant python on Yellow Lake Mountain, on the other hand, had benefited from the disaster. No opponent within 1,000 kilometers could compete with it, and it had become the dominator of a region. In the future, once the mountain god and river god settled in, as long as the giant python was tactful, it could be recruited by one of them and obtain the protection of the Dali imperial court. Perhaps it would have a smooth path from then on and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingon said, "I plan to buy Jinju Mountain and Luapa Mountain." Wan Feng was stunned and asked curiously, "Jinju Mountain is fine. It's only the price of a winter jasmine. It can be said that it's a treasure that can't be bought with money. But how did you take a fancy to Luapa Mountain?" Logically speaking, this mountain is located at the southwest border of Dali's Longquan County. According to your itinerary, you definitely haven't been there. It used to be a forbidden mountain in Dali. How did you choose it based on its name? Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed and was unwilling to say the reason. At that time, Qin Pingon spread out the map and hesitated on which mountain to choose. In the end, a flying bird flew over his head and actually pooped on the map. Qin Pingon hurriedly wiped it clean and found that the position of the poop just happened to be on the 3 words Luapa Mountain. Qin Pingon didn't think much and resolutely chose Luapa Mountain, regardless of whether the mountain's name was unlucky or not. Old Man Yao once said that there were gods between mountains and rivers. Therefore Qin Pingon took it as a hint from the mountain god. Wan Feng thought for a moment. It's not impossible to choose Luapa Mountain. Then it's settled. Luapa Mountain, Baozhu Mountain, Immortal Grass Mountain, Iridescent Cloud Peak, and Jinju Mountain. 5 mountains, 300 years. During this time, even if you hollow out a mountain and move it away, no one will stop you. Everything produced on the mountain, whether it's plants, spiritual herbs, birds, or beasts, or even secret treasures obtained by chance, belongs to the name of the person who signed the contract of Dali's mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Understood." Who knows, maybe one day your luck will change and you'll walk the path of cultivation. It's not like you don't have a chance. Qin Pingon silently left. After the youth left the shop, Wan Xiu sat on the bamboo chair and asked, "Father, what did you mean by that sentence?" Wan Qiong said indifferently, "It means that a villain whose thinking realm is inferior to a gentleman's will only think about obtaining a peaceful place." Wan Xiu said strangely, "What's wrong with that? Moving to a peaceful place, no one can find fault with it. How is that a villain? Who said this sentence? I don't think it makes sense." Wan Qiong's face darkened. He said softly, "That's why the scholarly sage said that where my heart is at peace is my home." Wan Xiu said angrily, "Scholars are really annoying. They've said all the principles in the world." Wan Qiong said earnestly, Xiu, this isn't a reason why you don't like to study." The ponytailed girl pretended to be surprised. She quickly stood up and said, "Father, why do I suddenly have so much strength? I'm going to forge iron." Qin Pingon rushed to the Yang family's shop and gave most of the basket of herbs to a shop assistant. After the weight was weighed, Qin Pingon received 2 taels of silver. In fact, many of the rare herbs were given to the shop by Qin Pingon. Some of the herbs that the young shop assistant couldn't recognize were actually important herbs that old Yang valued. These flowers and plants were the truly valuable things. However, Qin Pingon's trip to the mountains this time was to pick herbs. He didn't think of making money at all. In fact, after Qin Pingon learned how to burn charcoal in the mountains, He almost always sold herbs to the shop assistant of the Yang family's shop. Except for selling to the honest man in the shop named Li Er, the rest of the times he sold herbs he lost money every time. Old Yang would never accept Qin Pingan's herbs. If Qin Pingan dared to give them to the shop for free, Old Yang would throw them out on the street. However, if he sold them to the shop assistant or the doctor, no matter how outrageous the price was, the eccentric Old Yang would ignore it. This time Qin Pingan didn't see Old Yang. After walking out of the shop, Qin Pingan found that many people were discussing on the road. They said that something big had happened at the 12-legged crab memorial arch. It was said that the old supervisor, Lord Song, who had paid for the construction of the covered bridge before leaving his post, had returned to the small town in a grand manner. Furthermore, this time he had used his status as a director of the Ministry of Rites to bring along a group of scholarly and awe-inspiring officials. He had taken a fancy to the words on the 4 signboards of the crab workshop. After all, they were all scholars, so it was understandable. However, for some reason, after the supervisor received the news, he immediately rushed into the mountains as if his butt was on fire. He notified Xiao Wu, who had originally planned on going to distant Screen Peak to check on the logging matter. Then this god of wealth brought his advisors out of the mountains in an even more urgent manner to stop the old senior, Lord Song, and his group. With nothing to do, Qin Pingan followed the flow of people to the memorial arch, standing far away from the crowd. He saw that under the 4 signboards of the memorial arch, there were 8 ladders. There were ladders on the left and right sides of each signboard. But at the moment, there were only 2 Confucian scholars of different ages standing on the left and right of the signboard. The older one had his head lowered as if he was speaking harshly to someone at his feet, using the Dali official language to reprimand something. Someone patted Qin Pingan on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Qin Pingan, what a coincidence. You're also here to watch the show?" Qin Pingan turned his head to look. It was the talkative youth with a small red mole between his eyebrows. He was really afraid of his long-winded chatter, so he said, "I'm just looking around. I don't seem to understand what they're saying. I'll go home immediately." The elegant youth smiled and said, "Don't. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. This matter is very interesting. If you miss it, you'll regret it in the future. Your Lord Wu Yuan, the parent official of this small town, is having a conflict with the masters from the Ministry of Rites, who are of a higher rank. The man standing on the stairs is the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites, and he can be considered as an important minister of greatly. On the other side, it's probably the experienced supervisor, Lord Song, who patted his chest to take credit for the plaque. He said that he would definitely keep the plaque for you. He wouldn't dare to say that he would send it back to your hometown, but he would definitely send it to the Ministry of Rites. Thus he became a 5th-rank doctor. This time, the officials from the Ministry of Rites took advantage of the imperial conferment of the mountain god and river god to come over and take the plaque. On the other side, it's Lord Wu who regarded all the treasures of the town as his own. When he heard that someone wanted to take away the few remaining treasures of the town, how could he agree? Taking a step back, even if he was willing to pinch his nose and endure this annoyance, he had to know that there were so many old foxes from the 4 families and 10 clans. They were all holding back and watching him make a fool of himself. If he pretended to be a grandson now, it would probably be very difficult for him to become a grandfather of those big clans in the future. The location of the civil and martial temples was originally not going well, so it would definitely be ruined. After Qin Pingan listened carefully to the youth's explanation, he asked, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" The youth stretched out a finger and pointed at himself. He smiled and said, "Me? Haha, I'm not an official of the Dali Imperial Court. My surname is Cui and my given name is Qiu. The character Qiu is relatively rare and difficult to write. It's very troublesome. You don't have to worry about it." Qin Pingan looked into the youth's eyes. The youth's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I'm older than you, so you can call me Martial Uncle Cui." Qin Pingan smiled. The youth also smiled and gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "It's okay. I have a nickname that should be easier to call. Xiuhu." 81. Looking at the smiling young man, Qin Pingan felt nervous. His body tensed up involuntarily. Back when he fought with Kai Xianxian and Fu Nanhua, the closer Qin Pingan got to them, the calmer his heart became. Even when he was entangled with the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain and was hunted down, Qin Pingan was probably prepared to die from the beginning. Although he would feel scared when thinking about it later, Qin Pingan was not nervous during the fight, no matter how close he was to death. Of course, it could also be that he did not care at all. The only time he felt nervous was when he fought with his peer Ma Kuxuan in the immortal tomb in the apricot blossom lane. Qin Pingan's palms were sweaty at that time. With Qin Pingan's almost instinctive intuition, Cui Dong did not seem surprised at all. Since Cui Dong dared to provoke the unfathomable old Yang in Old Porcelain Mountain, he was certainly not deliberately mystifying. Otherwise, he would not have made the military Saint Wan Qiong, who was on the 11th floor, feel afraid. He deliberately turned a blind eye to the unconcealable nervousness of the young man in straw sandals. He shifted his gaze to the university square that had a lot of stories with the capital of Dali. He stretched out a finger and explained with a warm and attentive expression, Confucianisms take responsibility, Taoism's hope for nature, Buddhism's do not ask for external help, and the military school's Qi Chong and Fighting Bull. The 4 horizontal plaques and 12 words contain the majestic divine will of the writer. Also, the 4 sages of the 3 religions and 1 family who set the rules here deliberately left a part of their destiny here. Do you see the object in the assistant minister's hand? It is specially used for steels rubbing. Its purpose is to peel off the essence, qi and spirit of those words. The first steels are definitely the most similar to the authentic, similar in both form and spirit. The later it is, the further it is from the original, so its value will naturally decrease. I think that except for the 4 words do not ask for external help, which can barely withstand 6 steels, the other 3 plaques can't withstand more than 4 steels, especially the military school's Qi Chong and Fighting Bull. It seems that 2 words died not long ago, so after 2 steels we can call it a day. Qin Pingan was a little shocked. He did not know that there were so many tricks involved. The characters were not only arranged in books, but also hung on the wall as spring festival couplets, or engraved the names of the deceased on tombstones. For some reason, Qin Pingan thought of the characters that Mr. Qi had given him as a gift, as well as the prescription of the young Taoist Lu. Cui Shi continued, the paper used to make the inscription is extremely precious and each piece is as thick as a piece of wood. It is a treasure unique to the Taoism of another continent, called the wind and thunder paper. When writing, the tip of the pen will rub against the paper, creating the sound of wind and thunder. Our emperor does not have many of them in his treasury and is usually reluctant to use them. Occasionally he would use them to reward meritorious ministers or give them to one of the yamen of the 6 ministries at the end of the year. Therefore the Ministry of Rites is determined to get those words this time. Our Lord Wu, who has a bright future ahead of him, is too scheming and wants to grab hold of all aspects. I estimate that he will run into many obstacles in the future when he comes to the small town. Qin Pingan felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Although the young man beside him was boastful, Qin Pingan did not think that he was talking nonsense. The young man with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows said that he was not an official of Dali, and he did not seem to be lying. However, when he appeared at the blacksmith shop, he was with the supervisor, Wu Yuan. Wan Xiu said that he might be Master Wu's study companion. The so-called study companion was the guy who carried the book box next to her master when he was traveling. However, Qin Pingan was now certain that the handsome young man in front of him, who claimed to be Embroidered Tiger, was definitely not simple. Whether it was his knowledge or his elegance, he was not inferior to Qin Songfeng, the eldest grandson of the Dragon Tail Commandery, or Fu Nanhua, the young master of the old Dragon City. In Qin Pingan's impression, among all the people he knew, there was a small group of people who were very special. For example, the head of the kiln, Old Man Yao, was a man of few words. When he occasionally spoke, it was mostly to scold people. However, every time Old Man Yao went to the mountains, his spirit would be exceptionally good. He would give people the illusion that his body was more robust than a young man's. Another example was Old Yang of the Yang medicine shop. He was very fair. No matter how bad your relationship with him was, he would not do anything to you. However, no matter how good your relationship with him was, he would not deliberately give you more things. There was also Miss Ning Yao Ning, who he had just met not long ago. She also had a heroic spirit. There was also Ma Kuxuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley, who had revealed his true identity. He was full of sharpness and hostility. This Cui Dong, who was nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, was also the same. It was as if he was an existence higher than the immortal disciples like Fu Nanhua and Kai Qian. Qin Pingon even felt that even if Jie Jiangzhenjuan was in front of him, Cui Dong's eyes and expression would still be so indifferent. Of course, the youth's chatterbox could only be compared to Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden. The youth suddenly smiled and asked, Qin Pingon, can you take me to Song Jisun's courtyard? Qin Pingon's heartstrings tightened. He seemed to ask casually, but the memorial arch is still there? When the youth smiled, he looked like a harmless and handsome fox immortal. I know you are worried that I have bad intentions. To tell you the truth, I am very familiar with Song Jisun's younger brother. He is very curious about how his older brother has lived in this small town for more than 10 years. He asked me to take a look with my own eyes. When I return to the capital I can tell him. Qin Pingon asked, since he is Song Jisun's brother, can't he ask him himself? The youth snapped his fingers and praised, Qin Pingon, you are very smart. You found the loophole so quickly. Qin Pingon could not keep up with this guy's train of thought. The young man rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly, because of his parents, his relationship with his brother Song Jisun, whom he's never met before, is already very bad. The filthy matters in a rich family are as numerous as the trivial matters in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. So you have to be considerate. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, if I don't agree, will you find trouble with me? The youth was puzzled. He pointed at his own nose and said, do I look like an evil person? Look at me, open your eyes and look carefully. Do I look like the kind of person who will kill someone's entire family? Qin Pingon answered honestly, you don't look like it. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. Why do you sound like you are saying something bad? He crossed his arms and snorted, if you don't want to take me there, then I will ask the way myself. Qin Pingon asked, you don't have the key and can't even enter the courtyard. What are you going to see? The youth's face showed an expression that said, Qin Pingon is too young. He smiled but did not say anything. Qin Pingon was very familiar with this kind of smile. Lu Xianyang and Gu can often have it. Qin Pingon sighed, then I will take you to Clay Bottle Alley. Don't climb over the wall in the courtyard. I can only take you to the entrance. The youth slapped Qin Pingon's shoulder heavily. What were you doing earlier? The youth turned and strode away, far away from the crowded archway. He suddenly stopped and turned around. Qin Pingon, carrying a wicker basket, was walking in the opposite direction. The somewhat embarrassed youth hurriedly jogged to keep up. After entering Clay Bottle Alley, the youth looked around and clicked his tongue. So this is the legendary Clay Bottle Alley. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Talents, talents, talents. In the next 100 years, apart from Apricot Flower Alley, Falu Street and Peach Leaf Alley added together, probably can't compare to this place. When the young man spoke of these supernatural words, it didn't make people feel that it was abrupt at all. Along the way, the youth would jump from time to look at the courtyard behind the low walls. Qin Pingon took him to the entrance of Song Jisun's courtyard. It's here. The youth stood in the alley and quickly saw the Spring Festival couplets written by Song Jisun himself. His eyes lit up and he sighed. This is the residence where Song Jisun and the servant girl GQ live? His handwriting is really good, much better than his brother's. The more I look at it, the more I like it. As he spoke, the youth walked forward and stood on his tiptoes, about to tear off the couplets. Qin Pingon panicked and hurriedly stopped the youth. What are you doing? The youth looked innocent. Song Jisun will never come back here in his life. If I keep this couplet, it will gradually disappear. I might as well keep it and take it to the capital. Qin Pingon insisted and shook his head. No, before the end of the year you can't tear off the couplets. Otherwise it will bring bad luck to the family. The youth made an oh sound and said dejectedly, there's such a thing in a small town. Qin Pingon asked, do you want to sit in my courtyard? The youth waved his hand. Forget it, this is such a small place. I don't think I can even drink a cup of tea. Sco. By the way, this alley isn't Decapitation Alley, right? If we keep walking forward, can we get out? Qin Pingon smiled. Yes, we can. The youth strode away, not forgetting to raise his hand with his back facing Qin Pingon, and waved it. Qin Pingon watched the strange youth leave before returning to his courtyard. Seeing the locust tree branch at the foot of the wall, he put down the basket and took out a stool to sit down. Qin Pingon suddenly got up and ran to Clay Bottle Alley. Indeed, a sneaky person was running very quickly. Qin Pingon came to Song Jisun's door and saw that the couplets had been stolen. Qin Pingon stood in his original spot and looked at the smooth walls on both sides of the courtyard. He was speechless and said with a wry smile, "What kind of person is this? He's too unkind." Qin Pingon sighed as he walked back to his courtyard, only to find old Yang sitting on the stool at some point in time puffing out smoke. The old man said slowly, "Why are you sighing at such a young age? It wasn't easy for you to accumulate some vitality, but you have to leak it out. This is especially true for people who practice martial arts." Qin Pingon was horrified and said in a deep voice, "I'll remember." The old man asked, "Why did Ning's daughter suddenly leave?" "She caused me to lose a bag of money for spring greeting." Qin Pingon squatted beside the old man and shook his head, "I'm not sure either. I only know that Miss Ning has something to do with a place called Inverted Hanging Mountain." Old Yang nodded and smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, a shabby place where even birds don't shit. It's the border between two places. In order to prevent both sides from wandering around, one of the 3 disciples of the Tao ancestor, a great leader, used the divine power of heaven and earth inversion to deter outsiders. In the end, Inverted Hanging Mountain is actually a world's mountain seal. It's very domineering. The old man's words were filled with sarcasm and disappointment. Of course, Qin Pingon didn't know the reason. Old Yang asked, "You're planning to buy a mountain?" Qin Pingon never played dumb in front of this old man and answered honestly, "I'm planning to buy 5 mountains: Treasure Head Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak, and Immortal Grass Mountain. Near Master Ruan's 3 mountains there's also Luapa Mountain and True Pearl Mountain." The old man interrupted the youth and frowned. "Why did you buy Luapa Mountain? Who hinted to you? Wanting? That shouldn't be the case. He clearly doesn't want to get too involved with you." Qin Pingon asked doubtfully, "Is Luapa Mountain very strange?" The old man hesitated for a moment and blew out a smoke ring. He nodded. "Other than Cloud Cover Mountain and Incense Flame Mountain, this Luapa Mountain is the most interesting. However, I'm afraid that even Dali Kintianjian Geomaster can't tell, so the price won't be too high. You've gotten a great bargain." The old man's eyes were sharp and his tone became heavier. "You haven't said why you bought it." Qin Pingon said awkwardly, "When I was looking at the map, a pile of bird droppings fell from my head and landed on the 3 words Luapa Mountain. In the past, Old Man Yao always said that there was an invisible god between the mountains and rivers. I felt that it was fate. At that time I really didn't know which mountain to buy, so I randomly decided to buy it." After the old man heard Old Man Yao, his eyes behind the white smoke became a little complicated. He nodded. "If that's the case, it makes sense." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Master Wan has already agreed to help me buy those 5 mountains. So I've made a profit?" Old Yang nodded and said softly, "You've made a profit." The old man was a little confused. Was it really because Qin Pingon's luck had turned from bad to good without the restrictions of Pearl Grotto Heaven's rules? Qin Pingon suddenly remembered something. That young man with a mole between his eyebrows said that his surname was Cui and his nickname was Xiao Hu. He also said that I could call him senior uncle. Old Yang did not say anything. As expected, Dali Imperial tutor Cui Dong. Although he did not have an official position, he was the nominal leader of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Dali dynasty. It was said that he was also one of the few national Go players in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. But where did the matter of senior uncle come from? The old man stood up and reminded him, "Keep the square seal that Mr. Qi gave you well, especially the side with the word quiet. Hide it well. Be it this Cui Dong or anyone else you meet in the future, you don't have to be afraid. Of course, don't provoke them easily. You just have to remember that after you've successfully bought the 5 mountains, it's better for you to be quiet and not move. Even if you tuck your tail between your legs, it won't be wrong." Qin Pingon thought carefully and nodded hard. "I'll remember it." 82. Leaving the narrow and dark clay bottle alley and walking into the wide and bright Erlang alley, the quick-witted youth walked with light footsteps. His sleeves swayed as he held the couplet he had stolen from the wall of clay bottle alley. A tall man who was supposed to appear at the construction supervisor's office was standing outside the door. He had been waiting for a long time with his eyes closed and his breath held. When he heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar yet strange youth. He quickly turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He respectfully said, "Teacher." The youth grunted and casually handed the couplet to Wu Yuan. He took out a key and opened the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, he suddenly took a step back and closed the door again. Wu Yuan almost bumped into her teacher's back. This official of Longquan County hurriedly took a few steps back, somewhat puzzled by her teacher's actions. The youth named Cui Dong folded his sleeves and pointed at the two painted door gods with his mouth. "Your father-in-law's ancestor is hanging here. Isn't that impressive?" This extremely awkward way of saying things gave Wu Yuan a headache. Although he was not on good terms with his father-in-law, who was a pillar of the country, he and his wife, who had not yet married, were really in love with each other. They were a famous couple in the capital. In particular, a handsome scholar from the Han clan who was well versed in poetry and books, rushed to the capital and failed in the imperial examinations. However, he won the heart of the beauty. In a situation where no one was optimistic about this marriage, he became the personal disciple of the greatly imperial preceptor in one fell swoop. His name shook the court and instantly became a story of praise. It even alarmed the emperor, who went to the Yang Jingzhai to summon Wu Yuan. After that, the future father-in-law turned a blind eye to Wu Yuan and no longer threatened to break Wu Yuan's 3 legs in front of his daughter. Cui Dong stepped over the threshold and casually said, "I've been thinking about a question. Our Confucian schools vow to sincerely believe in righteousness, honor merit and rule the world, whether or not it has a chance to be realized." Wu Yuan softly asked, "Teacher, have you thought of an answer?" Cui Dong curled his lips. "It's very difficult." Wu Yuan was speechless. Cui Dong smiled and asked, "Do you think you asked a useless question?" Wu Yuan honestly replied, "A little." Perhaps it was because the conversation between a teacher and a student was always so frank. Cui sure did not get angry. He only glanced at Wu Yuan from the corner of his eyes and said regretfully, "There are many things in this world that are precious not in the outcome but in the process." Wu Yuan gathered her courage and asked, "Teacher, can you give an example?" Cui Dong led Wu Yuan to the table and said, "For example, Yuan Xiangxia is the daughter of the country. Now you are in love with each other. You can be happy to hold her hand, but when you finally marry her and have sex with her, you to be happy. You." Cui sure motioned for Wu Yuan to find a place to sit while he continued to stand and look up at the board. He said, "But will you give up the chance to roll in the sheets with the eldest daughter of the Yuan family because of this boring result?" Obviously not. Cui Dong himself also felt that this saying was not very mainstream. Then let me put it another way. Take cultivation for example. The goal of an ordinary qi refinement warrior is definitely the middle 5 states. Those who are more talented will choose the upper 5 states. Another example is to be an official. Those who are less ambitious will be a low-ranking official. Those who are more ambitious will be a high-ranking official. Then, on the long journey up the mountain, many people will keep looking up at the scenery at the top of the mountain. They can't see the lush trees around them or the beautiful spring flowers under their feet. Even if they see them, they won't stop to admire them. It's a waste of the saint's earnest teachings. There are so many beautiful things in the world. Wu Yuan was deep in thought. Cui Dong suddenly laughed. "You even believe in this kind of nonsense? The most boring thing in the world is logic." Wu Yuan said helplessly, "If it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't think deeply about this kind of problem. But this time, sir, you came out of seclusion. First, you changed into this outfit. Then you came to this small town to meet an old friend for no reason. I'm really not sure." After laughing, Cui Shi leaned lazily on the wide chair. "Speaking of which, these great principles aren't all nonsense. Although I value achievements more than knowledge, it doesn't mean that knowledge doesn't need to be treated with effort. To be honest, if an ordinary person doesn't put in hard work and work hard to achieve something, he doesn't have the right to talk about talent." Cui Dong tapped a finger on the chair's armrest. His face was calm and composed. He smiled and said, "Only people who really work hard will have feelings of despair towards those who are really talented. At that time, they will suddenly wake up and tell themselves with tears that they really can't compare to that genius." Wu Yuan smiled. "In Go, all the national players and chess players in the Eastern Aquarius continent must have this kind of mentality when facing Sir." Cui Dong twitched the corner of his mouth. "But in some matters, a genius like me also looks at some people with this kind of gaze." Wu Yuan shook his head. "I don't believe it. Cui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed at the supervisor who was full of righteousness. He smiled and said, "Little Wu, this method of provocation is clumsy." Wu Yuan laughed and cupped his fist to beg for mercy. "Sir, you have a sharp eye." From the corner of Wu Yuan's eyes, he would occasionally see a wooden youth with crystal-clear skin. He was in a daze and his eyes were empty. He was sitting on a small bench not far away from the courtyard. His hands were gently placed on his knees and his head was slightly raised. His posture was like a frog in a well. In fact, when Wu Yuan entered the room and saw him, he felt uncomfortable all over. But since Sir wasn't willing to take the initiative to speak, he didn't ask anything. Wu Yuan looked at the Spring Festival couplets on the table. He took one back and carefully studied it. He raised his head and asked, "Sir, who wrote this couplet? This person is very interesting." Cui Shi yawned and shifted into a more comfortable and languid position as he curled up in the chair. For the time being, he'll still be called Song Jisun. But I reckon that in a few years he'll change back to the old name that was crossed out on the files of the imperial clan court, Song Mu. Wu Yuan immediately felt that this light couplet was very troublesome. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what do you want this couplet for?" Cui Dong smiled. "It's for your precious senior brother to broaden his horizons. Otherwise he'll always say that I can write better than him because I'm older. But now this couplet was written by his twin brother. I don't believe that he can find any excuses." Wu Yuan thought for a moment and held back his laughter. He said softly, "For example, Song Jisun is in the countryside and has nothing to do all day. He only cares about practicing his calligraphy so he can make up for his lack of talent with hard work. Is that why his calligraphy is better?" Cui Dong was shocked. "That works." Wu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Little senior brother can do that." Cui Dong shook his head. "No matter how much you say, you still don't hit enough. Rules are rules." Wu Yuan put the couplet back on the table and said casually, "Sir, your teacher must be very strict with rules." Wu Yuan had never known who her teacher was. She didn't even know the general history of her teacher. The number of people in Dali who knew about this could be counted on one hand. Cui Shi suddenly sat up straight and said, "That's wrong. When teacher teaches me, it's almost the same as when I teach you. That's why my teacher taught me to be a student who forgets his roots and roots. Yes, he even deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestors." Wu Yuan thought that he had misheard. Cui Dong said calmly, "You didn't mishear." Cui Dong stretched his back. "When I was studying, I wasn't as radical as I am now. I only dared to say that knowledge and merit are two things. Sir rewarded me with the words, the main culprit of the degeneration of public morals." Cui Dong sat up straighter and looked directly into his student's eyes. "Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? It's my teacher. He didn't wait for me to finish talking about the topic and interrupted me. Sir, who has always been known for his rigorous scholarship, didn't even want to think about this question for a day. He didn't even take 2 hours or a stick of incense to burn before he threw those words at me. I have a junior brother. Every time he asked Sir about a classic question, Sir would always teach him carefully, as if he was studying for a long time. He was afraid that there would be the slightest deviation. Once, do you know how long my teacher thought about it before he gave his answer?" Cui Dong stretched out a finger. Wu Yuan tried to think as much as she could. She asked tentatively, "A month?" At this moment, Dali Imperial Tutor, who had appeared in the world with the appearance of a handsome youth, had an extremely strange expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. 10 years. Wu Yuan swallowed her saliva and didn't dare to say another word. Cui Dong exhaled heavily and said self-mockingly, "It doesn't matter if the stories of old friends are piled up on old papers. What's more, if it doesn't matter, what can I do?" Cui Dong stood up and put away his rare complex emotions. He said to Wu Yuan, "I asked you to come here today because I want you to meet someone. I have something to do first. You wait at the door." Wu Yuan stood up and left as if she had been granted amnesty. Cui Dong walked to the side of the delicate-looking demented youth. He crouched down behind him and rubbed his chin as if he was looking for a flaw. In the twilight, Wu Yuan walked into the hall with a man wearing a bamboo hat. Cui Dong then stood up and said to the two of them, "We're on the same side. Feel free to sit." After that person sat down, he gently took off his bamboo hat, revealing a handsome but sickly pale face. He seemed to be in a terrible state, as if he was seriously injured. Cui Minghuang praised from the bottom of his heart. Martial granduncle's insight is penetrating, hitting the nail on the head. Cui Dong finally stopped tormenting the youth who didn't have any human spirit. He stood beside the pool without any water and looked up at the blue sky with the youth. After retracting his gaze, he said a very strange conclusion. So I carefully arranged a big exam. There's only one candidate, the orphan called Qin Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley. He only has a very ordinary background, but he has a very interesting growth experience. Wu Yuan was even more confused. What was the meaning of this? Cui Dong began to pace slowly around the pool with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, logically speaking, when Qi Jingchun is bound to die, he will make a last-ditch struggle. Then there are 3 people that we have to pay attention to. His junior brother Ma Zhan, who suffered with him in the Lizhu cave heaven, Zhao Yao, who taught him knowledge step by step, and Song Jisun, who seemed to have an ordinary relationship with him. Because these 3 people are most likely to be Qi Jingchuan's hope. I want Ma Zhan to continue the legacy of the Cliff Academy. It doesn't matter even if there's only one disciple. I want Zhao Yao to carry forward the legacy of the school. It doesn't matter whether it's in the Dali dynasty, or even in the Eastern Aquarius continent. In the beginning, when I learned that Qi Jingchun had left all his books to Song Jisun, I thought that Song Jisun would be one of his inheritors. But soon I realized that it was a smokescreen. When Cui Dong reached this point, he became silent for a long time. He seemed to be deducing step by step in reverse to make sure that there were no mistakes. Wu Yuan cautiously interrupted, "Behind the smokescreen, is that person called Qin Pingon hiding?" Cui Dong, whose thoughts were interrupted, stopped in his tracks. He abruptly raised his head and looked coldly at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan immediately stood up. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She bowed and said, "Please forgive me, Mr." Cui Dong continued to stroll. Ma Zhan can be considered half a disciple of that person. But compared to Qi Jingchun, he's too far behind. His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is thinner than paper. I asked Cui Minghuang to deceive Ma Zhan, to trick him into replacing Qi Jingchun as the next Hill Master of Cliff Academy. Although the title of one of the 72 academies is gone, the academy itself still exists. The academy needs a Hill Master. In this way, for Qi Jingchuan's literary lineage and our Dali Emperor, it's still acceptable. This is also the result that the various factions have tacitly agreed upon. But I don't like it. Such a happy ending is too boring. In any case, there are already voices within the Confucian faction that want the sage of literature Qi Jingchun and Cliff Academy to disappear altogether, lest the people's hearts change and rise from the ashes. So I propose to build a new academy in Cloud-Splitting Mountain, and the 3 Confucian academies also agreed to promote this academy to one of the 72 academies within 50 years. Our emperor heard this and thought it was a good idea. Compared to Qi Jingchun, who is of little value, it's better to replace him with a puppet who listens to Dali. Of course, it's more suitable for Dali's southern hegemony. So Cui Minghuang lied to Ma Zhan again. He told him that since things had come to this, he might as well change his allegiance and cut ties with the Cliff Academy. After returning to the small town, he would be able to become the new Hill Master of the new academy. Moreover, he would be the first Hill Master of the new academy. Wouldn't it be better than learning from the Cliff Academy and relying on others? Cui Dong continued walking, but glanced at Cui Minghuang, who was silently breathing. Did something happen at this time? Cui Minghuang nodded. It should be at this time that he became suspicious and began to feign civility with me. At that time he didn't reveal anything. Although I was cautious, I didn't expect that trash like Ma Zhan to be so ruthless. He didn't hold back at all. Even if his meridians were broken and his acupoints exploded, he still wanted to kill me. Cui Dong nodded. Although Ma Zhan is far inferior to Qi Jingchun, he has been under that person's tutelage for more than 10 years. He can't be treated as a mere fool. Cui Minghuang covered his mouth with his hand and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. After clenching his fists, his face relaxed and became a little rosy. He asked, "Grandmaster, why did you allow the last remaining master of Cliff Academy to lead students away from Dali to the enemy country, the Great Sui Kingdom, and continue to use the name of Cliff Academy? How did Emperor Dali agree to this? I still can't figure it out." Cui Dong walked slowly. Firstly, even if Cliff Academy survives, it will only exist in name. Without the golden name of one of the 72 academies, it will be an empty shell. It will no longer be able to compete with the thriving Lakeside Academy for the most outstanding scholars of the Eastern Aquarius continent. Secondly, once a new academy is established in Mount Cloudy, the Vice Master of Lakeside Academy will come to oversee it. Of course, the second master will be this gentleman sitting next to you. Thirdly, the Great Sway Kingdom accepted the Stray Dogs of Cliff Academy, which is equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Our Dolly can find an excuse to declare war on the Great Sway Kingdom at any time. When that time comes, won't Cliff Academy still be on Dolly's territory? Everyone knows that Cliff Academy is equivalent to the directorate of the Dolly dynasty. But which emperor of the dynasty dares to call Lakeside Academy their own private school? Therefore, Dolly's complete control of an academy is something that His Majesty has dreamed of since he was a child. Of course, His Majesty also has the intention of compensating Qi Jingchun. During those years when Qi Jingchun was the master of the academy, even if he didn't want to grovel before His Majesty really admired Qi Jingchun. He might even respect him a little. Cui Dong suddenly laughed. Of course, the main reason is that I need it. I need all of this chess game. In addition to needing Qi Jingchun to die in Liju Grotto Heaven, I also need him to follow my chess path and choose the chess pieces that I want him to choose. In the end, I will destroy them one by one. Before Qi Jingchun died, it was like he was still holding a few seeds in his hand or holding a few incense sticks. It can only be passed to the hands of those around him. In the matter of literary lineage, it's important to pass on the torch. Even if the disciples who believe in a certain doctrine can die, the line may not be cut off. This trip will be difficult and dangerous. In the end, the coachman will considerately persuade the young man that if Mr. Qi is still alive, he will definitely not want you to take the risk to go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. Wu Yuan asked carefully, if those frightened children want to stay at home in the small town, won't Qin Pingon justifiably not have to go out? Isn't Mr. Cui's plan this time? Cui Minghuang smiled and said, not long after these children left the small town, their families had been forcibly moved to the capital of Dolly. Of course, Dolly will not lack their wealth and glory. But each family will leave a few people behind to tell those children how rare it is to enter the Cliff Academy, and how their parents and elders earnestly hope that they can go to the academy and return. Cui Dong stood directly below the courtyard, expressionless. Wu Yuan became more cautious and asked, Mr. Cui, how can you be sure that this examination will completely cut off Qi Jingchun's line of literature? Cui Dong raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wu Yuan. He said with a smile, can't you tell that Qi Jingchun and I are brothers from the same school? As his senior brother, I once explained the Confucian classics to him on behalf of Mr. Cui Dong, who went out to study for 3 whole years. So why wouldn't I, Cui Dong, know about his Tao? Cui Shi walked out of the pool and murmured softly, a gentleman with a pure heart. That's all there is to it. It's just that Qi Jingchun's life is too good. He actually had 2 natal characters. If he didn't die here, he would probably have 3 natal characters. If he didn't die here, who would? Cui Dong walked to the door. I mustered so many people to set up such a big trap for such a small matter. So small. Cui Dong raised his hand and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He clicked his tongue and said, if he still loses. The last few words Cui Dong said were almost inaudible. Cui Dong had just opened the door and stepped over the threshold when he suddenly stopped. Dolly Imperial Tutor, who had wanted to buy wine, suddenly felt that there was no point in drinking wine. In the end, he simply sat on the threshold. Wu Yuan and Cui Minghuang looked at the back of the slender youth and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Cui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and bent over to look at the house across the street. The cheap black and white door gods, the vulgar spring festival couplets, and the ugly fortune character pasted upside down. Cui Dong muttered to himself, Qi Jingchun, you'll be disappointed in the end. A gentle voice with a hint of laughter rang out from somewhere. So that's how it is. Cui Dong was indifferent to this and continued to look into the distance. He nodded and said, I'll drink when the time comes. 83. When Qin Pingon climbed out of the well with a basket of soil on his back, he was a little confused. A group of Laurel scholars stood outside the well. The leader was the old man from the Ministry of Rites who had stood on a ladder under the plaque of the memorial archway and reprimanded the supervisor loudly. Beside him was the former supervisor who had built the covered bridge before he left. It was said that he was Song Jisun's father, Lord Song. His skin was slightly fairer than when he was in the small town. The other 5 or 6 people were mostly in their 30s or 40s. They all had an extraordinary bearing and looked more like high-ranking officials than Lord Song. In fact, Qin Pingon was not the only one who was stunned. This group of officials from the Ministry of Rites, who had the noblest status among the 6 departments of Dali, were also very shocked when they saw the only rich man in the small town who owned 3 bags of gold and copper coins. It was this poor young man who was covered in dust in front of them who had wealth equivalent to half of Emperor Dali's treasury in his hands. Then he spent a lot of money and bought a total of 5 mountains in one go, including Luopa Mountain. Wanqi did not show up. Instead, the young girl in green, Ruanxiu, and the county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, stood side by side. The latter looked down with an indifferent expression and slightly lowered gaze. Little Lord Wu, who gave people the impression that he had a frighteningly powerful backer, was sulking with the bunch of officials from the Ministry of Rites. After all, no one would be happy to let a group of outsiders take away such a fat piece of meat in their own territory. In the end, Wu Yuan unexpectedly retreated to the end of the disturbance that happened below the memorial archway and allowed the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites, Dong Hu, to copy all the 16 words and leave. Even though a Qi refinement warrior on the 7th floor who was acting as a secret retainer confirmed that the words on the plaque had lost all their vitality and there was no need to take out the precious Fenglei letters, Assistant Minister Dong still had a rude and unreasonable attitude, as if he could not wait to tear down the plaque and take away all the Fenglei letters that he brought with him. Only then did he contentedly lead his subordinates from the Ministry of Rites to stay in the courtyard of a wealthy family in Peachleaf Alley. It was not easy for Wu Yuan to make use of the small town's large-scale construction to win a reputation among the ordinary people. In an instant it was beaten back to its original state. The people of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley were happy to see this, and it became a topic of conversation. Most of them gloated and felt that Wu Yuan was just an embroidered pillow who was useless. Some people said that if Yuan dared to be stubborn to the end with the Ministry of Rites, they would admire this kid's backbone. Now, they were afraid that he would be a coward at the Ministry of Rites when he officially wore the official uniform of the county magistrate in the future. Of Dali. Of me. Of this. Of. As he finished speaking, the old assistant minister looked around and chuckled. Apart from Lord Song, who used to be a kiln supervisor who did not move, the other officials of the Ministry of Rites all laughed as if Dong had said the funniest joke in the world. Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. I don't understand the Dali official language you speak. Wu Yuan's lips curved in a subtle arc. Lord Song, who was proficient in the small town's dialect, had no intention of helping this Yamen official. Because the two of them belonged to different mountains and not long ago the two sides had completely fallen out with each other. If the emperor had not personally appointed Song Yuzhang to accompany him to the south, he would not have had a chance at this cushy job. The Ministry of Rites Yamen was full of scholars, and they were the seeds of scholars who had fought with thousands of men and horses on a single log bridge. Therefore the war of words in this Yamen was refined and brilliant. Fortunately, Song Yuzhang was a strange person who could get used to living in a small town. After returning to the capital, he did not say a word and did not feel any resentment. Assistant Minister Dong had cultivated for most of his life in the Ministry of Rites Yamen. The Ministry of Rites was the only Yamen in the Dali imperial court that could compete with the Ministry of War. Dong, who became the third in command of the Ministry of Rites. Clearly he was a shrewd old fox. He immediately realized his mistake and wanted to find a way out. He turned his head and smiled at the only daughter of Master Wan, hoping that she could pass on a message for him. However, Dong Hu almost immediately dismissed the idea. Even the emperor had to treat the saint of the military school of Wind and Snow Temple as a guest of honor. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, he dared to ask Master Ruan's daughter to do this and that. If the girl was a difficult person who did not understand etiquette and felt that he had neglected her, she could go back and complain to her father. Then Master Wan would only need to lightly send a word or two to the capital. He guessed that he could still be a third-level official, but it would definitely not be comfortable. The old man's mind raced, but in fact it was only a matter of a moment. Assistant Minister Dong decided to change his original intention. He smiled at the girl and was about to ask if Miss Ruan was comfortable living here. Did she need the Ministry of Rights to help her get a simple and elegant residence on Fulu Street or Peachleaf Alley in the small town? However, in the next moment something shocking happened. The daughter of Master Ruan, who was unattainable in the eyes of all the officials of the Ministry of Rights, quickly walked to the side of the bumpkin boy and probably told him what Assistant Minister Dong had said. The boy listened to the girl's words with a calm expression, which really shocked the officials of the Ministry of Rights. How could Qin Pingon have known that such a small matter could cause the minds of these distinguished people in the capital to wander thousands of miles away? After listening carefully to Ruan Xiu's words, Qin Pingon smiled and said to her, Xiu, please tell this old gentleman that I am a dragon kiln worker. Now I am doing odd jobs in the blacksmith shop. The reason why I was able to buy those mountains was because of Master Ruan. When the green-clothed girl heard the name Xiu, she smiled until her limpid eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. In the end, she cheerfully used the Eastern Aquarius continent's official language to explain everything to the Great Li's old assistant minister. Dong Hu and all the officials of the Ministry of Rights were naturally proficient in the elegant language of the continent. Otherwise, wouldn't they be confirming the fallacy that the Dali dynasty was the barbarians of the north? In the capital of Dali, being able to speak the elegant language fluently and skillfully was an important criterion to distinguish between the rich and the poor. Dong Hu's expression became even more amiable. He smiled and nodded gently. After listening to Miss Ruan's explanation, he said that he would not disturb Qin Pingon any longer and would trouble Miss Ruan to help them say goodbye to Master Ruan. Since Master Ruan was busy forging swords, they could not disturb him. Otherwise, the emperor, who had admired Master Ruan for a long time, would definitely punish them. Ruan Xiu was not interested in these pleasantries. She made an "oh" sound and did not say anything else. The old assistant minister, who had long become a shrewd person, did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After introducing Miss Ruan to a few places in the capital of Dali, he led the group away with a calm expression. Song Yuzhang walked at the back of the group. Wu Yuan walked behind Song Yuzhang. Ruan Xiu accompanied Qin Pingon to pour out the soil in the wicker basket. As she walked, she said, "My father said that the matter of buying the mountain will be settled soon. Other than the officials of the Ministry of Rights in Dali, he also needs the Geo-Masters of Xintianjian to come forward. Together with you, the three parties need to sign before it can be settled." However, the Geo-Masters led by the two masters Qing Wu are still carefully inspecting the topography and feng shui of all the mountains. It will probably be a few days before they come out. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and put down the wicker basket. Looking at the busy figures around him, he asked, "Let's go to the stream and talk as we walk?" Ruan Xiu smiled and said, "Sure." Ruan Xiu lowered her voice and said softly, "Other than Master Qing Wu and ordinary Geo-Masters from Xintianjian, many Qi refinement warriors from the 100 schools and the unorthodox schools are also here. Among them there are two young mountain-moving apes. One is a silver-backed ape and the other is a long-armed ape. They are usually kept in the deep mountains and forests. Only when needed will they be used to break the mountains or move the hills. There are also the Xialing armored warriors created by the Taoist talisman sect. It is a very magical thing. After the Qi refinement warrior imbues a thin piece of talisman paper with vital Qi, it can transform into an armored warrior that is 70 to 80 feet tall. It has immense strength. Although it is not as good as the mountain-moving apes, it is good that it is obedient and there will be no accidents. The mountain-moving apes have a violent temperament, especially the young ones. They are especially difficult to tame. Once they lose control, they will definitely die. Even if they are suppressed and killed, it will be a great loss. I heard that there are also the cardigan puppets created by the Mo family's master. Even I have not seen them before. If there is a chance, I must go and see for myself in the future. My father has picked two shops for you. One is a shop for pressuring the Lunar New Year, and the other is a grass shop. They are just right next to each other and you are very familiar with them. If you don't have any objections, my father can help you finalize the deal immediately. This is because this kind of small deal does not involve the feng shui of a dynasty or the fate of the mountains and rivers. It is not as troublesome as buying a mountain. Qin Pingon thought for a while and smiled. Of course, no problem. Wan Xiu suddenly remembered something and said mysteriously, my father told me in private that the Emperor Dali has personally said that since the town now belongs to Dali's territory, then all the treasures and artifacts left in the streets and among the people will be taken back to the national treasury at a high price. In the end, about 20 decent old items were collected in the town. The items handed over by the ordinary people in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were half and half. It was just that the selling price was not high at all. In the end, Emperor Dali personally took out 7 or 8 items, making a total of 30 items. They were used as prizes for 30 of the mountains, which was equivalent to giving them to the buyer for free. Of course, the average person does not know which mountains have prizes and which do not, but my father knows that Xianxia Mountain and Luopa Mountain will definitely have them. Moreover, they are of excellent quality and are one of the best. In addition, my family's Lantern Mountain and your Luopa Mountain may each be conferred a mountain god by the Dali Imperial Court to oversee them. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and squatted by the stream, frowning. It seemed somewhat unreal. The Clay Bottle Alley youth had never dreamed that he would have such a day. The Straw Sandals youth's dream was at most related to festive couplets, majestic door gods, fragrant meat buns, and a bag full of clattering copper coins. Wan Xiu squatted down with him and asked curiously, what's wrong? Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed that he could not say why, so he could only shake his head. He picked up a licorice and chewed it in his mouth like he was familiar with it. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. Miss Wan, just now I called you Xiu in front of outsiders. Don't be angry. I saw so many high-ranking officials and was very nervous, so I wanted to pretend to be very familiar with you. Wan Xiu blinked and asked an irrelevant question. Well, is there any news about your friend recently? The one who carries a saber and a sword. Qin Pingon was confused and said, you mean Miss Ning? After she left, I don't know any news about her. Wan Xiu smiled. Qin Pingon suddenly raised his head and turned towards the stone arch bridge. A familiar red figure was running towards him, its 2 legs moving like the wheels of a car. Qin Pingon had a bad premonition and hurriedly stood up. The little girl wearing a dirty and wrinkled red cotton-padded jacket came in front of him and looked up at him. Her face was actually full of tears. She was heartbroken and wrinkled her tanned little face. Choking with sobs, she said, Mr. Ma died. Before he died, he asked me to come and find you. Tomorrow, Swords of the Future will be on the shelves. Welcome to subscribe. Qin Pingon will also leave the town tomorrow. 84. Published. This chapter has 10,000 words. P.S. Welcome to WeChat's official account. Fenghua 1985. Qin Pingon immediately looked around and didn't see anything strange. Only then did he take the little girl's hand and said softly, let's go somewhere else to talk. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. The stream was quiet and easy to hide from people's eyes and ears. However, ever since he noticed that there was something dirty in the stream, he didn't go into the water so easily. After the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket said this in a hurry, she immediately regretted it because there was an outsider standing beside Qin Pingon. It was Sister Wan, who wore a green dress and had a ponytail. Although Li Baoping had already met Wan Xiu on the back of the green ox, at that time there was also the golden boy and jade girl from the Taoist school present. One of them raised 2 big green and red fish while the other led a snow-white elk. Both of them were related to the little girl's family. At this moment, Wan Xiu certainly didn't look like a bad person. However, the little girl was most afraid of this kind of people. They had an unfamiliar relationship and looked very kind, but in the end, without even handing out a knife, the people close to them had already been stabbed to death. In the beginning, Mr. Ma and that person surnamed Cui were walking together, quoting classics and talking loudly, singing poems and singing songs. In Li Huai's words, this person surnamed Cui was either Old Man Ma's illegitimate son or his grandson. Otherwise, their relationship wouldn't be so good. No one would have thought that the high-spirited Mr. Ma would die in the hands of the righteous gentleman whose name shook the world. According to Mr. Ma's earliest words, among all the Confucian sages of the Eastern Vase continent, there were 2 people who were particularly outstanding and were known as senior and junior monarchs. Mr. Cui was the famous Lakeview Junior monarch. Before the unforeseen event, almost everyone had a good impression of Cui Minghuang. He was cultured, refined, and extremely knowledgeable. It was as if he knew everything and could answer any question. Lin Shi was the only one who did not like Cui Minghuang from the very beginning. However, as someone who came from a wealthy family in the Peachleaf Valley, it seemed that he was born with a cold and stern expression, as if someone owed him several million taels of silver. Because he was estranged from the other 4 children, he had mocked and ridiculed Cui Junzi many times in the beginning, but no one understood what he meant. They only thought that Lin Shi was jealous that Cui Minghuang was more graceful and elegant than him. Although Yuan Xiu did not understand why the young lady was looking at her with such unfriendly eyes, she still suggested, "Why don't we go to our newly built sword forging room?" The frightened young lady held onto Qin Pingan's hand tightly and shook her head vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pleading. "Qin Pingan, let's not go to places with strangers, okay?" Qin Pingan gently held onto Li Baoping's hand and said gently, "Trust me, the sword forging room in the blacksmith shop is the safest place." The young lady raised her head and looked at Qin Pingan's eyes. They were like the clear stream she saw when she first walked to the river by herself when she was young. The flowing water was so slow that she could see the bottom. At that time the child felt that she would never grow up. At this moment, the young lady who was in a life-and-death situation was filled with grievances. She cried again and sobbed, "Qin Pingan, don't lie to me." Qin Pingan's eyes were firm. "I won't lie to you." Yuan Xiu brought the 2 of them to the sword forging room and took out the key to open the door. She stood on the spot and smiled. "I won't go in. I'll keep a lookout outside. Even if my father comes, he's not allowed to enter." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice, "Can you bring her something to eat and drink? I think when she's not so nervous, her spirit will collapse all of a sudden. At that time, filling her stomach is more important than anything else. I was always like this when I was young." Yuan Xiu nodded her head and turned her body slightly. She flipped her wrist and a small silk bag appeared out of nowhere. She handed it over to Qin Pingan and said, "These are 5 pieces of peach blossom cakes made by the shop. Take them first. I'll go get a pot of water so that she won't choke." Qin Pingan and Li Baoping sat opposite each other. Although the young lady took the peach blossom cakes, she did not show any signs of eating them. Qin Pingan said softly, "What's going on? Tell me." Li Baoping spoke very slowly, which seemed to be contradictory to her usual impatient personality. However, the young lady spoke slowly, which allowed Qin Pingan to sort out his thoughts and put himself in her shoes to think about the problem. Before the old Mr. Ma from the school died, the journey of the 5 children to study abroad was very smooth. The ox cart and 2 horse carriages traveled hundreds of miles. Mr. Ma and Cui Minghuang from Lakeview Academy had a good chat and became friends despite the difference in age. However, one day when Mr. Ma was checking on their homework, he suddenly said that he wanted to discuss the itinerary with Cui Minghuang. It was possible that they would part ways and part ways. After all good things must come to an end. However, the children waited for a long time and did not see Mr. Ma and Cui Minghuang return. Thus, Li Baoping and Li Huai ran to look for them. In the end, Li Huai was the first to find Mr. Ma lying in a pool of blood. Not to mention his hands and feet, the old man's injuries were so serious that even his eyes and ears were bleeding. It felt like the old man's body was like a bamboo basket that had been lifted from a stream. The dying Mr. Ma asked Li Huai to only bring Li Baoping to his side. After Li Baoping came to his side, the old man only held her hand. For some reason, the old man, who was originally unable to say a single word, finally gave Li Baoping a simple explanation. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun, or perhaps it was a last-ditch effort. At this point, the young lady in the red cotton-padded jacket was already sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Pingan was not the kind of person who knew how to comfort people. He could only silently move a stool closer to the young lady and reach out to wipe her tears. He repeated, don't cry, don't cry." The young lady sniffled hard and continued, "Mr. Ma held my hand and told me that I must find you alone. He told me to be careful of the people from Lakeview Academy and Dolly's capital. Don't trust anyone." Qin Pingan's expression was solemn as he asked, "Where are Shi Chuanjia and the others?" "I guess one of the mastermind's motives must be related to you." Li Baoping ate the last 2 pieces of peach blossom cake and took a deep breath. Later we finally arrived at the town's apricot blossom lane. I asked Dong Shuijing and Li Huai to bring the coachman down and said that we could take a shortcut to Mud Bottle Lane. In fact, Li Huai had to take him in a big circle. As soon as they left, I immediately ran out of the carriage and went to Mud Bottle Lane to look for you. But I found that your house's door was locked. Fortunately, a neighbor passed by and I asked him. Only then did I know that you were an apprentice at the blacksmith shop. I was so worried. Qin Pingon was a little shocked this time. He asked, "You came up with this series of plans?" Li Baoping shook her head. Lin Shi also came up with ideas. For example, we couldn't casually find a place far from Mud Bottle Lane and casually say that this is Mud Bottle Lane. That would easily expose us and I wouldn't be able to run far. It's best to park the carriage in Dong Shuijing's house's Apricot Blossom Lane. It's not far from Mud Bottle Lane and there's room to take a detour. Moreover, when the coachman arrived at Apricot Blossom Lane, he would definitely ask his ancestors. After confirming that it's true, it would be much easier for us to deceive him. Li Baoping said in a deep voice. In the end, it was proven to be true. Qin Pingon couldn't help rubbing the little girl's head and praised, "You're amazing." Li Baoping smiled. If you weren't at home, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing would be even more safe. They wouldn't have to worry about being forced to confront each other and expose the truth. Li Baoping asked curiously, "Why did Mr. Ma and the coachman who couldn't speak the dialect of the small town all want to find you?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm also curious. For now, I only know that it might be related to the few things that Mr. Qi gave me. Mr. Qi once took him to ask for locust tree leaves, but the last locust tree leaf with the word, Yao, on it had already been used. That jasper hairpin? However, Mr. Qi and Ning Yao both said that the hairpin was made of ordinary material and was just an ordinary hairpin used to hold up hair. Seal. Qin Pingon's mood was heavy. That was most likely the case. Mr. Qi gave him 2 seals which totaled to 4. Many years ago, old Yang told him to treasure the seal with the word, Jing on it. The complete seal had the 4 words calm and proud. In addition, Mr. Qi also casually said that if he found an interesting landscape map in the future, he could use the pair of seals to mark it. Thinking about the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers after Liju Cave landed, there would really be gods of mountains and rivers. Among them, the Luopa mountain that he was about to buy was one. Li Baoping suddenly took out 3 withered locust tree leaves and showed them to Qin Pingon. She said sadly, "The green leaves have turned yellow." Qin Pingon suddenly understood. At that time, it must have been these 3 locust tree leaves that helped Mr. Ma to prolong his life. That was why he could speak a few more words. In fact, this was the truth. If Li Baoping hadn't been so lucky and kept the 3 ancestral shade scholar tree leaves with him, the old man probably wouldn't have been able to say a single word and would have died unwillingly. Qin Pingon had now deposited all his valuable belongings in the blacksmith shop. Master Wan gave him the yellow mud hut where Ning Yao lived before. Not to mention the 8 snake gallstones that were still the same color. The rest of the 100 or so common snake gallstones were moved out from the ancestral house in Nipping Lane and the courtyard of Lu Xianyang's house. They were all piled up at the foot of the wall of this house. However, Qin Pingon always carried the Fong Jing seal and the Hanshan repertoire with him. Qin Pingon pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "The coachman should be on his way to the blacksmith shop. Why don't you hide here first, and I'll go and secretly bring Shichuanjia and Lin Shi, who were left by the ox cart. If the coachman asks, I can ask someone here to tell him that I have a habit of going out for a walk. Also, when the coachman arrives at my house in Clay Bottle Alley, he should be aware of your detour. Of course, he may not say anything on the surface, but after that you will really be in danger." Qin Pingon saw that Li Baoping was still a little hesitant. He said in a deep voice, "Believe me, if your family has moved away, then this is the only safe place left in the town." Li Baoping thought for a moment and asked, "Do you trust Master Wan who blacksmiths here?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I trust the rules, that Mr. Qi once said more." Li Baoping smiled brightly, "I understand." Once Li Baoping made up her mind, she instantly burst out with amazing decisiveness. "Since you trust Sister Wan, then I'll ask her to bring Shichuanjia and Lin Shi here. Then we'll find a place to hide. You can talk with the bad coachman at ease. Let's see what he's up to first." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay." Qin Pingon walked out of the sword-casting room with Li Baoping. Probably to avoid suspicion, Wan Xiu sat a little farther away from the door on a small green bamboo chair, swaying her body from side to side in boredom. After Qin Pingon finished his request, Yuan Xiu said without hesitation, "No problem." Then Yuan Xiu squatted down and turned to look at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, motioning for her to lie on her back. Li Baoping's face was filled with reluctance. "I can run very fast." Yuan Xiu smiled and said, "I'm definitely faster." The little girl turned to look angrily at Qin Pingon, clearly hoping that he could prove that she ran very fast. Qin Pingon was about to speak when Yuan Xiu said seriously to the adult and child, "I've gone back and forth a few times. You and Qin Pingon still haven't run to the town." Li Baoping curled her lips. "I know there are immortals and ghosts in the world, but do you think it's so easy to be an immortal?" Qin Pingon made the final decision, "Listen to Sister Yuan quick." Li Baoping sighed and could only obediently lie on Yuan Xiu's back. It was so soft and comfortable that the little girl dozed off. Before Yuan Xiu left, she said to Qin Pingon, "If there's anything you can find my father." Qin Pingon nodded. Whoosh. The little girl in the cotton-padded jacket hugging Miss Yuan's neck was suddenly so scared that her hair stood on end. She felt a strong wind whistling past her ears. She turned her head and looked down. How did the house become as small as the bluestones on Fulu Street? That stream was as thin as a rope? On the ground, Qin Pingon was dumbstruck as he watched Miss Yuan carrying Li Baoping rise from the ground and disappear in a flash. The youth thought that Miss Yuan and Miss Ning were both immortals. In a quiet and serene house in Erlang Alley, Cui Dong stood by the pool and the dull youth sat quietly on a small bench. Cui Dong softly ordered, "Go get a cup of water." The youth immediately stood up and brought a cup of cold water with both hands. Cui Dong took the cup and shook his wrist. The water in the cup casually splashed into the pool and turned into a thin blue water curtain. Cui Dong's thoughts moved slightly and the scene of the ox cart and the horse carriage entering the town one after another appeared on the water curtain. The people and the objects were all exposed. Cui Dong folded his hands in his sleeves and appeared to be very relaxed. He exerted strength from the tip of his toes and the heel of his feet respectively. His entire body swayed back and forth like a roly-poly toy. There was none of the nervousness and anxiety that a Qi refinement warrior should have when the opportunity to attain Tao was approaching. Cui Dong saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket bid farewell to her peers with two red cheeks, jump off the horse carriage and run on the streets. Then the coachman was tricked by the two youths to go to Apricot Blossom Alley. This Dolly Imperial tutor clicked his tongue and said, "Previously I even mocked Song Zhangqiang's spies that grew up eating feces. I didn't expect that the spies that I trained were more or less the same. They grew up drinking urine." However, Cui Dong was soon relieved. The water curtain kept showing the running figure of Li Baoping. He muttered to himself, "The children here are smart to begin with, especially Song Jisun and Zhao Yao's group. They are slightly older. Then there is the second group including this little girl. They are outstanding people. They are very intelligent at a very early age and are quick to understand. They really can't be underestimated." When he saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket running towards the stone arch bridge, the brilliance in Cui Dong's eyes rippled like waves crashing against a rock. Cui Dong slightly shifted his gaze, no longer staring at the water curtain. He closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes, the little girl had already run across the stone arch bridge. Cui Dong frowned slightly. Is it because Dolly's royal family's methods are too bloody and cruel, so it provoked the old sword's natural disgust? So much so that it developed some feelings of disgust towards me, the person who raised the dragon in Dolly? But logically speaking, although the true history of this sword is already untraceable, and there are only some illusory rumors, since it is an ancient sword, what kind of killing scene has it not experienced? It shouldn't be so stingy, right? The scene on the water curtain was getting closer and closer to the blacksmith's shop. The water curtain created by the cup of water shattered without warning. The countless water droplets that splashed out in all directions hit the walls, windows, and pillars of the house, and exploded into countless holes. However, the water droplets that shot towards Cui Dong and the young man seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly exploding into even finer water droplets. Wan Cheng's voice came from the courtyard. "Don't push your luck." Cui Dong raised his head and laughed. "Saints are really stingy. If you don't want to look, then don't look. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. After all, this is the ancestral home of the Yuan family. What if I return to the capital and get punished for it? Cui Dong muttered to himself, the felons of the Lu dynasty should be here by now. Cui Dong lowered his head and glanced at the young man. After retracting his gaze, the left and right index fingers hidden in his sleeves tapped lightly. He said softly, just in case, just in case. When Li Huai and Dong Shuijing brought the coachman to Qin Pingon, the latter was building a house with someone. Li Huai's eyes darted around furtively. Dong Shuijing's expression was normal and he had the demeanor of a general. Qin Pingon, who was covered in dust, walked to the three of them and asked in confusion, "Are you looking for me?" The coachman's appearance was ordinary and he looked like an honest farmer. He rubbed his hands and walked to Qin Pingon whispering, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said in a low voice, "Let's talk here." Although the coachman's face showed displeasure, his heart relaxed slightly. This was the temperament of an ordinary young man from the streets. The middle-aged man hesitated. "Do you know Mr. Qi from the town school?" The young man with straw sandals said unhappily, "Everyone in the town knows Mr. Qi, but it's hard to say if Mr. Qi will recognize us." Li Huai held back his evil laughter. Dong Shuijing from Apricot Blossom Lane looked at Qin Pingon from Clay Bottle Lane. Someone hurriedly shouted from the other side of the house, "Don't be lazy, Mr. Qin. Finish your words quickly and get back to work." The young man sighed and said to the coachman, "If you have something to say, just say it, okay?" The man rubbed his cheeks with both hands, exhaled and said in a low voice, "I'm a man of sacrifice from the Dali Imperial Court, and I'm responsible for protecting these children on their way to the Cliff Academy. Of course, I don't deny that I have the responsibility to make sure they aren't abducted by outsiders, such as the Great Sui Kingdom and Lakeview Academy. It doesn't matter if you don't understand and it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. But I don't care what your relationship with Mr. Qi is and I don't care if you know Mr. Ma Zhan or Mr. Ma. I hope you'll be careful in the near future because Mr. Ma was killed on the way to the Cliff Academy. Before that, Mr. Ma occasionally chatted with me and he mentioned you twice. The first time he said that he remembered a child who liked to squat outside the school window when he was sweeping the floor a long time ago. The second time he said that before Mr. Qi resigned as a teacher and the hill master of the academy, he said that you were also a good student, but it was a pity that he couldn't take you to the Cliff Academy." The man smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that these children are homeless now. They don't dare to go to the academy and they don't have a home in the town. You know, not everyone can study in the Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Qi. In our capital of Dali there are millions of people. It's said that after so many years, there are only a dozen students from the Cliff Academy, and now they're all high-ranking officials." Li Huai lowered his head and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Dong Shuijing stood in place, expressionless. In the distance Ruan Xiu coughed softly. Qin Pingon turned his head and the girl in Xian nodded with a smile. Qin Pingon understood and only called Li Huai's name. "Li Huai, you two come here. I have something to ask you first." Li Huai said, "Oh," and pulled Dong Shuijing forward. When the man realized that something was wrong, Qin Pingon suddenly pulled Li Huai and Dong Shuijing behind him. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for greeting me. In the future I'll take care of these children in the school for Mr. Ma. In the future I'll ask for their opinion before I go to the capital to find their parents or do something else." The man laughed dryly and said, "Qin Pingon, this is not appropriate. After all, I can take care of their safety better than you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm rich now and I know the county magistrate Wu Yuan, and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong Hu. If there's really something I'll look for them. Of course I'll ask our master Ruan to help me pass the message first." The coachman pursed his lips and glanced out of the corner of his eye. He found a man who wasn't very tall standing under the eaves. The coachman, who originally wanted to kill him, suddenly sweated and said to Qin Pingon with a smile, "Okay, since Mr. Ma is willing to believe you, I certainly believe in your character. Qin Pingon, if you need my help in the future, you can find me at the 3rd Women Tomb Alley in the north of the town. I live in the small house at the northernmost end of the alley." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's a deal." The coachman turned and left. Qin Pingon's forehead was sweating. When the man completely disappeared from his sight, he said to the two people, "Li Huai, Lin Shui, come with me to see Li Baoping." Li Huai asked, Li Baoping already told you everything? Qin Pingon nodded. Dong Shuijing asked, what about Shi Chuanjia and Lin Shui? Qin Pingon smiled and said, they've already been brought over. Dong Shuijing glanced at him and didn't say anything. In that temporarily empty sword-casting room, Qin Pingon stood facing the 5 students sitting in rows on 2 long benches. According to age, they were Shi Chuanjia from the Dragon Rider Alley, Lin Shui from the Peach Leaf Alley, Dong Shuijing from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Li Baoping from the Fulu Street, and Li Huai from the westernmost part of the town. Except for Li Huai, who was the youngest and had a relatively large gap in age, the other 4 were only a few months apart. Qin Pingon asked, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing have already explained the situation. What do you think the outsider who calls himself Dolly's death warrior wants to do? Lin Shui, whose expensive fox fur coat had long since disappeared, said coldly, we don't even know why that Cui person wanted to kill Mr. Ma, so how can we talk about anything else? Shi Chuanjia clung tightly to Li Baoping's shoulder, her face slightly pale and still somewhat fearful. But after returning to the town, especially after seeing the relatively familiar Qin Pingon, this little girl with pigtails felt much more at ease. At the very least, she didn't have to worry that she would suddenly become as miserable as Mr. Ma after his death. When they were helping to dig a hole to bury him, Shi Chuanjia was so frightened that she hid far away, crying bitterly. From beginning to end, she was of no help. Li Huai was not much better. He hid even further away than her, his teeth chattering. At this moment, Li Huai was hugging his stomach, crying miserably. He muttered, hungry and thirsty. This is what it means to be hungry and cold. Father, mother, your son is living a very hard life. Li Baoping turned her head and glared. Li Huai. Li Huai hung his head and secretly tugged at the sleeve of Dong Shuijing, who was sitting on the far right. Shuijing, are you hungry? Dong Shuijing calmly said, I can pretend that I'm not hungry. Li Huai rolled his eyes. Li Baoping was disheartened. She unconsciously reached out to grab Shi Chuanjia's pigtails and shook it hard. In reality, everything is in a fog. We can't see through it or guess it. Lin Shui is right. The chess player on the other side is definitely a master. We are too inexperienced. The most important thing is to protect our lives. After confirming that there is no danger, we can talk about other things. For example, we can quickly greet our family members who have moved to Dolly's capital and tell them that we are safe. After Li Baoping said, tell them that they are safe, everyone unconsciously looked at the person wearing straw sandals opposite them. Qin Pingon was silent for a long time. Then he asked, since we can't figure out what others are thinking, we should figure out what we are thinking. Seeing that the 5 people opposite him had no objections, Qin Pingon asked, do you want to go to Dolly's capital safely and find your parents and elders? Li Huai painfully wailed. My parents have taken my sister to God knows where to enjoy life. Why would I go to the capital? With my uncle's family's temper, once they are rich, they will only bully me more. In the past, they treated me as a thief, but in the future, won't they treat me as an enemy? The world is so big, but there is no place for me, Li Huai. Li Baoping went around Shi Chuanjia and hit Li Huai with a chestnut. Li Huai immediately lost his temper. Dong Shuijing thought for a while and said sullenly, I want to study. If my parents stay in the town, I don't have to study. I can help them work in the fields. But if I go to the capital, what can I do? I don't even know how to speak Dolly's official language. I am not Li Baoping, a person who learns everything quickly. Besides, when my grandfather died, he wanted me to die in the school too. He said that if I can't be a scholar in the future, I shouldn't go to his grave. He didn't recognize me as his grandson. If the school in the town continues to operate, I will stay in the town. Shi Chuanjia's eyes were red. She said timidly, I want to go to the capital to find my parents. Lin Shui, who was sitting on the far left of the bench, frowned. I will go wherever it is safe. Li Baoping crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes were shining and she was in high spirits. She said loudly, I want to go to Cliff Academy. I want to go to the place where Mr. Qi studies. Li Baoping stood up and stood between Qin Pingon and his 4 classmates. She pointed at Dong Shuijing. Not to mention Dolly, in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, Mr. Qi's Cliff Academy is the most famous. If your grandfather knew that you stayed in the town to study and didn't go to Cliff Academy, I think he wouldn't be able to close his coffin. Of course, if you are afraid of dying, don't go. If you stay here and study for 10 years, you can be considered a half-baked scholar. It's better than dying on the way to school. The youth asked Wanju to help him buy 5 mountains, but he would soon leave the town. If he could not return, he would give 4 of the 5 mountains: Luopa Mountain, Treasure Hill Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain, to Lu Xianyang, Gukan Ningyao and Ruanxiu. He would only leave the lonely Jinzhu Mountain for himself for 300 years. He could ask Master Wan to hire people to look after the 2 neighboring shops in the town. If the business wasn't good, it didn't matter if the shop closed for a day. However, he would keep the 100 or so ordinary snake gallstones and let Master Wan sell them there. The money he earned would be used to maintain the shop's operation. Although the 2 shops didn't need to worry about making money, the youth hoped that every worker in the shop would be told that the shop owner was a Qin family in Mud Bottle Alley. Also, Master Wan had to send the 4 students safely to the capital of Dali. As a reward, the youth gave half of the dragon beheading platform and all the remaining gold and copper coins to Master Wan. Wan Tian didn't refuse. However, Wan Tian said that he could only guarantee that he and Li Baoping would be sent to the southern border of Dali. After they left the border, their lives and wealth would be up to the heavens. Qin Pingon nodded in agreement. In the twilight, Qin Pingon walked to the town alone after settling the 5 children. He walked across the stone arch bridge into the town, into Mud Bottle Alley and back to his house. Night fell. The youth looked calm as he lit a lamp. The youth faced the lamp and didn't sleep, just like he did every year during the spring festival. The lamp flickered, reflecting the youth's silent and persevering eyes. On the stone arch bridge, someone laughed and asked, "The 1,000-year-old dark room is lit up with a light. Senior, what do you think?" Someone replied, "Yes." When Qin Pingon woke up, he found that he saw that person for the 4th time. She was hovering in the air, her snow-white sleeves fluttering in the wind. That person's toes touched the ground gently as she walked towards Qin Pingon. With every step, that person's face became clearer. That person was still tall, but she didn't look bloated at all. That person was actually a woman. To the youth, she could only be said to be extremely beautiful, so beautiful that she couldn't be more beautiful. She stood in front of the youth and finally stopped. She lowered her head and bent down, staring into the youth's clear eyes. She said softly, "I have waited for 8,000 years. Qin Pingon, although your cultivation talent is far from my previous master's, it doesn't matter." She lowered her head and moved closer, almost touching Qin Pingon's forehead with her forehead. "Qin Pingon, I want to ask you to help me say a word to the 4 heavens outside. Is that okay?" Qin Pingon nodded subconsciously. The tall woman suddenly smiled. She suddenly knelt on one knee. Even so, she only needed to raise her head slightly to meet the eyes of the thin Qin Pingon. "Okay, from today onwards, Qin Pingon, you are my second and last master." Qin Pingon was stunned. The tall woman covered in snow-white light narrowed her eyes, a smile on her lips. She knelt on one knee towards the ignorant youth. She was in high spirits, and her eyes seemed to contain the scenery of mountains and rivers. She said in a deep voice, "Qin Pingon, please repeat that oath with me. Is that okay?" She stretched out a hand and gently placed it in front of the youth. Qin Pingon also stretched out a hand and gently placed it together. She closed her eyes and said slowly, "The heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Qin Pingon, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities and split open the heavens." The youth followed her and said in his heart, "The heavenly Tao has collapsed. I, Qin Pingon, only have one sword. I can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, order gods, pluck stars, destroy cities and split open the heavens." '85. When Qin Pingon woke up, he found that the oil lamp on the table was extinguished, and the sky outside the window was already bright. He only remembered the 5 sentences that the tall woman said to him. "You will forget all the secrets I told you before when you wake up. You don't have to try to remember them. I just want to talk. If I show up now, even if the sages don't come to suppress you and me, you won't be able to bear it with your current body and spirit. It will do you more harm than good. Therefore we set a 100-year time limit. As long as you successfully enter the 10th level of Qi trainers within 100 years, you can return to the stone arch bridge in the town and take the iron sword. I chose you as my master. In the future you can't be arrogant and complacent because of this matter, and you can't belittle yourself. In the past 8,000 years, I have seen too many amazing talents. The recent ones such as Chao Shi, Xianxia and Ma Kushuan are not worthy of my attention. Therefore I chose you not because I am dying but because I have no other choice. Although I can't fight with you for the time being, I still have to give you face. During the dragon-slaying war 3,000 years ago, I had nothing to do, so I watched the children fight. It was lively, but things were scattered all over the ground. I picked up a good-looking white jade pendant. It looked simple and elegant without any carvings. It was small and exquisite and can be used to store things. It belongs to the age of the jade pendant. Compared with the popular Fengsuan arsenal and Fengsuan sword tomb, it is of a higher grade. The size of the space is about the same as your ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, and you don't need to show it to others. It can be nourished in the acupoint. I have already made you the same as it. When you touch something, you can store it in the acupoint where the jade pendant is located. Unless an ascendant realm cultivator breaks it by force, it won't be damaged at all. The bad news is that you can only use the jade pendant when you enter the middle 5 realms. Well, the last name is Immortal Sister. I like it very much, so I put 3 very small wisps of sword chi on you. Qin Pingon was in a daze. Felt like a lifetime ago. He just wanted to go back to his house and light up the lamp until dawn before leaving the town. He wanted to make up for the New Year's Eve that he was destined to not be able to do. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Qin Pingon's current body was already full of holes, not to mention the 5th and 10th levels of the Qi Refinement Warrior. He was like a dilapidated hut in a storm. It was extremely difficult to gather and store the wind. Therefore, how could he cultivate Qi and become an immortal? Not only was Qin Pingon destined to be unable to cultivate, but if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on boxing to nourish his body. Ning Yao had once unintentionally mentioned that it was easy to break a person's root and aperture acupoints, just like how Kai Qian had guided Qin Pingon and forcibly enlightened his aperture acupoints. However, to reconstruct a complete body, especially one suitable for cultivation, was harder than ascending to heaven. In fact, the reason was very simple. If a child were to randomly hack at a door with a kitchen knife, it would only take some effort. However, it would be very difficult to repair that broken door. In fact, what Qin Pingon was most afraid of was that he had promised Li Baoping to escort her to the Cliff Academy. It would be a long journey, and it was hard to say if he could return to his hometown alive. Why was there an additional promise of 100 years? Qin Pingon was honest with her at that time, but the lady in white dismissed him with one sentence. It's okay, I have no room for regret now. I will recognize you, Qin Pingon, as my master. If you die, I will just wait for my death. However, at the moment he was about to make a move, Wan Qiong appeared at the door of the small temple and laughed sinisterly. Good boy, you've got guts. How many times has it been? Cui Dong laughed and said, I haven't done it yet, have I? A voice leisurely appeared near the small temple. You guys just fight with all your might. I'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess. I guarantee that there won't be a situation like the AOU turning over and the mountain range being cut off. After you guys decide the winner, at most 10 or 20% of this 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers will be destroyed. Wan Qiong, instead of being entangled by this guy, I think you should just end it with him. Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering. Cui Dong's expression did not change. He laughed and said, Old Yang, killing without spilling blood and even reaping the benefits of the fisherman. What a good trick. Wan Qiong nodded. I think so. Cui Dong hurriedly bowed and apologized. He smiled and begged for mercy. Okay. I'll just stroll around the small town, okay? Great Sage Wan? And Senior Yang? Wan Qiong was obviously weighing the pros and cons. Cui Dong said lightly. Even if Senior Yang has the ability to protect most of the mountains and rivers, what if I focus on destroying Xianxia Mountain's Hingming Peak? Without waiting for Wan Qiong to speak, Old Yang's voice sounded again. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Wan Qiong said unhappily, Get back to Erlang Alley. Cui Dong shook his head and walked out of the small temple leisurely. When he brushed past Wan Qiong, he made a youthful face. When Cui Dong crossed the other side of the stream, Yuan Qiong turned around and saw the old man sitting on a dry bench in the temple, smoking a pipe. For the first time the old man didn't mock and ridicule him. Instead he smiled. "You really do care about your daughter." Yuan Qiong sighed. Obviously he was very aggrieved by Cui Dong's provocation but didn't attack. He sat across from old Yang and leaned against the wall. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I don't owe anything to the heavens or the earth. Now that I've even repaid the ancestral master, I only owe that girl's mother. He's gone, so how can I pay it back? I can only put what I owe her on my daughter." Old Yang smiled and said, "With your status and ability, plus your relationship with Yin's Chen clan, it's not impossible to find your wife's present life." Yuan Qiong shook his head and said, "Her talent in her previous life was not good enough. Before she died she hadn't reached the middle 5 realms. So even if she reincarnated into a human, there's no possibility of her awakening and knowing about her past life. In my opinion, without those memories and only a shell, she's no longer my wife. What's the point of finding her? It's enough to treat her as living in her own heart." Old Yang nodded and said, "You sure are open-minded. The military school's 10th floor is the hardest to break through. It's not without reason that you were able to surpass your peers." Yuan Qiong did not wish to delve into the matter and asked, "Do you think that person is bluffing?" Old Yang smiled and shook his head. "Then you're underestimating that person. A good man from the grasslands is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the emperor down from his horse. This person is probably someone who is willing to sacrifice himself to drag the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors down from their horses. Of course, I'm only talking about his temperament, not his ability." Yuan Qiong was skeptical. Old Yang used his pipe to point at the ground in front of the temple's entrance. There was a path that had been stepped on especially firmly by pedestrians. He said slowly, "This fellow is different from us. He feels that he's walking on a single plank bridge." He took out some tobacco leaves from the cloth bag at his waist and said angrily, "God knows." Yuan Qiong knew that this old man in front of him had hidden a lot of secrets in his stomach over the long years. Yuan Qiong smiled and asked, "If you want to enter the town, everyone has to first hand over a bag of gold and copper coins to the town's gatekeeper. This gatekeeper is that man called Jing Dafeng. I know that these priceless copper coins didn't fall into Emperor Dali's pocket. So senior, you're the one who put them in the bag? What do you want to do with the money?" The old man asked in return, "If I ask you, Yuan Qiong, how do you forge the sword in your heart, will you answer?" Yuan Qiong laughed heartily. Old Yang said indifferently, "I want to move this temple." Yuan Qiong was stunned but quickly replied, "As long as you don't move it outside, I have no objections." The old man nodded and smiled. "Since you're so straightforward, I can tell you a little secret." Yuan Qiong nodded, indicating that he was willing to listen. The old man exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. After it dissipated, wisps of smoke wrapped around the entire small temple. Actually, before this, the small temple had already been enveloped in a thin layer of white fog. Clearly, the old man had increased the concealment of the small temple for safety's sake. The old man sighed and slowly said, "Do you know what Qi Jingquan's most formidable aspect is?" Yuan Qiong smiled and said, "Naturally, it's his good talent, high perception, and terrifying cultivation. Otherwise, how could those great personages in the heavens be willing to face Qi Jingquan together?" The old man shook his head. If Qin Pingon is really the person chosen by Qi Jingquan, then someone outside is using Qin Pingon as a masterstroke. On the surface, it's been idle for 10 whole years, but in reality, it's been carefully operating in secret. Even I have been used in this period of time. The wonderful thing is that that person is playing chess outside of the chessboard. After the chess piece leaves the hand, that person is not a rigid chess piece after all. He will gradually grow his own life. Thus, he will become less and less like a chess piece and his killing move will become more and more hidden. Moreover, next to this chess piece there's another chess piece that seems to be extremely powerful. It's Song Jisun, the person that Emperor Dali has entrusted the hopes of the entire Song clan. He helps to attract attention from all sides and ultimately creates a great situation where the light is in the dark. Yuan Qiong's expression was heavy as he asked, "Qi Jingquan is said to be the person who has the potential to establish a sect. Although someone is deliberately flattering Qi Jingquan, it's definitely not all nonsense. How can you not see some clues?" I've only just figured out these twists and turns. Interesting, really interesting. If the bystanders are like this, what about the people involved? The old man suddenly laughed and even coughed a little. He slapped his thigh and clicked his tongue. But the people involved have long seen through it. Qi Jingchun, this scholar, is really not honest at all. Do you know what he did before he died? He deliberately ran over to my side. Other than giving Qin Pingon 2 very learned Shueishan seals, in the end Qi Jingchun and Qin Pingon traveled together for a period of time. He said a few words and finally left them for Qin Pingon. Wan Qiong, take a guess? Wan Qiong's interest was completely piqued, but he said, I can't guess Qi Jingchun's thoughts. Old Yang sighed and said, Qi Jingchun said that a gentleman can be deceived. Wan Qiong thought for a moment. At first he didn't think much of it, but after a moment his complexion changed. In the end he clenched his fists and his face flushed red. He helplessly shook his head and said, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. I can't help but admit defeat. In this way it is also a good thing. A small gamble is fun and I don't have to worry about losing everything. Qin Pingon carried a medium-sized basket on his back and returned from the small mountain ridge. On the way back he found that the temple was gone. The young man looked around blankly and confirmed that he did not remember the wrong location. The small temple for people to rest in was indeed moved away like a stone. It was just that Qin Pingon was used to it now. He just had to get used to it. Qin Pingon came to the blacksmith shop and first went to the yellow mud house where he stored his belongings. He took what he should take and left what he should leave. Then he went out and found the red cotton-padded jacket girl, Li Baoping. Li Baoping stood in front of him with her head held high, and her face was full of joy. The little girl's body was already covered with embroidered bags and scented sachets, no less than 7 or 8 different kinds. She was also carrying a small wicker basket, covered with a bamboo hat that could block the wind and rain. It was just enough to cover the things in the wicker basket. It was probably the little girl's idea, and Wan Xiu helped to pack it up. The green-clothed girl, Wan Xiu, stood beside the red cotton-padded jacket girl, looking very festive. Qin Pingon looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, Did you bring food? Li Baoping nodded and said, Most of the things in the basket are food that Sister Wan gave me. The rest are books. They're not heavy, not that heavy. Qin Pingon said, Let me know when you're tired. The little girl puffed out her chest and said boldly, How can I be tired? With a gentle voice Wan Xiu said, The map of the northern part of the eastern vase continent, as well as the maps of the Great Li and Great Sui's respective provinces and counties, as well as a few smaller maps, are all in Li Baoping's basket. But after you leave Dolly's border, you'll have to ask for directions often. Fortunately, Li Baoping knows your Dolly official language and the language of the entire eastern bottle continent, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Also, I put some silver and copper coins inside. Compared to the gold and copper coins you gave my father, they are really nothing. So Qin Pingon, please don't refuse. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly and said, I'm not stupid. Why would I refuse money? Wan Xiu was a little annoyed and said, You're not stupid. For them who have nothing to do with you. But as soon as the hurtful words came out of her mouth, the girl regretted it. She quickly stopped and didn't say anything else. Because not far away there were 4 students who were no longer traveling together. Qin Pingon, who had been secretly winking, was relieved and said softly, I'll have to trouble Miss Wan with the things we talked about yesterday. Wan Xiu nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll keep those keys well. I'll tidy up the house every few days. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and said to Li Baoping, Let's go. Li Baoping said happily, Let's go. One was big and one was small. Even the basket was big and the other was small. In everyone's vision, the two walked further and further away. They went south to the Great Sui Kingdom. Along the way, the girl talked about the interesting things in the small town and finally talked about traveling. She said to Qin Pingon like an old man, Scholars travel with books to study. The older ones need to use a sword to defend themselves. Also, it can show that they are good at both the pen and the sword. Qin Pingon was happy and said, Yes, that's for you scholars. I'm not one. The girl was stunned and suddenly became silent. It seemed that the truth made her very discouraged. Cui Dong bought a pot of good liquor in the small town's wine shop and walked slowly to Erlang Lane. When he arrived at the Yuan family's ancestral home, Cui Dong paused when he was unlocking the door. In the end he pushed the door open with a smile. He walked in quickly and closed the door. He walked to the side of the pool and looked at the man standing under the plaque in the main hall. He was illusory and full of light. Cui Dong sat on a chair beside the pool. He opened the pot of liquor and took a sniff. Then he turned and smiled. Even if you're only left with a remnant of your soul, it's still ungentlemanly to trespass on private property without invitation. Qi Jingchun, junior brother Qi, am I right? The man turned around and his face could be vaguely seen. It was the elegant teacher of the school, Qi Jingchun. He was also the mountain master of the Cliff Academy, who fought against the heavenly axiom with his own strength. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, "That day you and Cui Minghuang were acting for Wu Yuan on the surface, but it was actually for me. Are you tired?" Cui Dong moved a chair and sat down. He smiled and said, "Oh? Then what did you see?" Qi Jingchun stood on the north side of the pool and faced Cui Dong, who was sitting on the south side. He asked, "Why did your cultivation level drop all the way from the 12th level of the Qi Refinement Warrior to the 10th level?" Cui Shi leaned back in his chair and shook the wine pot between his two fingers. "It's all because of our erudite teacher. Who would have thought that you had already started something new? That's why the teacher's statue kept falling down, but not only were you not affected, your level kept rising. I, on the other hand, have betrayed my teacher for so long, but I've never been able to get rid of the influence of his school and literature. The thing that made me feel the most hopeless was that I realized that in this lifetime, I had no hope of using my knowledge to suppress or surpass teacher. What should I do? I couldn't possibly be buried with teacher. The problem is that the collapse of teacher's statue has a huge impact. It's not like a stone smashing into the lake. It's more like a mountain falling into the lake. The waves are so huge that except for people like you who have already come ashore, almost no one can avoid it. It's even more so for me. Therefore I thought of a small idea. Junior brother Qi, what do you think?" Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "Using other people's stone to attack jade and break my stubbornness." Cui Dong's eyes turned cold. He stopped shaking the wine pot. Qi Jingchun sighed and said, "The best outcome would be for your knowledge to surpass teacher and me, Qi Jingchun, and gain the recognition of heaven, earth, man and God. However, it's a pity that you can't do it. Secondly, you hope that teacher's literature lineage will end in my hands. Then you can take over. Even if you can't reach teacher's high position in the Confucian temple, it's still a million times better than a so-called Dali imperial tutor. Lastly, you can use someone as your shadow. Then you can meditate and do Buddhist meditation." '86. In the Yuan family's ancestral home in Erlang Alley, Cui Dong sat on a chair bathed in blood. His hands formed the seal of Aquarius, and he struggled to protect this body from collapsing. This was not only because this body was extremely difficult to find, but also because this body was like a cage that locked up his soul. In a short period of time, not to mention traveling between the capital of Dali and the mountains and rivers of Longquan like before, once his body was destroyed, his soul would be completely separated and incomplete. He would really be reduced to a fish in a pond at the bottom of the middle 5 realms for the rest of his life. Those wolves, tigers, and leopards that used to tremble and crawl under his feet could now easily kill him. Although both his body and mind were heavily injured, after Cui Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, he still held onto the armrest of the chair and stood up with trembling hands and feet. He knew very well that the more it was like this, the more difficult it was for him to breathe. Cui Shi raised his head and looked towards the sky. Well, there had once been the voice of the military saint Ruan Ting. However, right now he had already lost the ability to whisper to Ruan Ting. Cui Dong said hoarsely, "Come out." A young man with an exquisite appearance walked out from the side room. His face was full of fear. He walked in front of Cui Dong, not knowing what to do. Cui Dong trusted the spies and death warriors under his command in the small town, but he only trusted their loyalty to him, the imperial tutor of Dali. However, Cui Dong did not trust their strength at all. He did not have the extravagant hope that they could safely escort him back to the capital. Perhaps before he even left the small town, one of the chess pieces that Song Zhangqiang or that woman had placed in the 4 families and 10 clans would be waiting for an opportunity to act. Therefore Cui Dong ordered the young man, "Go to the blacksmith shop and find Master Wan. Invite him to come here. Just say that I, Cui Dong, have a favor to ask of him and am willing to make a big deal with him. It has to do with the bestowal of the mountain god of Xianxia mountain. Don't forget its invite. If Wan Ting refuses to come, then you don't need to return to this house in the future. The Yin spirit that I have temporarily placed in your body will not be able to withstand the erosion of the Yang Qi astral wind for a few days. The young man's face was pale as he nodded vigorously. Cui Dong slumped back into his chair and warned, "When you go out, look more natural. Don't look like your parents are dead. Otherwise, even an idiot will know that something is wrong with me." The young man nodded timidly and quickly left. However, Cui Dong had just closed his eyes. It was truly comical. He had been reduced to a situation where the soul's exit was sealed. Now he actually had to help sew and mend it, becoming the tinkerer of this cage. A series of familiar footsteps sounded. Cui Dong suddenly opened his eyes and was about to scold the puppet for its incompetence. However, when he saw the uninvited guest beside the porcelain young man, Cui Dong immediately changed his expression. He smiled at the young man and said, "Go and bring a chair for Elder Yang and a cup of tea." The old man smoked a pipe with one hand behind his back. He looked around, not looking at the young imperial tutor who had met a miserable end. He chuckled and said, "The restriction here was personally set up by you, Cui Dong. Now I feel like someone has broken in, but the owner is still sleeping. Imperial tutor Darren, have you encountered some trouble? Do you need me to help?" Cui Dong's expression was normal. He shook his head and said, "No need." The old man sat on the chair that the young man had brought over. He was to the east while Cui Dong was to the south, facing the north. He was facing the plaque of the Yuan clan's main hall. The old man glanced at the cautious and curious young man and said emotionally, "When it comes to the matter of the soul, your attainments are truly not bad." Cui Dong asked, "If we speak now, can Wanju hear us?" Old Yang smiled and said, "Wanju has a bad temper. He has nothing better to do than to peep at your movements. If you didn't provoke him time and time again, do you think he would be willing to talk to you?" Cui Dong said in a low voice, "Caution is the parent of safety." This was the second time that Cui Dong had said this to this elder Yang. The first time was at the old porcelain mountain. The old man smoked his pipe and said, "That makes sense." Cui Dong waited for a moment and said, "Is that okay?" The old man nodded gently. "Imperial tutor Cui, speak freely." Cui Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "Should I call Mr. First Heavenly Monarch Qing Tong? Or the more famous one?" The old man expressionlessly interrupted Cui Dong, "Enough." As expected, Cui sure did not continue speaking. He sighed with emotion and said, "To be honest, this junior is fascinated by that battle." Cui Dong laughed inexplicably. "I don't hate that I didn't meet the divine monarchs. I only hate that the divine monarchs didn't meet me. When I was studying under Mr., this was the first time I came into contact with the inside story. At that time, Mr. criticized me for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and speaking without thinking. Now that I think about it, Mr. was right and I was wrong." The old man waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in the quarrel between master and disciple in your sect." Cui Dong sneered and said, "Then did you come here just to laugh at me?" Old Yang asked, "I'm a little curious. Song Zhangqiang, the king of Dali, is a martial artist who aspires to reach the 11th realm of martial arts. Why are you so incompatible with him?" Cui Dong shook his head and said, "It's not that Song Zhangqiang and I want to fight to the death. It's just that there's a powerful woman in Dali who can't tolerate him. When Qin Pingan's life porcelain was broken, it was her who personally planned it behind the scenes. Even the greedy Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley was not willing to take action. There were also the Lu family, the Song family, and so on. The purpose was to make it easier for her son to seize the opportunity. Of course, I don't deny that I used Qin Pingan to deal with Qi Jingchun. It's indeed one of the few miraculous moves that I, Cui Dong, have in my life. Qi Jingchun is one step ahead, so I admit defeat. But I still don't think this move is bad." Old Yang exhaled smoke and squinted his eyes, saying, "When the life porcelain was broken, the young man in Clay Bottle Alley was like a candle flame, especially eye-catching. Naturally, it was easy to create a situation where moths flew to the flame. The woman you mentioned was right. If not, the girl who was condensed from the remnant of the real dragon's spirit and essence would have rushed to Qin Pingan instinctively. But when she escaped from the dragon locking well and arrived at Clay Bottle Alley, She realized that there was a strong dragon qi in Zhou Xian's house. To her it was the most delicious food in the world. So she tried her best to knock on his door. Unfortunately, she was too weak and fell into the snow pile in front of Qin Pingan's house. Later it was Qin Pingan who saved her. But when she woke up, she was unwilling to sign a contract with such an ordinary person. After all, it was tantamount to suicide. So she claimed to be the new maidservant of Zhou Xian's house. Qin Pingan stupidly gave away the biggest opportunity of the Great Way in Liju Cave Heaven with both hands. Speaking of which, Qin Pingan at that time was like a rebellious son of a big family, a rebellious minister of a big country. He was indeed suppressed by the way of heaven and could not keep any good fortune. The old man shook his head saying, "You can see it but you can't touch it and you can't hold it." Cui Dong quietly listened to the old man's narration and returned to the topic. Even His Majesty believed that his younger brother Song Zhangqiang was never interested in the dragon throne. Unfortunately, there was one time when His Majesty asked me for advice on Go. That woman was also watching the game and giving His Majesty advice so that the game would not end early. His Majesty suddenly asked me if he, a vassal king on the battlefield, would suddenly lead an army to Dali's capital one day and use the knife in his hand to ask him for the throne? Of course, I answered honestly and said that His Highness would not do that. However, if there really came a day when a large group of generals and warriors under His Highness's command with outstanding military achievements had the idea of becoming a minister supporting the dragon, and His Highness had already reached the 10th realm, or even the legendary 11th realm, and felt that life was very boring, and with everyone around him bewitching and encouraging him, he might as well wear the dragon robe and sit on the dragon throne so that he would not disappoint the hearts of the generals and soldiers. After I said that, the emperor of the Great Li dynasty laughed. Finally, His Majesty turned to the woman beside him and asked, "What do you think?" The woman told him, "His Majesty, the emperor's ambition is not big enough. Half of the Eastern Treasure Island can fill his stomach, but Song Zhangqiang is different. The higher his martial achievements in the future, the more he will want to go higher." After listening to the woman's words, His Majesty laughed and said that both of us were talking nonsense. Words that hurt the heart and destroyed the cornerstone of Dali, and should be taken away and beheaded. However, today is a good day and it is better to talk with hands than to kill with hands. For the time being, both of your heads should be kept. Old Yang laughed and said, "Song Zhangqiang is really unlucky to have met you two opponents. A woman is blowing pillow talk and a confidant is slandering him." Cui Shi asked straightforwardly, "Why are you looking for me?" Old Yang said something strange that came out of nowhere. "We believe that generals and ministers have guts, wealth and honor have roots, and life and death are fated. You don't believe it." When it came to this matter, Cui Dong did not back down. He did not have the cowardice of having his life and death in the hands of others. He sneered and said, "Although I don't think the current batch is good, I don't think you are good people either." Old Yang looked at Cui Dong and said, "Tell me, why did Qi Jingchun choose Qin Pingan?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "Guess?" Obviously, Cui Dong would not tell the answer, because it involved his Dao heart. Old Yang asked, "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Cui Dong nodded and said, "You don't dare. Even if I raise a dog at this time for wealth and future, he may dare to kill me, but you are the only one who doesn't dare." Old Yang laughed and said, "You are so smart, how can you lose to Qi Jingchun?" Cui Dong slumped against the back of the chair and said self-mockingly, "Qi Jingchun has a saying that can answer your question. In the world, only a pure heart can't be tested." Old Yang shook his head and said, "See, this is the result of you not believing in fate. It is inexplicable, illusory, surrounded by clouds and fog and has no roots and feet." Cui Dong laughed and said, "Why, senior, do you want me to walk on your path?" Old Yang asked back, "Don't you want to reunite and return to the peak? What's more, you worship the word merit, the essence of which is similar to ours." Cui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at Old Yang with a trembling finger. He almost laughed to tears and said sarcastically, "Although I, Cui Dong, can't compare to my master and Qi Jingchun, but for the so-called immortal golden body, I ended up being a lackey guarding the house and being ordered to come and go by those people I originally looked down on. Am I crazy or are you crazy? Old senior, I don't want to criticize you, but are you desperate? Or are you in the same situation as me, suddenly met with a change and ruined a long-planned plan?" Old Yang said lightly, Who do you think can order me around? Cui Dong suddenly narrowed his eyes, his face solemn, and kept silent. Old Yang sat cross-legged and looked at the courtyard with a serene expression. People say that there is a god 3 feet above one's head. In fact, it's long gone. Cui Dong took a deep breath and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you did something to that young man, it's better to cut it off as soon as possible." Old Yang shook his head and said slowly, "No." Cui Dong smiled and said, "I guess Qi Jingchun also cleaned up all the loose ends before he died. Plus, you and I are considered clean. That means that except for the woman in Dolly's capital who may have bad intentions, Qin Pingon has nothing to worry about." Old Yang suddenly said, "Since we can't be kindred spirits, it's okay. We can make a fair deal." Cui Dong didn't ask and said without hesitation, "I agree." First they walked for 5 miles. Qin Pingon let the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket rest for a while. Then they walked for 4 miles and then 3 miles before stopping to rest. The two sat on the smooth stones by the stream. They went south and temporarily took a detour because they generally followed the direction of the stream. Otherwise, the mountain road was difficult and Li Baoping wouldn't be able to keep up. Although the girl's physical strength was outstanding and far exceeded that of her peers, she was still an 8 or 9-year-old child. It wasn't easy for me to secretly cut one. I had to grind it bit by bit with scissors. It was so tiring. The water in the pond was getting murkier and murkier. Some fish had already begun to escape, splashing water everywhere. Qin Pingon was used to this. He raised his head and smiled. "That bamboo wasn't too thin. Why did you cut off the head and tail?" Li Baoping said blankly, "Yes. I was afraid that if the fishing rod was too thin, the fish I caught would be too big. What if it broke? If I went to the purple bamboo forest to find a fishing rod again, even if my father didn't beat me, I didn't want to use scissors to deal with the bamboo anymore." Qin Pingon helplessly said, "How can there be someone who uses a bamboo rod to fish? The fish in our stream aren't that big. Once the fishing rod is thick, you won't be able to tell if it's hooked or if it's just rubbing against the bait. They definitely won't bite the hook the first few times. The fish aren't stupid. If you cast the fishing rod too early, you definitely won't be able to catch it. When fishing, you have to make a fishing rod with a suitable thickness. It also depends on the season and whether it's sunny or rainy weather. You also have to find a fish nest and a fish nest. The hook and bait are also very particular." The red cotton-padded jacket girl's mouth was wide open. She was a little embarrassed. In fact, there was one thing that she didn't tell Qin Pingon. The hook at the end of the fishing line hanging on the bamboo rod was made by her with an embroidery needle at home. Maybe it was a little too big, but it was difficult for the fish to swallow the hook. Li Baoping told herself in her heart that it's okay. I'm young and ignorant. It's understandable. Qin Pingon saw that the little girl was a little unhappy. He had to comfort her. "But after so many years, you haven't caught a single fish. I think it's even more amazing." Li Baoping's eyes lit up. The little girl seemed to have opened up a knot in her heart for many years. He suddenly became energetic. She curiously asked, "Why do we have to catch fish? We still have so much to eat." Qin Pingon explained, "Think about it. There's a saying that's sitting and eating until the mountain is empty. Even a mountain can be eaten until it's empty, let alone 2 small backpacks like us. So we have to save a little. The road ahead is long." Li Baoping thought deeply and eagerly said, "Teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish. Things like cutting bamboo to make a fishing rod and catching fish, you can teach me in the future." Qin Pingon easily caught a blue and red slate fish and gently threw it to the little girl with a smile. Looking at Li Baoping, who was in a hurry, he said, "You're too young. Just do what you can. You don't have to compete with me in everything. I'm taking care of you to go to Cliff Academy to study." The little girl finally caught the fish with both hands and said righteously, Wrong. Mr. Qi said that we have to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. I only have 5 books in my backpack, so I need to go to the library of the academy to read the rest. But traveling thousands of miles is also something that a scholar must do. Traveling with a book means traveling with a book box. Traveling with a book box means traveling with great rivers and mountains while practicing moral knowledge. One of the two is indispensable. Otherwise you'll be a cripple. You have a lot of green bristles around you. They can be strung together by passing through the gills. If you're afraid of breaking them, you can put 2 or 3 green bristles together. Qin Pingon taught her how to deal with the trophies and asked, "Traveling with a book box means carrying a book box, right? Is it the kind that Qin Songfeng from Dragon Tail Commandery carries? It's made of bamboo and is very beautiful. If we pass by a bamboo forest in the future, I can make one for you. I also need to make a fishing rod. It's close to the water. If we go further down, the water will be deep. You can't catch fish like you did today." The little girl squatted on the shore and strung up the slate fish one by one. After hearing these words, she was so happy that she jumped up and said, "Really?" Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Why would I lie to you? Plus, be careful. Don't jump. Be careful not to fall into the stream with the fish. The fish can't run away, but what if you catch a cold?" The little girl in the red cotton padded jacket squatted down and said with a bright smile, "I'm happy. I'm finally going to have my own little book box." Qin Pingon squatted in the almost dry stream. His head was close to the stone and he reached under the stone to fish. This kind of fish can be eaten raw after being dried. If you think it's dirty, I can remove the internal organs. I didn't need them before. Li Baoping hesitated for a while and said timidly, "How about removing the internal organs?" Qin Pingon took out another slate fish and gently threw it into the grass on the shore. "It's up to you. I'll do it later." Li Baoping, who was holding 3 skewers of fish, quickly said, "Let me do it." Qin Pingon nodded and continued to fish under the stone. After a while, with a splash, the little girl not far away stood in the stream and cried. Qin Pingon quickly got up and ran over. He asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The little girl cried heartbreakingly, "There's a fish. I just took it from the dog's tail grass. It looked like it was dying. I didn't expect that when I put it in the water, it would shake its tail and run away. I couldn't catch it." Qin Pingon couldn't help laughing. He bent down to help her roll up her wet trousers and gently carried her to the shore. He asked her to take off her shoes and said that he would deal with the fish. The little girl obediently took off her shoes, but she was still crying sadly. She always felt that she had done something very wrong to him. She felt that the sky was about to fall. Qin Pingon skillfully opened the fish's stomach and squeezed out the internal organs. He tried hard to hold back his laughter, thinking that it was better not to sprinkle salt on the little girl's wound. Qin Pingon finally turned to the little girl and gently picked up the 3 skewers of cleaned fish. It was a big harvest. The little girl smiled through her tears and said with a tear-stained face, "One ran away, but there's still so many left." Qin Pingon walked to her side and sat down. He handed the 3 skewers of fish to her and rubbed her head. "Yes, so if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't be so sad." The little girl raised the 3 skewers of fish high in front of her eyes and said happily, "Okay." Qin Pingon said softly, "In the future I'll make a few pairs of straw shoes for you. I promise you won't rub your feet." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Can I?" Qin Pingon lowered his head and helped her wring the water on her trousers. "It's very simple." The little girl sighed. "You know everything, but I don't know anything." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In the future you can teach me how to read and write. I don't know many words now, only about 500. When Li Baoping heard this, she immediately nodded and said, "It's a deal." The 2 of them sat side by side and looked at the slowly flowing stream. Li Baoping asked casually, "Do you know what this stream is called?" "Dragon Whisker Stream." "How do you know this stream is called Dragon Whisker Stream?" "When I went into the mountains last time, I brought 2 maps. Master Wan said that they were maps of the situation of our Longquan County. The map was labeled as Dragon Whisker Stream, but when it flowed from the southeast to the south, the red line on the map gradually became thicker, and then it was renamed Tiefu River. If that's the case, then let me tell you. Our Dali Imperial Court has 6 departments. Among them, the Department of Rights has 3 officials: Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Earth official is responsible for drawing these maps, but there will also be geomasters from Xianxia to help lead the way. They walk through the mountains and rivers together. It's equivalent to measuring a dynasty's territory step by step with their feet and drawing it inch by inch on a map. Qin Pingon, do you think those Earth official and geomasters are powerful? Why? Do you want to be an Earth official of the Department of Rights or a geomaster from Xianxia when you grow up? Qin Pingon, don't you know? Women can't be officials. And it's not just our Dolly that's like this. Seems like the whole world is like this. People like me and Xianxia can study, but I've never heard of a woman becoming a teacher or being called a teacher. I see. By the way, Qin Pingon, you said that the jade hairpin on your head was given to Mr. Qi by Mr. Qi's husband, and then Mr. Qi gave it to you. That's right. Qin Pingon, then from today onwards I'll call you young martial uncle. Why? After you become my young martial uncle, if one day I make you unhappy and you decide to abandon me, you'll definitely ask yourself. I, Qin Pingon, am Li Baoping's young martial uncle. Of course I have to go through thick and thin with such a good girl. Can you not call me young martial uncle? Don't worry, I won't abandon you either. No. Then I won't make you little bamboo boxes and straw sandals. It's okay, I'm not afraid. I'll call you young martial uncle. How can there be a young martial uncle in the world who won't make me little bamboo boxes and straw sandals? That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.